Chapter 492. Back in the Bone Emperor city of the White Bone Emperor, the little monk who had walked out of the tomb of the Buddhist lord and the mummified old monk at the peak of the Black Mountain had joined hands. They had almost turned the Bone Emperor's lair upside down and dug out a tricolored Buddhist lamp under the huge city. The old tortoise was an almighty figure of the demon clan in ancient times. He knew many ancient secrets and recognized the origin of the Buddhist lamp under the huge city. The Buddhist lamp of the three realms was said to be able to illuminate the three realms and purify all evil, ferocious beings and malicious spirits. It was a Buddhist weapon refined by the ancient Buddhist lord and possessed supreme power. Even the old tortoise was envious of it, so he tried to snatch it. Gu Fei waited for the old tortoise to lead the group of abnormal experts away before he harvested the soul fire of the undead creatures. This was a rare opportunity. Outside the Naraka realm, only the people of the demon path dared to kill the common people and collect soul power. The people of the righteous path would never dare to commit such heresy. In the Naraka realm, even if Gu Fei killed all the undead creatures, no one would come out to stop him. This was because this world belonged to the dead. The undead creatures that lived in this world of death were ferocious and abnormal creatures. Exterminating these ferocious creatures was, in fact, eliminating demons and protecting the Tao. However, Gu Fei and the old tortoise had underestimated the undead creatures in the Bone Emperor city, especially the five-colored skeleton and the purple gold skeleton. Even though they had been illuminated by the tricolored Buddhist light of the three realms Buddhist lamp and taken a blow from the old monk, they still had unparalleled combat strength. If Gu Fei did not have the protection of the two supreme treasures, the purple gold divine sword and the mountain and river cauldron, he was afraid that it would not be him harvesting the undead creature's soul fire, but the undead creature's blood essence. In this world of death, the powerful undead creatures believed in the legend of the holy clan living in the depths of this world with flesh and blood. After these undead creatures saw that Gu Fei and his companions were living beings with flesh and blood, they did not suspect that they were outsiders. They firmly believed that they were holy clan members who had come from the depths of this world of death. The appearance of the legendary sacred race in the periphery of the Death Continent had caused quite a commotion. After Gu Fei left the mountain, he discovered that many cities along the way had been destroyed. Moreover, looking at the traces of destruction, it seemed to have happened recently. Wherever there was a city, there would always be a king guarding it. Gu Fei discovered a shattered golden skull in one of the ruins. Only half of the skull was left. It looked like it was cast in gold, still flickering with a golden luster. Its hardness was comparable to real gold essence. With a single look, one could tell that this was the skull of a king. An undying king fell here, killed by someone, only half of his skull remaining. The rest of his body was nowhere to be seen. The outer region of the continent of death did not seem to be very peaceful, as kings had fallen. Gu Fei could not help but feel quite startled. There seemed to be powerful creatures that could kill kings nearby. In another city that had already been turned into ruins, bones were scattered everywhere. There were sparkling and translucent divine bones and demonic bones that were shrouded in demonic aura. But without exception, those bones were scattered in the ruins and not a single one of them was complete. It was obvious that the undead creatures in the city had been killed on the spot. In the ruins there were still ghost-like soul fires drifting about. There were no soul fluctuations, no soul power ripples, and these were soul fires that were on the verge of extinction. Among the bricks under a broken wall, Gu Fei discovered a pitch-black skull that was glowing with a black light. The skull's top had been opened and the soul fire had been taken away. After carefully observing the ruins, Gu Fei made a new discovery. Among the broken bricks and tiles, Gu Fei found some black silt-like things. These things were splashed on the collapsed wall and emitted an unpleasant stench. It was a little like the stench of rotten flesh. Thinking of this, Gu Fei vaguely guessed something. He could not help but frown. This was the Bone Emperor's territory. How could there be such evil creatures? Could it be that there was a conflict between the two giants, the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor? Among the undead creatures, only those terrifying evil corpses would have rotten flesh. Gu Fei felt that something was wrong. He was afraid that something big would happen in the outer region of the world of death. He immediately left the ruins and went to the agreed place with Old Tortoise. Along the way he did not encounter any powerful undead creatures. There were only some weak undead creatures hiding in the rubble or crawling on the ground. The agreed place between Gu Fei and Old Tortoise was in a small valley. The place was covered with dark brown rubble, and it was very desolate and remote. Under the dusky sky, even a small valley would make one's heart palpitate. There was a Yin fog lingering in the valley, but this small valley was not a Yin place where Yin energy gathered. Gu Fei arrived at the entrance of the small valley. He observed carefully and then flicked his sleeves toward the ground in front of him. A strong wind immediately appeared out of thin air and swept in all directions. Suddenly dust flew everywhere. The strong wind rolled up the dark brown dust on the ground. There seemed to be a flickering light under the dust. Although it was very weak, it was very eye-catching in this dusky environment. After the dust on the ground was completely swept away by the strong wind, a few demonic patterns that emitted a demonic light appeared in front of Gu Fei. The demonic patterns that Old Tortoise laid down are not destroyed. There should not be a powerful existence visiting this place. After seeing the demonic patterns carved on the ground, Gu Fei immediately relaxed. Old Tortoise's cultivation had been restored to the demon god realm. The demonic patterns that he carved had unpredictable power. Unless it was an expert of the same level as Old Tortoise, it would be absolutely difficult to break. Gu Fei used a mysterious footwork under his feet. Using the method taught by Old Tortoise, he passed through the ground engraved with the demonic patterns and walked into the valley. The valley was empty. As far as the eye could see, there were only rocks and no undead creatures. This small valley had been sealed by Old Tortoise's demonic patterns that condensed the power of heaven and earth. The undead creatures would definitely not be able to enter. Gu Fei noticed that a rock facing the valley entrance had been split into two and became a stone platform. There seemed to be something on the stone platform that was shining with a misty white brilliance. That is, Gu Fei sensed an extremely weak wave of demonic power. He walked closer to take a look and saw a jade slip that was flowing with a crystal luster on the stone platform. This jade slip should have been left behind by Old Tortoise before he left. It should contain the message that Old Tortoise left for him. Gu Fei reached out and grabbed the jade slip on the stone platform. Just as he was about to read the information in the jade slip with his divine thoughts, a strong wave of demonic power suddenly erupted outside the valley. Then a terrifying and powerful aura immediately came from the entrance of the valley. Chapter 493. In the dim valley, Gu Fei obtained the jade slip left by Old Tortoise before he left. When he was about to read the information in the jade slip with his divine telekinesis, a powerful demonic aura suddenly erupted outside the valley. Gu Fei was immediately moved. He put away the jade slip and rushed to the entrance of the valley. Outside the valley, the demonic aura soared into the sky. The demonic patterns engraved by the old turtle on the ground all emerged from the ground, emitting a bright demonic light. The purple demonic light dispersed the darkness and illuminated the entire world. When Gu Fei arrived at the entrance of the valley, endless demonic patterns soared into the sky and turned into terrifying light blades that resembled the light of destruction. They tore through the void and slashed at a skeleton trapped in the formation. Who's plotting against me? The skull of the skeleton trapped in the formation flashed with bright black and white light, and a powerful soul fluctuation surged out. Gu Fei could feel the anxiety and fear in the soul fluctuation. The demonic patterns engraved by the old turtle possessed an unfathomable power. They gathered the power of heaven and earth nearby and laid down a powerful formation. Oh, my hand is broken, my hand is broken. *CK. My toes. Damn you, don't hit my face or I'll get mad at you. The undead creature in the formation was in danger. The light blades formed by the demonic patterns constantly slashed at its body, making clanging sounds and scattering bone powder on its bones. However, Gu Fei found it interesting that the undead creature was still making a fuss at this critical juncture. Gu Fei couldn't help but admire it. However, what truly shocked Gu Fei was that the skeleton of this undead creature was actually different from the masses. The left side of the skeleton was pitch black and shiny, whereas the right side of the skeleton was crystalline like divine jade, suffused with a misty sheen, pure white and flawless. The black half of the bone did not emit any demonic aura, so it was not a demonic bone. How is this possible? Gu Fei was very surprised. He sensed a familiar aura from the bones of the undead creature. Yin and Yang, that's right. Gu Fei could sense the aura of Yin and Yang from this skeleton. He could not help but think of the supreme expert who had walked out from the Taiji Yin Yang jade pendant. At this time, the black skeleton trapped in the demon array had also discovered Gu Fei. An incomparably shocking soul fluctuation spread out from the undead creature's skull. The black and white soul fire was violently throbbing. How is this possible? There shouldn't be any flesh and blood living beings in this world. The undead was shocked to see Gu Fei. Swoosh. With a bang sound, a light blade cut through the void like a divine weapon and brushed past the eyebrow bone of the undead creature, sweeping away a layer of bone powder. I told you not to hit my face. *CK. The black and white skulls suddenly became furious. The black and white light in their skulls blossomed with resplendent rays of light. It was as if a black and white sun was fixed there. Yin-yang great shift. The skeletal hands of the black and white skulls moved again and again. The black and white soul fire surged out from their hands, forming large and small Taiji yin-yang diagrams that protected them. Countless demon runes transformed into light blades that spun and chopped down from all directions. Then an astonishing scene occurred. All the light blades that had slashed the Taiji yin-yang chi were all sent flying away. They didn't fly back along the original path, but their direction was shifted. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Countless light blades emitted intense energy fluctuations. They were like flowers that filled the sky as they shot in all directions. Several light blades went straight towards the place where Gu Fei was standing. Gu Fei soared into the sky and evaded the light blades transformed from demon runes. A strong rumbling sound came from under his feet. Dust soared into the sky. Several light blades destroyed the place where Gu Fei had just stood a moment ago. Brat, what are you still looking at? Hurry up and let me out. The black and white skulls roared again and again. It seemed to be extremely strenuous. Balls of yin and yang light lingered around its body and moved away all the light blades that were shooting towards it. However, as long as the demon runes on the ground were not erased, the light blades transformed from the demon runes would be endless. Even if the black and white skulls could resist for a while, their soul power would be completely exhausted by the demon formation after a long time. Why should I let you out? Gu Fei said with a smile. He stood in the void and looked down at the black and white skeletons who were in a panic. Gu Fei could already tell that the strange skeleton that had broken into the demon formation set up by Old Tortoise was not weak. It was comparable to an undead king. However, it was weaker than the black bone dragon that he had killed. This skeleton was not a match for him. Gu Fei came to this conclusion. However, he did not dare to be careless. Who knew if this yin and yang skeleton had any powerful trump cards? The yin and yang skeleton was shouting and shouting. All kinds of indecent language came out from its skull. It was even more ruffian than Old Tortoise. It should not be a good bird. Undead creatures could only communicate with other creatures through soul fluctuations. This ruffian skeleton was no exception. It had no flesh and blood, only bones, which limited its ability to speak. Unless it could be reborn and completely reverse life and death, it would be absolutely impossible for these undead creatures to regain their ability to speak. Brat, if you are willing to let me out, I will give you a saint spring. The yin and yang skeleton shouted. It could not hold on any longer. The soul flame in its skull began to dim. Using the yin and yang great shift seemed to consume a large amount of soul power. It should be known that this demon formation was set up by Old Tortoise, a demon god level monster. It definitely had the power to kill an undead king. The yin and yang skeleton was only able to hold on until now because of its yin and yang great shift. It was able to move the killing light formed by the demon runes away. What is a saint spring? Gu Fei was startled. This was the first time he had heard of the term saint spring. However, if the opponent was willing to use this saint spring to exchange for its life, then this item was definitely not simple. The yin and yang skeleton's jaw almost dropped to the ground. You actually don't know what a saint spring is? Could it be that you are not a person of this world? The yin-yang skeleton was extremely shocked. While it was blocking the purple light blades that were constantly slashing at it from all directions, it sent out this kind of mental wave. I don't know. What's so strange about it? Gu Fei said indifferently. In fact, in this world of death, a saint spring is not a secret to powerful existences. The yin and yang skeleton analyzed. Gu Fei became a bit impatient. This yin and yang skeleton talked too much, so he said, hurry up and tell me. If you don't, then I will leave. You can slowly enjoy yourself in this formation. Don't. I'll tell you, okay? The yin and yang skeleton was panicking. If the opponent left, then it would fall here. I'm listening. Gu Fei stood in the air and looked down at the yin and yang skeleton that was trapped in the formation. His eyes were calm without a trace of emotion. The life spring is the spring of life. In this world, wherever there is a life spring, there will be living beings with flesh and blood like you. After thinking for a while, the yin-yang skeleton transmitted this mental wave from its skull. Spring of life? Hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help but flash. The value of a spring of life was hard to estimate. Legend has it that the spring water from the spring of life could revive the dead. How do I know whether you are lying or not? In this world of death, there is not a trace of life. How could there be a spring of life? Gu Fei coldly said. Seeing that Gu Fei didn't believe it, the yin and yang skeleton couldn't help but become anxious. It quickly said, "What I said is true. Everything in this world has a natural counter to each other. If there is death, then there is life. If there is life, then there is death. This is the heavenly Tao. When the death qi gathers to a certain degree, it will give birth to life." Hearing this, Gu Fei pondered. This yin and yang skeleton's words seemed to be quite beneficial. The most important thing was that this yin and yang skeleton wasn't his opponent. If this yin and yang skeleton dared to lie to him, then he could just kill it. Thinking about this, the yin and yang skeleton started to shout again. The demon runes formed a blade light that had already begun to break through the yin and yang qi's blockade, causing the yin and yang skeleton to be in a dangerous situation. "Hey, hey, hey," I said, "if you don't save me, I will die again." The black and white soul fire in the yin and yang skeleton's skull violently throbbed. Swoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps and rushed down from the sky. He used the footwork that old tortoise had taught him to pass through the sky full of light blades. Every step he took followed a mysterious path. The demon runes formed a terrifying killing light, but it didn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Hey, why does this footwork look so familiar? After seeing Gu Fei's footwork, the yin and yang skeleton's eye sockets suddenly emitted a bright soul light. Huh? Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that this guy had seen old tortoise? However, this was not the time for him to think too much. After Gu Fei entered the demon formation, he quickly arrived at the yin and yang skeleton's side. Boom! The void shook, and the 5 elements 5 worlds rushed out from Gu Fei's body. The expanded 5 elements world immediately enveloped the yin and yang skeleton. Wow, wow, wow. You actually cultivated an inner world? The yin and yang skeleton cried out. The technique that Gu Fei displayed was too amazing. This skeleton actually knew about the inner world. This guy didn't seem to be simple. Gu Fei knew that now was not the time to think about it. The 5 elements world lingered around his body, and the demon runes on the ground emitted a dazzling brilliance. Every demon rune seemed to be alive, rushing up from the ground and turning into a terrible divine light. It pierced through the void and shot toward Gu Fei. The divine light that condensed the power of heaven and earth was no longer as simple as old tortoise's demonic power. Countless divine lights directly penetrated the 5 elements world like divine spears and stabbed toward Gu Fei in the 5 elements world. Gu Fei's body shook violently as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He never thought that the demon formation that old tortoise had set up to seal the valley would be so powerful. Chapter 494. The demon marks were created by the demon race's extreme Tao experts by comprehending the heavenly Tao and deriving the essence of the heavens and earth. Every demon mark contained a Tao rhythm and could gather the power of the heavens and earth, possessing unfathomable power. The old turtle was a great demon from ancient times. The demon marks that he mastered were ancient demon marks, which were very different from the demon clan's demon marks of today. Ancient demon inscriptions could be said to be extinct in the Tenglong continent. Other than some ancient demon inscriptions recorded in the ancient books passed down by the great figures of the demon clan, traces of ancient demon inscriptions could only occasionally be found in ancient ruins. However, the ancient ruins that could leave ancient demon marks were either the abodes of great ancient demons or the places where they cultivated in seclusion. Such places were usually dangerous and dangerous. No one knew what would happen after entering this kind of historical remains, and no one knew if they would be able to come out. Therefore, in the current Tenglong continent, the only great demon that could truly master the ancient demon marks was the ruffian old turtle. It had to be said that ancient demon marks were definitely one of the most powerful Tao marks in the world. The demon formation that the old turtle set up with demon marks was extremely powerful. Those who barged into the demon formation, unless they had the cultivation of an immortal, would not be able to escape death. Outside the valley, demon qi soared into the sky. Demon light pierced through the void and rushed straight up to the sky. Like a destructive divine light, it tore the void and heaven apart. Rumble, terrifying energy spread in all directions. The heaven and earth were shaking. In the thousands of demon light, Gu Fei walked in the 5 elements world with the ruffian skeleton. He used his 8 steps extreme speed to travel through the 5 elements world. It was as if he was teleporting. He rushed out of the demon formation and quickly went far away. With such a big movement here, it was hard to guarantee that the powerful creatures in the nearby areas would not find out. This small valley was no longer a place to stay for long. The power of the void in the 5 elements world allowed Gu Fei's flying speed to increase by a large margin. It was as if he was walking through a narrow crack in the void. With a single step, he was already hundreds of feet away. This extreme speed was something that even he could not predict before. Boss, with your speed, I dare say that no one in the entire outer region is faster than you. Even the Bone Emperor, the Corpse Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor can only follow behind you and eat your fart. The ruffian skeleton began to flatter Gu Fei. Gu Fei sneered. This fellow was even more of a ruffian than the old tortoise. His mouth was full of nonsense. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. The surrounding scenery was rapidly flying backward. Walking in the Five Elements world, Gu Fei was incomparably relaxed. Soon he had rushed out dozens of miles away. Boss, you really are my idol. What kind of footwork is that? Every step he takes contains the laws of heaven and earth and has a supreme Tao charm. This is definitely a supreme mystic art. I, Old Black, am truly envious. If I could have such speed, I would even dare to take a look at the Bone Emperor's treasury. My admiration for Boss is like an endless torrent of underworld water, like an overflowing sea of blood. It is unstoppable. Boss, I, Old Black, have decided that I will follow you from now on. The ruffian skeleton continued to babble nonsense. Gu Fei turned a deaf ear to it and ignored it, allowing it to talk nonsense. However, Gu Fei had never seen such a glib skeleton before. This ruffian skeleton chattered non-stop for a full half an hour, and there was still no sign of it stopping. At this time, Gu Fei had already rushed out hundreds of miles away, far away from the small valley where he and the old tortoise had agreed to meet. Gu Fei's premonition was really accurate. Just as he and the ruffian skeleton left, a cloud of dark underworld fog appeared from the west of the valley, covering the sky and covering the earth. The soaring demonic aura outside the valley entrance quickly converged. The demonic patterns that pierced through the void and split apart the heaven and earth began to submerge into the ground. The terrifying fluctuations quickly calmed down. When the dark clouds and underworld fog surged over, the energy fluctuations outside the valley entrance had already completely disappeared, as if nothing had happened. At this time, all the undead creatures in this area felt a terrifying aura. A torrential death aura surged between heaven and earth, causing all the undead creatures to tremble with fear. Within the endless death aura, two blood-red lights coldly swept over the valley below. The powerful existence within the death aura seemed to have some misgivings. Roar. Hateful Mahakala, he actually set up such a sinister trap and wants me to jump into it? If I catch you, I'll definitely make you taste the pain of refining your soul. The two blood-red lights in the death chi disappeared into the darkness. The expert within the death aura seemed to be very angry. Then, the overwhelming death aura surged in the direction where Gu Fei and the ruffian skeleton had disappeared, quickly disappearing into the dusky world. In the dusky world, dark clouds drifted in the sky and underworld fog pervaded the ground. Swoosh! A five-colored splendor cut through the pitch-black sky like a rainbow and headed south. Who the hell did you provoke? Two figures were wrapped in the five-colored rainbow. One was a white-robed youth, and the other was a strange skeleton that was half white and half black. Boss, I'm a compassionate person who is loved by everyone. I'm a good person among the undead creatures. Why would I provoke anyone? The ruffian skeleton said very seriously. Why don't you ask around and see if there's anyone in this world of death who doesn't know me, hey Tian? I'd be a fool if I believed you. How about I let you meet up with that guy behind you? Gu Fei said disdainfully. If this ruffian was a good person, then there wouldn't be any bad people in this world. Gu Fei found out from his conversation with the ruffian skeleton that this guy was called He Tian. This He Tian's strength had already reached the undead monarch realm, and his soul power was incomparably strong. However, it had to be said that this Mahakala seemed to be an out-and-out ruffian. No one knew how this fellow had managed to cultivate to the king realm. Don't. I'm not familiar with that stinky guy. I'm really not familiar with him. He Tian waved his bony hands randomly. He thought to himself, if that guy sees me, won't he tear me apart? Dozens of miles away, a pitch-black death aura surged through the void at high speed, chasing after Gu Fei and the ruffian skeleton He Tian. That guy is really annoying. The five elemental worlds appeared around Gu Fei. He grabbed He Tian and used the 8 desolation steps with all his strength. The five elemental worlds completely isolated Gu Fei and He Tian's aura. Even the fluctuations of their souls were sealed inside the five elemental worlds. Gu Fei and He Tian flew forward at an extremely fast speed. After flying for dozens of miles, Gu Fei retracted the five elemental worlds and descended towards a mountain below. It was a small pitch-black mountain with some strange plants growing on it. These plants were deathly gray in color, and there were fluctuations of yin energy on them. These short plants were sparse and there were not many of them. They looked like thorns and vines. Gu Fei had never seen such strange things before. Since these plants could grow in the Hell Realm, they should be plants with Yin energy. If they were in the outside world, they would be turned into dust by the Yang energy just like those evil spirits. They can still track me like this? Standing on the peak, Gu Fei turned around and looked in the direction they came from. He could sense an aura of death rapidly approaching them. That guy is a capable general under the corpse sovereign. The ruffian skeleton He Tian said with some fear. He knew very well what kind of powerful existence he had offended. Did you take something from him? That's why that guy is chasing after you. Gu Fei glanced at the ruffian skeleton and said indifferently. The corpse sovereign was one of the 3 most powerful giants in the outer region of this world. He had tens of thousands of corpse generals and corpse soldiers under him. His cultivation was also extremely terrifying. Even the Netherworld Emperor and the Bone Emperor had to be wary of him. Gu Fei already had a rough idea of the situation in the outer region of the Hell Realm. You can clearly see what I have on me with just one glance. How could I be one of those petty thieves? The ruffian skeleton said with a righteous tone. Is that so? Gu Fei didn't deny it. Other than his black and white skeleton body, He Tian didn't seem to have anything on him. He didn't even have a weapon. Why is this guy in such a miserable state? It's weird. Gu Fei couldn't help but think that an undead with strength comparable to a king-level being wouldn't even have a decent weapon on hand. This was simply too unreasonable. However, this wasn't the time for Gu Fei to think about it. This was because the terrifying expert that was chasing after him was about to arrive. Gu Fei could already see the netherworld death aura that emitted a terrifying aura of death suddenly surging out from the dusky sky and earth. Boss, what should we do? The ruffian skeleton He Tian couldn't help but become nervous. The soul fire in his skull was beating violently. The opponent was a capable general of the corpse sovereign. His strength was stronger than a normal king, and he was definitely not a match for him. This guy looked around and began to look for a way out. If there was any danger, he would definitely be the first to escape. It wasn't shameful to escape. Those who could escape but didn't escape were definitely the biggest idiots in the world. In this world, there was nothing more important than one's own life. This was the principle that He Tian believed in. If he could win, then he would fight. If he couldn't, then he would run. He wouldn't try to be a hero. It was more important to stay alive. Perhaps it was because of this that ruffian Mithraea was able to turn calamities into blessings from time to time in this world of death and survive until now. The undead creatures at the same time as him were almost all dead. Only he was still alive and well. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He looked at the horizon and his pupils shrank. In front of him, a vast deathly aura was sweeping over, causing his heart to palpitate. The opponent's strength seemed to be above that of the black-boned demonic dragon that he killed. This kind of cultivation was already in between the void-controlling and demigod realm. The evil corpse that was emitting a terrifying deathly aura was stronger than a normal undead king. Chapter 495. In the distant horizon, an endless aura of death covered the sky and covered the earth. Within the ink-black aura of death, there were 2 flashing blood-red lights. The terrifying energy waves were vast and mighty in the sky. It was as if a peerless evil demon had come out. The aura of death filled the world, making people's hearts palpitate. What a powerful evil corpse. Gu Fei's heart trembled. He stood on the peak of the mountain, calmly watching the nether fog and the aura of death that was rapidly approaching. The opponent's strength aroused Gu Fei's fighting spirit. A martial artist in the 6th layer of the royal void realm had a martial body comparable to a divine weapon. Coupled with his unpredictable combat skills, he could definitely fight against a cultivator in the peak of the 9th layer of the royal void realm. Gu Fei's hair fluttered without any wind. A powerful wave of primordial chi spread from his body, and his skin, which was exposed outside his clothes, immediately shone with a multicolored luster. An invisible wave of air swept out from his body, causing Erebus, who was behind him, to be extremely shocked. It was as if he had been pushed by an invisible hand, causing him to take 3 steps back in succession. Is this guy really a powerhouse who came from the depths of this world? The ruffian skeleton He Tian was extremely shocked. Although Gu Fei looked young, his cultivation level and strength were extremely powerful. The ruffian skeleton He Tian could never have imagined that Gu Fei was actually not a person of this world, but an outsider from the outside world. On the Tenglong continent, there weren't many small worlds like the Hell Path and the Virtual Sky World, which were comparable to perfect worlds. However, what was certain was that such small worlds were definitely not limited to the Hell Path and the Virtual Sky World. The magic power and divine ability of the distant past era reached the heavens. They had the great ability to split the primal chaos and develop heaven and earth. They could create their own inner world, and after a long period of time, they could refine their inner world into a world. The Buddhist Almighty had the saying of the 3,000 worlds. It could be seen that inner worlds were actually not rare. However, those who could refine inner worlds were definitely existences of the immortal realm. Gu Fei being able to refine an inner world was definitely an anomaly. Gu Fei really wanted to have a great battle with such an expert. He wanted to see how strong he had become. However, he couldn't afford to be entangled with this terrifying opponent who was hiding in the death chi. The path of hell was filled with danger. Gu Fei had to find Old Tortoise first before planning his next step. After all, Old Tortoise was a figure from ancient times and seemed to know some secrets of the path of hell. Gu Fei did not want to stay in the hell realm for too long. Moreover, he did not enter the hell realm willingly. If not for Old Tortoise, he would not have entered the world of death. Without sufficient strength, there was an 80 to 90% chance that one would die in these ominous lands. Gu Fei had just stepped onto the path of a true powerhouse and had a long time to cultivate. He did not want to die young. A peerless expert in the Imperial Void Realm had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Gu Fei was not even 30 years old. He looked more like a youth in his early 20s. In 1,000 years' time, no matter how difficult the path of martial arts was, he was confident that he could cultivate to the 9th heaven of the Imperial Void Realm and even have the opportunity to become a demigod. Therefore, Gu Fei wanted to find Old Tortoise as soon as possible and then head into the depths of the Hell Realm. He wanted to find the source of this world and refine the path of hell. At this moment, there was a chilly wind between heaven and earth. The underworld fog filled the air and the death chi descended. It was as if there were countless evil spirits howling in the death chi. It was eerie and terrifying. The entire world seemed to have become a void filled with death. The bone-piercing chilly wind made Gu Fei feel cold all over. The underworld cold wind came from the surging death chi. It was like an invisible sharp blade. The rocks of the entire mountain were melting and collapsing, and layers of dust fell from the chilly wind. If an ordinary person was hit by the chilly wind, their flesh and bones would melt in an instant. Even their spirit would be torn apart and they would never be able to reincarnate. "Boss, that guy is here." He Tian hid behind Gu Fei. There were a few times when he wanted to run away as fast as he could. The other party was able to become a capable subordinate of the Corpse Emperor. He definitely had great strength and unparalleled combat power. "What are you afraid of?" Gu Fei sneered. Although the other party was powerful, he was not afraid. Instead, his fighting spirit was like a rainbow and he wanted to fight it. Rumble, a huge black hand reached out from the surging death chi. It enveloped a part of the void and grabbed at Gu Fei and the ruffian skeleton Erebus. "It's over, it's over." The ruffian skeleton Erebus was terrified. He wanted to escape, but the entire world seemed to have been sealed by the terrifying power that surged out from the giant hand, making him feel as if he couldn't escape. The entire mountain peak trembled. Endless stone powder fell down. A terrifying strength seemed to want to obliterate everything. The void trembled and transparent ripples spread out. The void that was enveloped by the giant hand cracked like a delicate porcelain. Black spatial cracks began to appear. The terrifying power caused cracks to appear in the void. What bad luck, what bad luck. If I had known this would happen, I would have run away just now. The ruffian skeleton hid behind Gu Fei. The black and white soul fires in his skull fiercely flickered, emitting terrifying soul fluctuations. "Hey Tian, let's see where you can run now." "Aha, even someone from the saint race is here. My luck today isn't bad." Tumbling death energy covered the world. A terrifying aura filled the air, and cold soul fluctuations directly echoed in Gu Fei's heart. Two beams of blood-red light broke through the layers of death energy, shooting downwards. It was like a terrifying demon was staring at Gu Fei and He Tian. This evil corpse didn't seem to place Gu Fei and He Tian in its eyes at all. What a pity. Gu Fei sighed. Such a master had come at the wrong time. At the same time, a purple flame appeared between his eyebrows. The void in front of him seemed to collapse. Then Gu Fei grabbed the ruffian skeleton He Tian and stepped forwards, vanishing into the void. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The moment that Gu Fei and He Tian vanished, the black hand came crashing down from the sky, directly smashing apart the entire mountain peak. The world shook, dust flew into the air and rocks shot through the air. For a time, it was as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. Amidst the tumbling death energy, a strong soul fluctuation was transmitted. The terrifying existence within the death energy had never imagined that Gu Fei and He Tian would suddenly vanish into the void. Roar! How could this be? A tall figure loomed in the death energy. Two beams of blood-red light swept in all directions. The evil corpse wanted to find Gu Fei and He Tian. However, it found nothing in the end. Gu Fei and He Tian seemed to have suddenly disappeared. It wasn't like they seemed to have disappeared. They disappeared into thin air, and it couldn't sense any of their auras or soul fluctuations anymore. The evil corpse emitted a monstrous death energy, roaring again and again. The entire world shook, and all the undead within 100 li radius trembled in fear. Boom. 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 That terrifying figure casually bombarded downwards, and mountain peaks were continuously blasted apart. Dust rose high into the sky, and some of the weaker undead creatures were also affected. Their bones and bodies were shattered, and their souls were scattered. That terrifying evil corpse roared for a while before stopping. Then the endless death energy began to recede like a tide, completely submerging into the evil corpse's body. A figure shrouded in black energy appeared high up in the sky. Wow. Boss, you've really refined an inner world. My admiration for you is like a torrential. Stop. When Gu Fei heard the ruffian skeleton He Tian's words, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Goosebumps rose all over his body, and he hastily interrupted He Tian's words. Gu Fei and He Tian stood on a hillside. This small world was less than 10 li in radius, and most of it was bare sand and mud without any plants. There wasn't a lot of spiritual energy in this world, and everything was still evolving. However, in a valley where spiritual energy was converging, Gu Fei had opened up a medicinal field for planting spiritual herbs. The 9-leaf longevity grass and 10,000-year-old black ginseng were transplanted into the medicinal field. Boss, I couldn't tell that you're actually a great hidden expert. He Tian said in an ingratiating manner. He thought that this kid seemed to be more proficient in the art of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger than himself. Of course, these words could be said out loud. To be able to refine an inner world, one's cultivation had to be at least at the immortal realm. However, if this kid was an immortal realm expert, why didn't he dare to fight with that evil corpse, and instead hid in his inner world? This was really strange. The ruffian skeleton He Tian couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Gu Fei suddenly turned to look at He Tian. His gaze was incomparably deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. Boss, you? He Tian couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate under Gu Fei's gaze. This was Gu Fei's inner world, and Gu Fei was the supreme god of this world. If he used the power of heaven and earth to kill him, he wouldn't be able to fight back at all. He Tian was secretly shocked. After a long while, Gu Fei withdrew his gaze and said indifferently, I didn't expect that a guy like you would have such guts despite your mediocre cultivation. The evil corpse outside was extremely powerful, and its strength was comparable to that of a human demigod. Gu Fei wasn't certain that he could defeat it. Of course, if he used the purple gold divine sword, Gu Fei was confident that he could kill it with his sword. However, after he used the sword, a large amount of his vitality would definitely be absorbed by the divine sword. If this ruffian skeleton took the opportunity to attack him when he was weak, he would probably also be defeated by this guy. The ruffian skeleton He Tian was definitely not a kind person. Gu Fei was sure that this He Tian was like Old Tortoise, who was good at backstabbing others. Of course, this ruffian skeleton might even be worse than Old Tortoise. Please, I'm just bones from head to toe. I don't have any guts, alright? The ruffian skeleton He Tian said as a mental strength spread out from his skull. Although He Tian was an undead creature, there were no obstacles in the conversation between Gu Fei and He Tian. Tell me, where did you keep that thing? Gu Fei couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with He Tian, so he got straight to the point. As expected, this guy must have taken something important from the evil corpse outside. Otherwise, that evil corpse wouldn't have chased after this ruffian skeleton. Boss, I'm innocent. I really didn't take anything from that stinky guy, He Tian said miserably. Chapter 496. The Corpse Emperor's competent generals were extremely powerful and would make for a decent opponent. However, Gu Fei was unwilling to get entangled with them, so he retreated into his inner world. Gu Fei and the ruffian skeleton He Tian stood on a hillside in his inner world. Gu Fei wanted to know why the demonic corpse was so relentless in its pursuit of He Tian. If you don't want to tell me, then I'll do it myself. Gu Fei pressed towards He Tian. This fellow was extremely cunning. If he didn't teach him a lesson, he would never tell the truth. Don't. When the ruffian saw that Gu Fei's attitude had turned cold, he couldn't help but panic. If Gu Fei really used a soul-searching technique to read his memories, all his secrets would be revealed to Gu Fei. Furthermore, if Gu Fei didn't have a good grasp of the soul-searching technique, his consciousness would be completely erased if he wasn't careful, and he would become a mindless skeleton. Therefore, before Gu Fei could make his next move, the soul fire in He Tian's skull, which looked like a Tai Chi symbol, suddenly emitted a dazzling light. A powerful soul wave spread out from the skull. Then a black and white brilliance rushed out from He Tian's right eye socket. Within the brilliance was something. It was a square seal, an ancient seal. More accurately speaking, it was a broken ancient seal. The moment the ancient seal rushed out from He Tian's skull, Gu Fei's hands immediately trembled. 2 weak soul waves were emitted from his hands. The mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword, which had been refined into Gu Fei's hands, actually showed signs of rushing out from Gu Fei's hands. As if they had met an old enemy, the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword vibrated in Gu Fei's hands and emitted a strong desire to fight. How can this be? The mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword are actually reacting to this ancient seal. Could it be that this ancient seal is actually a supreme treasure like the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword? Gu Fei was very shocked, but he didn't show it on his face. The mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword's spirit fluctuated intensely from his hands. Gu Fei's left hand emitted a hazy primordial chaos chi, while his right hand shone with the purple gold divine sword. The ancient seal enveloped by yin-yang chi rushed out from He Tian's skull and floated in front of He Tian. This ancient seal was only the size of a fist, but it gave off a feeling. The ancient seal was covered in cracks as if it could collapse at any time. As if sensing the existence of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword, the ancient seal also began to vibrate. Transparent ripples that were visible to the naked eye spread out from the ancient seal like water waves. Gu Fei felt an immense pressure from this ancient seal. It was as if this wasn't an ancient seal, but a giant mountain that couldn't be climbed. Your hand. At this moment, the ruffian skeleton He Tian had also sensed the abnormality in Gu Fei's hands. 2 powerful auras surged out from Gu Fei's hands, causing it to tremble in fear. This ancient seal was extraordinary. Gu Fei could already confirm that this ancient seal was definitely a supreme treasure. It was no wonder that the evil corpse would chase after He Tian relentlessly. However, this supreme treasure seemed to have been heavily damaged. The ancient seal was covered in cracks, and there was a faint undulation of soul power coming from it. With a sword hum, the purple gold divine sword in Gu Fei's right hand turned into a ray of purple light and shot out. Sword chi shot into the sky from Gu Fei's inner world, and the purple sword radiance illuminated the entire small world with a purplish gold color. Boom! With a huge tremor, an ancient cauldron surrounded by hazy primordial chaos aura rushed out from Gu Fei's left hand. An aura that seemed to originate from the primordial chaos immediately filled the space between heaven and earth. The 2 supreme treasures shot into the sky and emitted a terrifying pressure that caused the entire small world to tremble. The mighty aftershocks directly pressed the ruffian skeleton He Tian to the ground. Roar! Boss, hurry up and put away your 2 treasures. My bones are about to be crushed. The soul fire in He Tian's skull pulsed violently, and he was terrified. At this moment, Gu Fei was in a difficult situation. Although he was not overwhelmed by the powerful pressure, the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword had already left Gu Fei's control. Even if Gu Fei wanted to take them back, he could not. Swoosh! As if affected by the impact of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword, the ancient seal also emitted a terrifying energy fluctuation. It shot into the sky and stopped in front of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. The 3 treasures were facing each other. Supreme treasure. Gu Fei was extremely excited. He did not expect to find a supreme treasure in this world of death. This ancient Buddha was too abnormal. A supreme treasure had actually appeared in the hell path that he had refined. Could it be that an extreme powerhouse had fallen in the hell path? What kind of concept was an extreme powerhouse? It was the most powerful existence in the world. The end of the Tao was the extreme Tao. Legend had it that such people had reached the supreme realm of invincibility. Even if the world was destroyed, it would be difficult for them to fall. However, these extreme powerhouses had completely disappeared from this world. Even the immortals had not been seen for thousands of years. All the great powers and immortals had become legends. The extreme powerhouses had disappeared, but their weapons had been passed down. The great figures in the cultivation world believed that only the weapons and treasures refined by the extreme powerhouses could give birth to a soul. A weapon with a soul must be the sacred weapon of the extreme powerhouses. However, even in the world of cultivation, no one had actually seen an extreme path treasure. In fact, in the world of cultivation, weapons and magic treasures with souls were also a legend. Of course, there were also people who believed that the few super forces in the cultivation world controlled supreme treasures. It was precisely because of the existence of supreme treasures that these forces were able to prosper for a long time. However, no one knew what the true trump cards of these forces were. Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise pulled Gu Fei's thoughts back to reality. He focused his eyes and saw that the three treasures in the sky had all changed to the size of a mountain. The three treasures vibrated at the same time. The entire inner world seemed to have been hit by a terrifying storm. The void was shaking, the earth was cracking, and endless elements of fire, water, wind, and wind surged in the chaotic zone. Swoosh! The purple gold divine sword moved first. The sword light soared thousands of zhang like a destructive divine light. It directly slashed at the ancient seal. Wherever the sword light passed, the void shattered and turned into chaos. Bang! The ancient seal directly soared into the sky and clashed with the purple gold sword light. There was no blinding divine light, no terrifying waves of divine power. However, the void collapsed. The ancient seal directly shattered a part of the void. Boom! The sword light formed by the purple gold divine sword instantly collided with the ancient seal that rushed over like a huge mountain. The two treasures collided head-on, and terrifying energy fluctuations erupted. Endless sword chi tore through the void and pierced in all directions. Pitch-black spatial holes appeared in this world, and Gu Fei's inner world was full of holes. It was hard to describe this scene as an earth-shattering scene. At the center of the collision between the two treasures, the void within a radius of several miles instantly collapsed, forming an extremely terrifying and chaotic destructive storm. The purple gold divine sword and the ancient seal flew back at the same time. The two treasures clashed for the first time, and it seemed that there was no clear winner. The terrifying energy was raging and the world was collapsing. Gu Fei only felt as if his body had been pierced. Blood seeped out from all the pores on his body, and cracks appeared on his colorful bones that were harder than refined iron. Gu Fei's physical body was closely related to his inner world. If his inner world completely collapsed, his martial body would most likely be half crippled. Ugh! Gu Fei spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his body swayed. His face turned deathly pale and he finally knelt on one knee. The destruction of his inner world also caused Gu Fei's physical body to suffer a terrifying impact. "Boss, save me!" He Tian cried out. He was pressed to the ground by the mighty aftershock from the sky, and no matter how he struggled, he could not stand up. It was as if there were hundreds of thousands of mountains pressing down on He Tian's body, causing his bones to make crackling sounds as if they were about to break apart. The fire of the soul in his skull also dimmed. This time, the ruffian skeleton Erebus was truly flustered. Even his soul flame was descending down from the sky. A great power had sealed it. Even if he wanted to break out of his skull, his soul flame would not be able to escape. Moreover, where could it escape to in Gu Fei's inner world? How can I be so unlucky? He Tian wanted to cry but no tears came out. Of course he couldn't cry even if he wanted to because he was a skeleton, an undead creature. At this time, Gu Fei was also not feeling well. The power emitted by the three treasures was too strong. Fortunately, he was in his inner world and Gu Fei's inner world had isolated most of the power from the outside world. Even so, his body would occasionally emit crackling sounds, and all the bones in his body would be crushed to pieces. Bang! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and primal chaos energy surged out from the cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron displayed its supreme power of stabilizing the world, stabilizing this small world that was on the verge of collapse. The shattered void was rapidly mending itself. Very soon, Gu Fei's inner world stabilized once again. The cracks formed by the power of the two treasures and the holes created by the unparalleled sword chi were rapidly disappearing. The mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword were both spiritual treasures. They had recognized Gu Fei as their master. When Gu Fei was attacked, they automatically resisted and dissolved the attack for Gu Fei. This won't do. If I let these three treasures fight in my inner world, I'm afraid my inner world will most likely be destroyed. Gu Fei was horrified. It was just a frontal attack, but the terrifying power emitted by the two treasures almost caused his inner world to collapse. If they attacked a few more times, Gu Fei's inner world would definitely not be able to withstand it. Rumble! The ancient seal emitted a dazzling divine light, smashed the void and moved towards the mountain and river cauldron. The inner world that was stabilized by the mountain and river cauldron shook violently again. This ancient seal did not care about Gu Fei's life. Damn it! If you want to fight, then fight outside. Although Gu Fei was the master of this world, the power of the supreme treasures was too strong and terrifying. They were not suppressed by this small world at all. Seeing that the ancient seal was about to hit the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei gritted his teeth and opened his inner world with all his strength. The three treasures were instantly moved out of his inner world. Chapter 497. Boom. There was a loud noise and the dusky world seemed to collapse all of a sudden. In the hell path, the void within a radius of a few miles collapsed in an instant. A terrifying and powerful energy fluctuation surged out from the shattered void. Behind the shattered void, there seemed to be another world vaguely. An aura different from the hell path pervaded the air, as if another world was about to descend into the hell path. At this moment, all the undead creatures within a radius of 100 miles felt a terrifying fluctuation. All the undead creatures were horrified and terrified. What's going on? A tall figure shrouded in black chi rushed up to the sky from below. The scene in front of him was too shocking. The world was collapsing, and a void wanted to squeeze into this world, appearing in this world. This undead creature that rushed up from below was the capable general of the Bone Emperor, who had chased after the ruffian skeleton He Tian. It was a terrifying evil corpse. Just as the evil corpse was in a state of bewilderment, a giant seal the size of a mountain rushed out from the void. Boom. As the giant seal appeared, the entire world shook. The evil corpse was almost shaken down from the sky. My baby. Damn He Tian, what did he do? When the evil corpse saw the giant seal, it was extremely excited. Its bloody eyes emitted two bloody rays that were several feet long. The death aura surged and the evil corpse directly made a move. A pitch-black hand condensed in the void, emitting an endless death aura, and grabbed at the giant seal. It wanted to take back the ancient seal. However, it was wishful thinking on its part if it wanted to take back the ancient seal. The ancient seal was fixed in the sky, emitting a vast and boundless energy fluctuation. With a gentle shake, the evil corpse's black hand exploded in the void. Buzz! The sound of a sword resounded through the world. A purple divine light rushed out from the shattered void and directly slashed at the ancient seal. It was just a sword, but it seemed as if the entire world had been split into two. Endless sword aura filled the world in an instant, splitting the void and stirring up the world. Boom! A loud explosion was heard, as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. The two great treasures collided with each other once again. Boundless sword lights and terrifying energy swept out in all directions. A series of spatial cracks spread out from the center of the collision between the two treasures. It had to be said that the Hell Dao refined by the Buddhist Lord was much more stable than Gu Fei's inner world. The clash between the two treasures didn't cause the void to collapse. The Purgatory Dao was a world that was comparable to a perfect world. The void of the world was extremely stable, and it was very difficult to be truly destroyed. The spatial cracks were shrinking rapidly, and the shattered void was recovering rapidly. The energy storm that swept out directly swept away the incomparably powerful evil corpse. The remnant power that descended from the sky directly caused several mountain peaks below to collapse and disappear completely. Everything in the world seemed to be as fragile as ants in front of the Supreme Dao treasure. The terrifying power displayed by the Supreme Dao treasure could really destroy the world. The evil corpse roared again and again, and it was sent flying 3,000 meters away by the mighty wave of chi. Only then did it barely manage to stabilize itself. It was horrified. Never had it imagined that the ancient seal would actually have such terrifying power. Moreover, what made the evil corpse frightened was that apart from the ancient seal, there was also a divine sword that could compete with the ancient seal. Rumble! At this moment, an extremely shocking sound came from behind the shattered void. It seemed as if there were tens of thousands of horses galloping, and it also sounded like muffled thunder that came from the nine heavens. The world shook violently. The evil corpse was shocked to feel that the world behind the void emitted a terrifying fluctuation that was not weaker than the ancient seal and the divine sword. It was extremely shocked. A huge cauldron rose from the void. The cauldron was as big as a mountain, and it was surrounded by a misty light that looked like the primal chaos. An aura that seemed to come from a primitive world immediately spread out. Another heaven-defying ancient treasure? This is too crazy. The appearance of the mountain and river cauldron caused the evil corpse to be completely petrified. It had already obtained this ancient seal for a long time, but it was still unable to refine it. Although this ancient seal was full of cracks, it contained a trace of soul fluctuation. It was a heaven-defying ancient treasure in the death world that could break the cage of heaven and earth. However, it was a pity that this treasure was difficult to refine. It was truly controlled by the evil corpse, and it was even stolen by the ruffian skeleton He Tian, causing it to chase him for thousands of miles. It even directly killed its way from the Corpse Emperor's territory to the Bone Emperor's territory. Some of the emperors of the death world had already faintly felt that although this death world was vast and boundless, it seemed to be a huge cage of heaven and earth. Moreover, some supreme experts had a chance to awaken their past and recover their past memories. It could also be said that these were the memories of their previous lives. Therefore, many undead creatures that were as powerful as the supreme experts of the human world wanted to break the cage of heaven and earth and enter the wider world outside. The memories of the ruffian skeleton He Tian's previous life were gradually awakening. Gu Fei had a bold guess that this ruffian skeleton might be related to the supreme expert that had successfully reversed life and death and reconstructed his physical body in the yin-yang fish jade pendant. When the evil corpse saw the 3 heaven-defying ancient treasures, it was extremely covetous. It couldn't wait to immediately take them. However, it had some misgivings and didn't dare to act rashly. The 3 great treasures confronted each other high up in the sky, and the energy fluctuations they emitted caused the heaven and earth to change color. The mountain and river cauldron suppressed the heaven and earth, and the void where the giant cauldron was located seemed to have solidified into a piece of divine metal. The sword chi of the purple gold divine sword soared into the sky, and the void where the divine sword was located was constantly pierced by the unparalleled sword chi. Spatial holes continuously disappeared around the divine sword. After the mountain and river cauldron rose from Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Fei closed his inner world. At this time he was completely exhausted. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and he slumped weakly on the hillside. The ruffian skeleton He Tian was in an even more miserable state. The terrifying might of the 3 supreme treasures had shattered his half-black, half-white yin-yang skeleton. Only a dim soul fire still flickered in the skull, and it hadn't been completely extinguished. It could be said that this ruffian skeleton was really lucky. This was enough to show that He Tian was extraordinary. If he was half an undead monarch, his soul fire would have been completely obliterated by the power of the 3 great treasures, and his soul would have been destroyed. Chapter 498. Humph. Although I can't suppress the supreme treasures, I can throw them out of my inner world. Gu Fei looked up and saw that the void hole in the sky was closing rapidly. Gu Fei couldn't suppress the supreme treasures, so he had to open his inner world and move the mountain and river cauldron, the purple gold divine sword, and the ancient seal out of his inner world. If the 3 supreme treasures were to fight with each other in his inner world, Gu Fei's inner world would definitely be destroyed. This was the last thing Gu Fei wanted to see. He turned over and lay on the ground. At this time he felt as if half of his body was falling apart. He was so weak that he didn't even want to move a finger. Soon the opened inner world was completely closed, isolating the terrifying energy fluctuations from the outside. It had to be said that the power displayed by the 3 supreme treasures was too terrifying. If they were to unleash their full power, any one of them could destroy Gu Fei's inner world countless times over. Gu Fei's inner world suffered heavy damage and was in a mess. Even the small valley where the elixirs were grown was affected. A huge crack tore the entire valley into 2 halves. Fortunately, the elixirs planted in the medicine field were not destroyed. Otherwise it would have been a really heavy loss. Gu Fei lay quietly on the ground. His flesh and bones were gently trembling, releasing wisps of warrior's true essence to nourish his exhausted body. His cracked bones were also gradually healing. The advantage of the 5 elements martial body was displayed at this time. Its powerful healing ability allowed Gu Fei's body to quickly recover even if it was seriously injured. With the vibration of his muscles and bones, a wisp of yuan qi flowed through Gu Fei's body along his meridians. The dim 5 elements qi in his dantian also began to gradually brighten. With Gu Fei's dantian as the center, the endless meridians, like a divinized 5-colored ray of light, spread throughout his entire body. Gu Fei's dantian, ever since his cultivation broke through to the 6th level of the void-controlling realm, had become a place where the power of the 5 elements converged. Before this, Gu Fei's dantian was merely a decoration and did not gather too much power of the 5 elements. However, after Gu Fei broke through the cultivation barrier and his cultivation broke into the 6th heaven of the imperial void realm, his body seemed to have undergone a subtle change. The result of this change was that Gu Fei's dantian, which had never been valued by Gu Fei, became the place where the 5 elements of true essence gathered. The dantian was like a vast lake or ocean that could store a vast amount of yuan qi. This was also the reason why the dantian was called the Sea of Qi. Before the 6th heaven of the imperial void realm, this was unimaginable. The ancient martial way that Gu Fei cultivated was to smelt the yuan qi that he had cultivated into his flesh and bones, tempering his physical body day and night, causing his physical body to undergo a transformation. The container for storing yuan qi was the physical body, not the dantian. Therefore there was no excess yuan qi gathered in the dantian to be stored. Gu Fei had already faintly felt that the yuan qi that his physical body could contain had probably reached its limit. His flesh and bones could no longer smelt any more yuan qi. Therefore it was difficult to smelt the new yuan qi into his flesh and bones, but it was also difficult to leak out of the body. Therefore the excess yuan qi gathered in the dantian. Gu Fei could already foresee that when the yuan qi filled up the dantian, his martial body and strength would most likely undergo another transformation. The path of martial arts was the cultivation of the martial body and strength. In the process of continuous transformation of the martial body and strength, the treasures in the martial body would constantly be opened, and even more powerful strength and physique would be obtained. However, the yuan qi in Gu Fei's dantian was really too little. The entire dantian was like a dried-up lake. The qi mass formed by Gu Fei's 5 elements' true essence was only equivalent to a drop of water in the lake. If he wanted to fill the lake, he would need a huge amount of yuan qi. The path of martial arts was far more difficult than other cultivation systems. If he wanted the martial body and strength to undergo another transformation, the yuan qi needed would be an immeasurable amount. This was also the reason why, for thousands of years, martial arts had completely declined. Unless there were countless spiritual essences of heaven and earth to provide spiritual energy, or to find a paradise with a spiritual vein of the earth to cultivate, otherwise, it would be impossible to cultivate such a vast amount of yuan qi by relying on one's own efforts. Gu Fei lay on the ground, silently operating his mysterious technique. In addition to releasing the yuan qi that had been melted into his flesh and bones, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth from the outside world was also gathering towards him. This small world was originally Gu Fei's inner world. With just a thought, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth from all directions gathered towards Gu Fei and entered his body. Gu Fei's breathing gradually became long and steady. Tiny rays of light, almost invisible, flowed into his body from his skin and swam within his body. He was very talented in the path of cultivation, and he was also very hard-working. Ever since he was a child, he had been brought to Taishin Mountain by his master to study the mysterious and unpredictable ancient martial arts. A path to the supreme palace of martial arts had already begun to open for him. Boss. A faint soul fluctuation came from the skull of the ruffian skeleton He Tian. His extremely hard bones scattered on the ground. He had been severely injured. Not only were his bones scattered, but even the fire of the soul in his skull was dim and without light. Oh, help. The ruffian skeleton He Tian was like a seriously injured person who only had one breath left, but he could not die. He struggled on the edge of death and called for help from Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei could not even take care of himself. How could he have the time to pay attention to this guy? Gu Fei used the interval between his breaths as a rhythm. Every time he inhaled, he guided the spiritual qi outside his body into his body. This allowed the spiritual qi to pass through his flesh and enter his organs and bones. Every inch of his body was filled with colorful rays of light. Then, when he exhaled, the impure yuan qi in his organs, bones, and flesh would pass through the pores of his skin and be expelled from his body. This cycle continued without end. The spiritual qi was constantly purified, and the flesh and blood were constantly repaired and improved by the purest energy. The blood clots in Gu Fei's body seeped out of his body along with the impure yuan qi. Gu Fei's injured body was rapidly healing. The essence of cultivation on the path of martial arts was to continuously break the shackles of the human body and realize the continuous transformation and sublimation of the martial body. Gu Fei firmly believed that one day he would be able to break through the boundaries of life and death like those famous people who had shaken the world for thousands of years. He would step into the legendary realm of immortality and an indestructible martial body. His inner world had suffered a great impact. Gu Fei's martial body was also affected, and his injuries were not light. The spiritual qi gathered from all directions and surged around Gu Fei's body. The spiritual qi around Gu Fei's body gradually thickened to the point that specks of spiritual light could be seen floating and flickering. This was spiritual energy that could be seen with the naked eye. The ruffian skeleton He Tian was also devouring the surrounding spiritual qi. The soul fire in his skull was different from the others. It was revolving like a Tai Chi diagram. A weak soul fire. Unexpectedly, a ball of light similar to the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram was formed in his skull. The surrounding spiritual qi was attracted by this ball of light, and gradually gathered towards He Tian's skull. This guy seemed to know some kind of cultivation technique. He was gathering the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, causing the soul fire in his skull to gradually become brighter, and he was able to escape from the danger of his soul dissipating. After this ruffian skeleton stole the ancient seal from the evil corpse, he hid it in his skull and tempered it with the soul fire day and night, wanting to refine it for his own use. Who knew that not only did He Tian fail to refine the ancient seal, but he was also almost killed by it. A small part of the spiritual qi that Gu Fei had gathered was taken away by He Tian, but there was nothing wrong with it. It didn't affect Gu Fei at all. While Gu Fei and He Tian were each operating their Shen Qi to heal their wounds, the world outside the inner world was undergoing a huge change. The three supreme treasures were fighting, displaying a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. The three treasures kept colliding and clashing, shattering the heaven and earth, turning it into chaos. The earth was cracking and the sky was collapsing. This was truly a world-shattering scene. Supreme treasures were all spiritual objects. They nurtured a divine soul inside, just like the Almighty in the mortal world. When they encountered a strong opponent, they couldn't help but fight. Moreover, the ancient seal seemed to be old enemies with the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. When the three met, they immediately ignited each other's fighting spirit. The ancient seal emitted a majestic demonic aura, like a peerless demon. Its fighting spirit was like a rainbow, and its murderous aura was shocking. It constantly bombarded the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. This ancient seal was unstoppable. It knocked away the purple gold divine sword and directly pressed down on the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble, the ancient seal was as large as a mountain and it was covered with cracks. Wherever the ancient seal passed, the void below was constantly torn apart by the terrifying power that came down. A destructive storm was raging under the ancient seal. Boom. The mountain and river cauldron did not show any weakness. Layers of chaotic primordial qi surged up into the sky and met the ancient seal. The body of the cauldron shook continuously, and the countless prehistoric beasts on it seemed to come to life. Faint and illusory beast shadows rushed out from the body of the cauldron and went against the sky, roaring as they charged towards the ancient seal. Countless powerful prehistoric beast souls had not even collided with the ancient seal when they were smashed into the void by the mighty power of the ancient seal. The prehistoric beast souls could not stop the ancient seal from pressing down. The ancient seal seemed to be indestructible. However, after the prehistoric beast souls were smashed into pieces, the mountain and river cauldron spewed out a misty, inconspicuous light. Like a surging river, it shot up into the sky and bombarded the ancient seal. Bang! The void shook. The misty light broke through the mighty waves of energy on the ancient seal and directly collided with it. The void within a 10-mile radius was instantly shattered by the mighty power. The misty light pillar that shot out from the mountain and river cauldron blocked the ancient seal. Just as the mountain and river cauldron blocked the attack of the ancient seal, the figures of the four divine beasts that guarded the four corners of the mountain and river cauldron began to appear. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded through the heavens and a thousands of feet tall green dragon shadow shot up into the sky. It emitted a terrifying wave of energy and rushed towards the ancient seal. Immediately after, the vermilion bird, the white tiger and the black tortoise also let out earth-shattering cries and roars. They displayed the ferocious power of the divine beasts and rushed towards the ancient seal. A series of loud noises were heard. The ancient seal shook continuously and showed signs of being blown away. Although the four divine beasts were only spirits, they could still use some extremely powerful remarkable techniques. The power of the remarkable techniques of the four divine beasts completely engulfed the ancient seal that was as large as a mountain, causing the void to turn into chaos. Swoosh! A purple gold sword light shot out and soared thousands of feet into the sky. It cut through the void and pierced through the heavens and the earth like a heavenly sword. The sword slashed fiercely against the ancient seal. The ancient seal that was locked in a stalemate with the mountain and river cauldron was finally sent flying by the purple gold sword that joined the battle. In the direction where the ancient seal was sent flying, there happened to be an unlucky fellow who was watching the terrifying battle between the supreme treasures. Chapter 499. The three supreme treasures were all spiritual objects and had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. It was as if three almighty beings were fighting. The vast and mighty power stirred up the entire world and affected the area within a radius of thousands of miles. Perhaps all the experts in the world of death could sense the mighty energy fluctuations caused by the battle between the three supreme treasures. The evil corpse that had been chasing after the ruffian skeleton Erebus didn't leave. It was closely watching the intense battle between the treasures from afar. The legendary heaven-defying ancient treasures caused it to risk being destroyed just to watch the battle. Supreme treasures were regarded as heaven-defying ancient treasures by the undead creatures in the world of death. Countless powerful creatures in the world of death wanted to obtain the legendary heaven-defying ancient treasures and refine them. Then they would use the heaven-defying ancient treasures' terrifying power to break through the cage of heaven and earth and enter the outside world. At this moment, the ancient seal was swept away by the combined force of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple-gold divine sword. The direction in which the seal was swept was the location of the evil corpse. Rumble. Like 100,000 mountains moving, the huge seal emitted a towering demonic aura and boundless energy fluctuations. In an instant, it crossed hundreds of miles of the void and hit the evil corpse. The evil corpse immediately roared and a terrifying energy fluctuation surged from its body. Death chi surged violently. It felt the threat of death and used all its strength to soar into the sky, trying to avoid the attack. However, the monstrous death chi that surged out from the evil corpse's body was like snow under the scorching sun. In an instant, it dissipated into the void, and the evil corpse's figure that was shrouded in a thick death chi also appeared. The vast demonic power fluctuation from the ancient seal was too strong. The heavens and the earth were collapsing and the void was collapsing. The evil corpse exerted all its strength and desperately released layers of death chi, trying to block the impact of the huge seal. Its body turned into a shadow and instantly rushed up hundreds of feet, trying to avoid the impact of the huge seal. The mountain-sized seal rushed past the evil corpse's feet. The evil corpse thought it had escaped this calamity because the seal was more than 300 meters away from it. However, in the next moment, the lower half of the evil corpse's body silently crumbled in the void as the seal rushed past it. From the waist down, half of its body had turned into a pool of black blood that floated down from the sky. Wow! The evil corpse angrily roared. It struggled to rush into the distance. It had suffered unimaginable damage. The huge wound on its waist was gradually spreading upwards. Pitch black and smelly blood splattered everywhere. The evil corpse's soul flew into the sky as it fled for its life. After running for several miles, its upper body had already collapsed from the waist down to the neck, leaving only its head intact. The seal was sent flying several hundred kilometers away by the violet gold divine sword before coming to a stop. Then it gave off endless battle intent and charged back from afar. Wherever it passed, the space would be shattered by the terrifying ripples of energy from the ancient seal. The mountain and river cauldron and the violet gold divine sword rushed forward again and fought with the ancient seal. Energy wreaked havoc and sword light soared into the sky. The area seemed to have turned into chaos. The great power displayed by the three great treasures seemed to have blasted a hole in the sky. The evil corpse retreated far away after suffering. It was so depressed that only a head was left of its powerful king's corpse body. Fortunately, the corpse god's blood pill was stored in its mind. Otherwise, that attack just now would have destroyed its soul and it would never be able to reincarnate. Roar! Hey Tian, I'm going to kill you. The evil corpse's hair stood up in anger. Its face was hideous and terrifying to the extreme. It gritted its teeth and wanted nothing more than to tear the ruffian skeleton He Tian to pieces. All of this was caused by He Tian. If He Tian had not stolen the evil corpse's ancient seal, the evil corpse would not have chased after He Tian for thousands of kilometers. It would also not have encountered Gu Fei, resulting in the battle between the three great treasures. It could be said that the evil corpse hated the ruffian skeleton He Tian to the bone and wanted to kill him as soon as possible. The battle between the three great treasures was extremely intense. The void continued to shatter, the earth continued to sink, and the weather changed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. In the end, the three treasures charged into the depths of this world, causing the entire world to tremble. A terrifying aura gushed out from the depths of this world, causing the countless undead creatures to tremble in fear. The battle between the three great treasures created a terrifying, earth-shattering commotion. Such a commotion had long attracted the attention of the powerful existences in this world of death. Many powerful undead creatures also rushed into the depths of this world. The evil corpse also wanted to go and watch the battle. Although it only had a head left, its corpse god's blood pill was hidden in its brain. Therefore its source of power was not destroyed and it could still fly. However, at this moment, a tall figure appeared in the void out of nowhere and walked towards the demonic corpse step by step. This was a skeleton that was much larger than an ordinary skeleton. Its entire skeleton was sparkling like divine jade, and its surface was flowing with a dazzling light. The soul flame in the skull was as bright as the sun. Two divine lights shot out from the skull's eye sockets like divine swords, sweeping towards the evil corpse. As soon as it saw this undying skeleton, The evil corpse was startled. It turned around and fled without a second thought. A pitch-black deathly aura wrapped around the skull and quickly rushed into the distance. Oomph! The skeleton that was closing in on the evil corpse let out a cold laugh. Then it took a few steps, crossed the void and chased after the evil corpse. Bone Emperor, what do you mean by this? Do you want to start a war between the undead clan and my corpse clan? The evil corpse shouted in a stern voice. It seemed to be extremely afraid of the skeleton that was chasing after it. The skeleton behind the evil corpse was extremely powerful. It stretched out its bone claws and smashed forward. Bam! With a bang, the mass of death chi exploded. The evil corpse's head that was shrouded in the death chi didn't even have the chance to scream before it died. The powerful evil corpse had no way of retaliating in front of this skeleton. After the bone claws smashed the evil corpse's skull, it made a grabbing motion in the air. A bead that was flickering with a sinister bloody light flew out from the deathly aura and landed in the Bone Emperor's hand. I hate it when people threaten me the most. Gu Fei stood high in the sky as traces of soul power rippled from his skull. The blood-colored bead in its skeletal hand was only the size of a thumb. However, the bead exuded a powerful energy fluctuation. This small blood-colored bead was the corpse god's blood elixir of the evil corpse. Only evil corpses that were comparable to human demigods could condense the corpse god's blood elixir in their bodies. The corpse god's blood elixir was the source of the evil corpse's power. The Bone Emperor crushed the corpse god's blood elixir in his skeletal hand. A cloud of blood mist immediately exploded from his wound and was absorbed by the Bone Emperor's skeletal body. The sparkling and translucent bone body turned blood red, and there seemed to be fresh blood flowing under the bone. It was extremely evil and terrifying. Then, the blood-red color gradually gathered in the Bone Emperor's skull. It was devoured and refined by the resplendent soul fire in the skull, becoming a part of the Bone Emperor's soul power. The Bone Emperor was indeed one of the three big shots in the outer regions of this world. In an instant, not only had he killed a terrifying evil corpse that was comparable to a human demigod, but he had also absorbed the evil corpse's source of power, the corpse god's blood elixir. The terrifying battle in the depths of this world was still ongoing. Purple gold sword light surged out of the depths of this world, tearing apart the heaven and earth. It was as though nothing could stop it. The destructive aura caused all the living beings in the world of death to tremble in fear and terror. Many powerful living beings were alarmed and rushed into the depths of the death world. The Bone Emperor had also sensed that something was wrong in his territory, so he had rushed over from elsewhere. Not long ago, the Bone Emperor had been badly battered by the little monk, the old ruffian, and the old turtle. Even the Bone Emperor city had almost been destroyed by the little monk's great son Divine Thunder. The Bone Emperor didn't want to see anything happen in his territory. It had to be known that there were two powerful forces in the outer regions of this world. The Corpse Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor were always watching covetously. They couldn't wait for the Bone Emperor's territory to be in chaos. This way they would have the opportunity to annihilate the Undying clan and divide the Bone Emperor's territory. After the Bone Emperor refined the corpse god's blood elixir, he was about to leave. He didn't want to miss the great battle in the depths of the death world. Furthermore, he also wanted to obtain the three heaven-defying ancient treasures. In fact, the Bone Emperor had been watching from the side for a long time. Those three heaven-defying ancient treasures made him extremely jealous. Just as the Bone Emperor was about to head into the depths of the death world, dark clouds suddenly appeared. A dark cloud swept across the sky, and a dense aura instantly enveloped the entire land. That is, the Bone Emperor turned to look at the dark cloud that was surging over. Two rays of cold light that were as bright as the edge of a blade were instantly emitted from his eyes. The dark cloud was formed by the convergence of death aura that was filled with the aura of death. The aura of death filled the space between heaven and earth, and an eerie and terrifying power surged over. The surging corpse aura spanned thousands of miles, forming an extremely frightening scene. There was no doubt that an extremely terrifying existence was rushing over. That was definitely a peerless expert. The black corpse aura was vast and mighty, and it didn't conceal itself in the Bone Emperor's territory. It was simply too arrogant. Perhaps this wasn't arrogance at all, but it was because it didn't have any apprehensions. This expert's strength had already reached the point where he didn't care about the Bone Emperor at all. This was because his strength was so strong that he could rampage through the entire outer regions. Therefore he didn't have any apprehensions. Within 10,000 miles, no undying creature dared to oppose him. Not a single undying monarch dared to soar into the sky and denounce the expert who had intruded into the Bone Emperor's territory. The 10,000 miles were completely silent. Chapter 500. The pitch-black deathly aura exuded a boundless, eerie and terrifying aura. It swept over like a tornado, mighty and terrifying. The deathly aura shrouded the entire sky, wanting to turn the entire void into a pitch-black land of death without any light. However, a ball of resplendent light was fixed in the sky like the sun, shining in all directions and repelling the deathly aura that surged over from all directions. Rumble, two extremely powerful forces shook the heavens and the earth. The Bone Emperor was incomparably powerful, and his entire body emitted a resplendent brilliance. His entire skeleton body seemed to have been divinized, and his soul power was surging like a boundless ocean. Although the deathly aura enveloped the surroundings, it was difficult for the Bone Emperor to gain any advantage. Within the surging deathly aura, there seemed to be countless figures that emitted a sinister aura. It was as though there were countless evil spirits and ferocious spirits howling. The vast, evil and terrifying aura that emanated from it caused one's hair to stand on end. The temperature of the heavens and the earth also plummeted, and the chilly air was oppressive. Corpse Emperor, don't hide your head and show your tail. This will only make me look down on you. The Bone Emperor stood high up in the sky, and the soul fire in his skull emitted such soul fluctuations. A cold laugh rang out from within the deathly aura. Then, a tall figure that was shrouded in a thick black aura appeared in front of the Bone Emperor. Why hasn't your old skeleton been torn apart yet? The figure that appeared from within the deathly aura emitted a terrifying and powerful deathly aura, as though it was an evil spirit that had crawled out from the netherworld. The 6 paths of reincarnation that the ancient Buddhist Lord had refined did not succeed. The Hell Tao of the 6 paths was also not the true hell of the legends. You, this old corpse, haven't been destroyed yet. How could this old skeleton of mine be destroyed before you? The Bone Emperor said coldly. He did not dare to be negligent. This Corpse Emperor was his formidable enemy and also his archenemy. There were 3 big shots in the outer region of the Death Continent, and these 3 big shots belonged to 3 different camps. The Corpse Emperor was a divine corpse that had developed spiritual consciousness. He was a terrifying expert that cultivated to the level of a terrifying expert. His Corpse Tao abilities were not to be underestimated. Then I shall reluctantly tear apart your old skeleton today. The Corpse Emperor, whose entire body was shrouded in deathly aura and corpse mist, uttered these sinister words. Ah, what a joke. Do you think you have the ability to do so? The Bone Emperor said in disdain. The undead creatures within a radius of 10,000 miles were all intimidated by these 2 terrifying auras. They were extremely terrified. The weaker undead creatures were already lying on the ground, their bodies trembling. They did not even have the courage to flee. As for some of the stronger undead creatures, they had already begun to retreat to the distance when the 2 ruthless characters appeared. A battle between powerhouses of this level wasn't something that these weak undead creatures could intervene in. Only the monarchs of the undead creatures that owned cities dared to watch from afar. After all, the Bone Emperor was their master. These monarchs of the undead creatures did not dare to flee. Cut the crap. Whether I have the ability or not, you will know after you try. The Corpse Emperor did not say anything else and attacked the Bone Emperor. He shot out beams of deathly aura that penetrated the Bone Emperor. The deathly aura was a kind of deathly gray. It was not dazzling at all. It was condensed from powerful deathly aura and possessed unfathomable might. Even the void was penetrated by it. Child's play. The Bone Emperor's words were incomparably cold. The soul fire in his bones throbbed violently, and rays of soul divine light shot out from his eye sockets. Chi. 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 The deathly aura collided with the soul divine light instantly, and the sound of the air exploding was heard. When the 2 auras collided, the energy waves that erupted directly shattered the void, causing spatial holes of various sizes to appear in the void. The deathly aura and soul divine light were mighty in the sky. The Corpse Emperor and the Bone Emperor moved rapidly in the sky, turning into 2 streaks of light as they fought. As the 2 giants engaged in a life-and-death battle, the entire heaven and earth were shaken by the terrifying energy waves that were emitted. Earth-shattering noises constantly resounded between the heaven and earth. The 2 terrifying experts battled from the sky to the ground, and then to the ground. The entire ground undulated violently like waves, and frightening divine light constantly rushed out from the ground, illuminating the heaven and earth. The Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor were undoubtedly the 2 strongest existences in the outer region of the Death Continent. They had the terrifying strength that surpassed the immortal realm. Once such experts fought, unimaginable destruction would definitely occur. Boom. Amidst the loud noise, the ground of the entire region collapsed in an instant. Dust rose high into the sky, and a powerful wave of chi rolled up the endless dust, sweeping in all directions. Two figures rushed out from the ground. The Corpse Emperor, who was shrouded in the deathly aura and corpse fog, was also a powerful expert. He kept clashing with the Bone Emperor. This was the collision of the deathly aura and the soul divine light. The two giants seemed to be unable to suppress each other. At this moment, another powerful energy wave came from the depths of the Death Continent. An ancient aura that seemed to have come from the prehistoric world spread out from the Death Continent. Rumble, the entire world was shaking and there seemed to be some changes in the depths of the Death Continent. The battle between the three supreme treasures seemed to be even more intense. Boom. With a loud bang, the Corpse Emperor and the Bone Emperor clashed head-on with another fist. After that, they were both sent flying. The vast and terrifying energy that spread out directly shattered the void between them. Experts of this level possessed great magical power and strength. They could tear the sky and earth apart with a wave of their hands. They were simply like almighty existences in the human world. It was hard to imagine what would happen if an undead creature like the Bone Emperor entered the Tenglong continent. Let's fight another day. The Corpse Emperor shouted coldly. After that, he stopped attacking and directly turned around to fly to the depths of the Death Continent. The Bone Emperor also did not want to be entangled with the Corpse Emperor at this time because their strength was almost equal. It would be difficult to determine the winner in a short period of time. Both the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor wanted to fight for the heaven-defying ancient treasures. Therefore, the Bone Emperor did not stop the Corpse Emperor from leaving. He also flew to the depths of the Death Continent. After the departure of the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor, the outer region of the Death Continent soon calmed down. The battle between the three supreme treasures attracted the attention of all the powerful creatures in the Death World. There were constantly powerful creatures waking up from their slumber and rushing into the depths of the Death Continent. As soon as the Bone Emperor and the Corpse Emperor left, a figure suddenly appeared high in the sky. The person's entire body was surging with demonic power. He was not an undead creature that only had a bone body and cultivated soul power. He was also not a terrifying rotten corpse that emitted the stench of corpses. This was a person of flesh and blood. This person was wearing a purple robe and was holding an ancient lamp in his right hand. On the wick of the lamp, a bean-sized flame was flickering. The light was auspicious and flickered with 3 different colors. I can sense the aura of that old skeleton and the old corpse. The old turtle held the Buddhist lamp in his hand and stood high in the sky. His eyes were as bright as stars as he swept his gaze in all directions. This person of flesh and blood who was holding the ancient lamp was the old turtle. The ancient lamp in the old turtle's hand was the 3 realms Buddhist lamp that the little monk who walked out of the tomb of the ancient Buddhist lord and the old monk on the Black Mountain had dug out from under the Bone Emperor city. The 3 realms Buddhist lamp was one of the Buddhist artifacts refined by the ancient Buddhist lord. It had the great power to illuminate the 3 realms and see through the 6 realms. It was also the nemesis of all evil spirits. If this Buddhist lamp was in the hands of an almighty Buddhist, it would be able to display great power. It could purify all kinds of demonic aura, and any evil spirit or malicious spirit that came into contact with the tricolored Buddhist light of the lamp would be instantly destroyed. The mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. Finally, the old turtle looked into the depths of the Death Continent. Yes, there is also an aura that is not inferior to that of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. That is, suddenly, the old turtle became excited and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He murmured, "How could it be? Didn't that thing disappear with the fall of that person in the primordial age?" At this time, 2 more powerful auras came from afar. After sensing these 2 auras, the old turtle immediately recovered from his shock. Preposterous. Annoying bald donkeys. There's no end to this. The old turtle was very unhappy and disappeared directly into the sky. He displayed his teleportation technique. The next moment, his figure was already several miles away. After a few ups and downs, the old turtle had disappeared into the dark world. Soon, 2 figures shrouded in auspicious golden light flew over from the horizon. One was big and the other was small. The 2 golden rainbows quickly streaked across the sky like meteors, chasing in the direction where the old turtle disappeared. At this time, Gu Fei and the ruffian skeleton He Tian were hiding in Gu Fei's inner world and healing their injuries. It had to be said that the healing and restoration ability of Gu Fei's martial body had reached an unimaginable level. Gu Fei's injured body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He had already sat cross-legged. The spiritual energy in the world was constantly gathering towards him. There were specks of spiritual light floating around his body, which were materialized spiritual energy. As for the ruffian skeleton He Tian, the skull that was scattered on the ground was already shrouded in a black and white light. The soul fire in the skull was constantly devouring spiritual energy and strengthening the power of the soul. The fact that a skeleton had cultivated the power of yin and yang shocked Gu Fei. This made him even more certain that this He Tian was definitely not simple. The spiritual energy around him was vast and mighty. All the pores on Gu Fei's body were inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy at the same frequency as his breathing. After a day and a night, he opened his eyes and stood up from the ground. The impact that his body had suffered had basically healed. Boss, help. As soon as the ruffian He Tian saw Gu Fei stand up, a wave of soul power immediately came from the skull, asking for help from Gu Fei. Chapter 501. Although Gu Fei had refined the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword, he had done so with the help of the power of the Great Path contained in the Great Path brand. He had not refined the two supreme treasures with his own strength. Compared to the supreme treasures that possessed the power to destroy the world, his own strength was too weak. He was simply unable to completely control the supreme treasures. No one knew what would happen. The mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword were both spiritual holy objects that had already given birth to a cauldron soul and a sword soul. Would they be willing to submit to Gu Fei? Would they rebel and choose a better master? Gu Fei was uncertain. Through this incident he could at least prove one thing. Whether it was the mountain and river cauldron or the purple gold divine sword, they both had the ability to escape Gu Fei's control. Boss, please help me put my bones back together, pleaded the ruffian skeleton He Tian. Although his soul fire was gradually becoming stronger, he still did not have the ability to put the scattered bones on the ground back together. Gu Fei glanced at the black and white bones scattered on the ground and said unhappily, "These are your own bones. Put them back together yourself." Then Gu Fei directly opened his inner world and walked out. This guy was really a jinx. He had not obtained the spring of life and had instead lost two supreme treasures. Boss, don't go. Seeing that Gu Fei had left his inner world, He Tian could not help but panic. It was important to know that this inner world was like a cage. Even if the ruffian skeleton He Tian pieced his own bones back together, or even restored his strength to its peak, it would still be difficult for him to break through the void and the barrier between heaven and earth to escape from Gu Fei's inner world. Gu Fei could not be bothered with this guy and directly disappeared from his inner world. The purgatory realm was a world of death. There were no normal living beings. The sky was dark and from time to time, there would be ghostly fog drifting around. The roars of unknown creatures could be heard from the fog and Yin Qi. Gu Fei stood in the air. The scene before him caused him to be incomparably shocked. Below him, the ground was in tatters, with cracks extending far into the distance, with no end in sight. Dirt flew everywhere and huge pits and ravines covered the entire ground. The entire ground seemed to have been flipped over, and the destruction was unimaginable. The bottomless crevice, the crater that was several li in circumference, and the shattered mountain peaks all indicated to Gu Fei that a terrifying battle had taken place here. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. Just what kind of powerful existence was fighting here? One could imagine that this battle was truly world-shaking, even the great earth-shattering. But this was not the time for Gu Fei to think carefully. The mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword were not in his hands. He had lost the means to protect his life and defeat his enemy. If he encountered a powerful enemy, he would be in a completely passive position. If he could not win, he could only escape into his inner world to temporarily avoid the other party's edge. If he had the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword, the situation would be completely different. He could use the extreme path treasures to kill the other party by surprise. In particular, the purple gold divine sword was definitely a great killing weapon. Even if it was a powerful evil spirit or ghost, as long as the purple gold divine sword was in hand, Gu Fei would dare to draw his sword against them. Terrifying energy waves were still coming from the depths of the Death Continent. Gu Fei quickly sensed the aura of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. They actually rushed into the depths of the purgatory realm. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The mountain and river cauldron, the purple gold divine sword, and that ancient seal were truly worthy of being called extreme Dao treasures. They even dared to enter the most dangerous and mysterious place in this world of death. Gu Fei took out the jade slip left by the old turtle and read the information in it with his divine will. Soon, Gu Fei's expression changed and became a little strange. The information left by the old turtle in the jade slip was a place where he would meet up with Gu Fei. However, he would not wait for too long because the little monk and the old monk were chasing him too closely. The old turtle snatched the Three Realms Buddhist lamp from the little monk and the old monk, which made the little monk and the old monk very angry. They chased him for thousands of miles. The Three Realms Buddhist lamp seemed to be very important to the little monk and the old monk. Since the little monk and the old monk were angry, the old turtle could not fight against them at the same time, so he could only retreat. As for the Bone Emperor, he hated the little monk and the old monk who had nearly destroyed his nest. He chased after them relentlessly. Therefore, in the outer region of the death world, such a dumbfounded scene appeared. The three experts, one chasing the other, rushed from the Bone Emperor's territory to the Corpse Emperor's territory. After a fierce battle in the Corpse Emperor's territory, they rushed into the Netherworld Emperor's imperial city. The four experts who were chasing each other became 5, then 6, and the Corpse Emperor and the Netherworld Emperor also joined in the chaotic battle. The outer region of the death world was completely chaotic. This old tortoise was really too unkind. He led the trouble to the Corpse Emperor, and then to the Emperor of the Netherworld. With this trip he had offended all the experts in the outer regions. Even the three magnates in the outer region of the death world hated the old turtle to the core and wanted to get rid of him. However, this old tortoise was extremely cunning. In the end, he hid in his inner world and left the little monk, the old monk, the Bone Emperor, the Corpse Emperor, and the Emperor of the Netherworld to fight outside while he retreated. There was no doubt that the old turtle had become the enemy of all the experts. In the outer region of the death world, the old turtle was definitely a guy that everyone wanted to beat up. The old turtle successfully got rid of all the experts and left a jade slip in the small valley where he had agreed to meet with Gu Fei. In the jade slip, Gu Fei learned about a place called the Netherworld River. In this death continent there was a Netherworld River. This Netherworld River was located at the junction of the outer region and the inner region of the death world. It was a dead river full of resentment. Legend had it that there was a reincarnation bridge that spanned the two sides of the Netherworld River and connected the outer and inner regions of the death world. As long as the souls of the dead crossed the reincarnation bridge, they could be reincarnated. Of course, this was only an ancient legend. Gu Fei would never believe that souls could be reincarnated after crossing the reincarnation bridge. However, he was still very shocked that there was a Netherworld River in the death world. This was because the Netherworld River was a river of blood in the Netherworld Palace. No one knew whether there was a reincarnation bridge that connected the two sides of the Netherworld River. Gu Fei was not sure. After all, this was an ancient legend that had existed for a very long time and there was no credible evidence. After reading the information in the jade slip, Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly went to the depths of the death world. He had to make this trip, even though he knew that it was extremely dangerous. Chapter 502. The fluctuations coming from the depths of the death world gradually weakened. Gu Fei headed towards the depths of the death continent. Along the way he saw many undead creatures, all of them panicking and fleeing in all directions. This world of death was truly vast and boundless, like a real world of its own. If one didn't know that this world was one of the 6 paths refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord, one would definitely think that this was a real world of death. To refine a near-perfect heaven and earth, this kind of heaven-splitting method was already shocking enough. Moreover, this was only one of the 6 near-perfect heavens and earth. It was hard to imagine just what level the Buddhist Lord's cultivation had reached. Gu Fei used the 8 desolate steps, like a 5-colored divine rainbow, cutting through the dusky sky and flying towards the depths of the death world. Soon he was within 1,000 miles of the death continent. He still hadn't seen the legendary Styx. It wasn't until Gu Fei had gone thousands of miles into the death continent and passed through a gloomy and terrifying mountain range that a strange rumbling sound suddenly came from the front. This sound was like 10,000 horses galloping and also like rolling thunder. At this time, the fluctuations coming from the depths of this world had completely disappeared. The depths of the death world gradually calmed down. Some undead creatures, terrifying corpses, and even evil spirits that were hiding in unknown places came out again. It was too sudden. A roaring river with rolling waves suddenly entered Gu Fei's sight. The strange sound coming from the front was actually the sound of a surging river. All of this was so strange. The appearance of this river was very sudden. Gu Fei came close and carefully observed the surrounding terrain. He came to a conclusion, and that was, it was impossible for a river to exist in this kind of terrain because the surrounding area was too desolate. Moreover, ever since Gu Fei entered the Hell Realm, he hadn't seen the existence of a drop of water. Although the ruffian skeleton He Tian said that there was a heavenly spring of life in this world, Gu Fei had been to many places and hadn't sensed any signs of life. A river appeared in front of him. Even though he was mentally prepared, he was still extremely shocked. "This is the Styx?" Gu Fei murmured. Standing in the sky, he couldn't help but be a bit dazed. This river was just too vast. He couldn't even see the other side. A strong evil aura rushed over, and the surface of the river was shrouded in a thick and unbreakable underworld fog. The underworld fog seemed to be mixed with traces of blood light, and Gu Fei felt an indescribable fear. "It's really strange." Gu Fei didn't dare to be negligent. He didn't dare to get close to the Styx and began to search the surrounding area. Soon he found the traces left behind by the old tortoise. On a pitch-black boulder by the river, there was a mark left by the old tortoise. That mark was engraved on the boulder's shell. The tortoise shell engraved on the boulder was only the size of a palm, but it left the old tortoise's aura on it. With Gu Fei's current powerful consciousness, it was not difficult to find the mark left by the old tortoise. Gu Fei followed the mark left by the old tortoise and searched downstream of the Styx. The Styx seemed to have no end. Gu Fei searched downstream for about 100 miles, and the river was still surging violently, making a deafening sound. Finally, Gu Fei came to a collapsed mountain. Here he sensed a strong wave of demonic aura which was very familiar. The mountain was smashed halfway up the mountain, and the upper half of the mountain had disappeared. Even the remaining half of the mountain was thousands of feet high and had a radius of dozens of miles. The nearby area was full of traces of fighting. It seemed that someone had fought here and the mountain had collapsed. The ground was scattered with large and small stones and mud. This was where the old tortoise's aura was. Gu Fei carefully searched the nearby area. Apart from this battlefield, he did not find any mark or aura left by the old tortoise in other places. Gu Fei stood on the broken mountain and helplessly found that he had completely lost contact with the old tortoise. It was conceivable that the old tortoise had encountered a strong opponent here and had a great battle. The people who fought with the old tortoise were probably the little monk and the old monk. There were not many people who could compete with the old tortoise. The mysterious little monk who walked out of the Buddhist tomb and the old monk on the Black Mountain in the ancient desolate land were two of them. The little monk who walked out of the Buddhist tomb controlled a part of the Buddha's world. He was definitely a Buddhist almighty, and the old monk also had the strength to compete with the old tortoise. If the two almighty Buddhist almighty joined forces, even the old tortoise would find it difficult to compete with them. Gu Fei could not help but worry for the old tortoise. If the old ruffian was killed, he would never be able to leave this legendary hell and would be trapped in this world of death. Deep in the world of death, Gu Fei did not know what had happened. He could no longer sense the aura of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold godly sword. As a result, Gu Fei was even more shocked. Only the chaotic primordial aura of the mountain and river cauldron could break through the barrier between the hell realm and the outside world. Although Gu Fei was very unwilling to enter the most dangerous and mysterious area in this world, he had no other choice now. Crossing the underworld river was equivalent to entering the inner area of the world of death. However, Gu Fei had a headache as to how to cross the river. The underworld river was not an ordinary river, and it could be crossed easily. As Gu Fei stood on top of the broken mountain and looked at the roaring river, he felt dizzy. The water of the underworld river had a murky, dark yellow color. It looked like corpse water and emitted an evil aura that made people feel disgusted. Gu Fei rubbed his chin and pondered. After a while, he suddenly reached out and picked up a huge rock that weighed a few hundred kilograms. He then threw the rock toward the underworld river in front of him. Whoosh! The huge rock that weighed a few hundred kilograms flew across the void with a faint sound. In an instant, it flew near the underworld river. However, something shocking happened. The huge rock that was rapidly approaching the underworld river melted without a sound. In the end, the huge rock completely disappeared when it was still a few hundred meters away from the underworld river. The huge rock that weighed a few hundred kilograms did not even come into contact with the water of the underworld river. Instead, it was dissolved in the void by the vile aura that surged out of the underworld river. Witnessing this scene, Gu Fei was even more shocked. The underworld river in front of him was too frightening and strange. The aura of death was much denser than anywhere else. The endless aura of death turned into a frightening vile aura. Even if an immortal's body or divine bone fell into the river, it would probably be completely dissolved by the dark yellow water. Flying over the underworld river was no longer feasible. How could he cross to the other side? Could there really be a reincarnation bridge above the underworld river? Gu Fei pondered for a long time. In the end, he had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a person. To be precise, it was a skeleton. Therefore, he directly opened his inner world and pulled Mahakal out. At this time, Tian was using his soul power to piece together the bones that were scattered on the ground. When he was pulled out by Gu Fei, he still had a leg bone that had not been completely pieced together. "Boss, you finally remembered me." Tian was pleasantly surprised. He was afraid that Gu Fei would leave him in his inner world and ignore him. "I want to cross the other side." Gu Fei threw Tian aside and said this. He didn't want to waste time. Tian looked around, and the soul fire in his skull suddenly throbbed violently. He said nervously, "Oh my God, the underworld river. Boss, you actually came to the underworld river." The ruffian skull Erebus seemed to be very shocked. "I want to cross the river," Gu Fei said coldly. He didn't want to talk much with Tian. He wanted to know how to cross the river. He had no other choice. The depths of the Hell Realm were definitely filled with unimaginable dangers. If there was a second choice, Gu Fei would definitely not enter the depths of the Hell Realm. "Boss." Tian wanted to say something but stopped himself. "Speak." Gu Fei glanced at Tian and said expressionlessly. He wasn't worried that this ruffian skeleton would play tricks in front of him. Gu Fei's confidence came from his powerful strength. To be precise, he was more powerful than the ruffian skeleton Tian. Gu Fei was stronger than Tian, so he wasn't worried that Tian had any tricks up his sleeves. "Boss, can you return my leg bone to me first?" Tian said embarrassedly. He was now a crippled skeleton with one leg high and one leg low. "Umph." Gu Fei snorted coldly and waved his hand. A few leg bones fell from the void. He instantly threw Tian's leg bones out of his inner world. Tian quickly pieced the leg bones together and picked them on the ground. He seemed to feel good and didn't have any problems. "Can you tell me now?" Gu Fei asked. Although he really wanted to enter the depths of the Naraka realm and retrieve the two treasures, he also knew that he couldn't be impatient now. If he was impatient, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. The more dangerous the place was, the more he had to stay calm. "Boss, it's not difficult to cross the Netherworld River. You just have to find the reincarnation bridge," Tian said. "There's really a reincarnation bridge in the Naraka realm?" Gu Fei was surprised. He thought it was just a legend, but it turned out that the legend was actually true. "Of course it's true. In the world of death, this is no secret." Tian was a little surprised by Gu Fei's reaction. He thought to himself, could this kid really be from the outside world? Of course, Gu Fei didn't know what Tian was thinking. He was only concerned about how to cross the river. Thus he said, "Take me to the reincarnation bridge quickly." Tian was a little embarrassed. "Boss, it's not that I don't want to take you there, but I don't know where the reincarnation bridge is." Gu Fei was a little unhappy. His face immediately darkened. "You little brat, you haven't given me that so-called divine spring of life. I'm asking you to take me to the reincarnation bridge now, and you dare to refuse?" When Tian saw that Gu Fei was about to get angry, he couldn't help but be alarmed. He hurriedly said, "Boss, I'm not refusing. It's just that, the reincarnation bridge moves. It won't stay in one place forever." Chapter 503. Although the reincarnation bridge was not a secret in the world of death, the reincarnation bridge itself was very mysterious because it was a moving bridge. The ruffian skeleton Tian had not actually seen the real reincarnation bridge. He had only seen an illusory shadow of the reincarnation bridge when it was about to disappear. According to Tian, only those terrifying creatures of death that surpassed the Emperor realm had the ability to summon the reincarnation bridge and enter the depths of the world of death. After hearing Tian's words, Gu Fei immediately thought of a question. Why could the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword enter the depths of the world of death? Could it be that the Netherworld River could not stop the extreme treasures? Do you have a way to find the location where the reincarnation bridge appears? Gu Fei asked Tian. The powerful beings in the outer regions of the world of death must have a way to cross the Netherworld River. This was Gu Fei's intuition. How could existences like the Bone Emperor, the Corpse Emperor, and the Emperor of the Netherworld be content in the outer regions of the world of death? Although the depths of the world of death were filled with unpredictable dangers, it was the core of the world. Any powerful creature of death would have a hard time not coveting it. There is, but I have never tried it. Tian said after pondering for a while. What is it? Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he heard this. The spirit fire in Tian's skull flickered continuously. He said, actually, there is an ancient summoning array that can summon the reincarnation bridge. What's going on? Gu Fei asked with a frown. He knew that this was not a simple matter. It turned out that a terrifying existence that surpassed the Emperor realm had once appeared in the outer regions of the world of death. The Almighty in the world of death had once unified the outer regions of the world of death. Then he had used an ancient summoning array to summon the reincarnation bridge and lead countless creatures of death into the depths of the world of death. He Tian's memories of his past life had gradually awakened as his cultivation increased. He knew that he was not an undead creature born in this world of death. He vaguely knew some things about his previous life. He seemed to be an expert who broke into this world of death. Ruffian He Tian was actually an old antique. He was the first undead creature in this world of death to possess a soul. There seemed to be something wrong with his body, which was why he had fallen to such a state. He knew many secrets of the world of death. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly find a place and set up a summoning array to summon the reincarnation bridge. After listening to He Tian, Gu Fei immediately urged He Tian to act quickly. Got it? He Tian felt very helpless. He actually didn't want to cross the Styx River and enter the region on the other side of the Styx River. He seemed to have some misgivings. However, He Tian did not reject him because Gu Fei was determined to enter the depths of the world of death. He Tian found a valley near the Styx River where yin energy converged. When He Tian and Gu Fei entered the valley, a powerful undead creature rushed out. It was an undead creature with a lion's head and a human body. Although it had a skeletal body, it emitted an intense fiendish aura and possessed great strength. He Tian rushed forward. After a few rounds he smashed the undead creature's skeletal body and removed its skull. Then he refined and absorbed the soul fire within the skull. After devouring the soul fire within He Tian's skull became much brighter. This valley was a yin area. There was a small yin vein underground, which was why yin energy converged and powerful undead creatures cultivated here. The valley was filled with yin energy, and the temperature was much colder than outside the valley. The valley was filled with dried bones. Gu Fei noticed that none of the bones scattered on the ground were complete. All the undead creatures' skulls were broken. It seemed like the number of undead creatures killed by the lion's head was not small. He Tian cleared an area in the center of the valley and started to carve on the ground. Lines and mysterious patterns were carved on the hard ground. In the end, 9 large flags rushed out of Erebus' skull. Each of the flags radiated a vast undulation of death energy. They were like clusters of black clouds that stabbed into the crucial parts of the formation. In an instant, a chilly wind blew between heaven and earth. Dark clouds covered the sky, and underworld fog began to gather from all directions. The scene was indescribably evil and frightening. The world was filled with yin energy, and the rolling underworld fog surged violently, as if it wanted to press down on the ground. Bloody lights flashed from time to time, and a bitter evil energy filled the world. He Tian didn't stop and continued to carve on the ground. Gu Fei stood outside the formation, and when he saw this scene he couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This He Tian was definitely not simple. It seemed like his magic treasures were stored in his skull. Could it be that the undead creature's magic treasures and weapons were stored in their skulls, and refined by their soul power day and night? Gu Fei thought. After spending half a day, He Tian's ancient formation was only partially completed. The yin energy in the sky became even denser, and it even showed signs of liquefaction. The bitter evil energy made Gu Fei feel a little uncomfortable. If this continued, even if Gu Fei had the peerless 5 elements martial body, the evil energy would still invade his body. Gu Fei quickly guided the power of the inner world, and isolated the surging yin energy. The chilly wind howled angrily, and the whole valley was completely shrouded in dark clouds and underworld fog. Waves of hair-raising ghost cries came from the sky. Within the dense dark clouds and underworld fog, there seemed to be countless evil spirits. Bloody lights flashed from time to time, and it was indescribably frightening. He Tian raised his head and looked at the dark void and said to himself, "This ancient formation really summoned them." What was summoned? Aren't you summoning the reincarnation bridge? Outside the formation, Gu Fei felt a little uneasy. In fact, he still didn't completely believe this ruffian skeleton. Those are the remnant souls that wander between heaven and earth. He Tian didn't hide it, but this made Gu Fei feel even more uneasy. Wasn't this He Tian summoning the reincarnation bridge? Why did he summon remnant souls? All of this was too strange and frightening. The yin energy in the sky above the valley was vast and mighty, and the underworld fog was rolling. Bloody lights flashed, and the mournful ghost cries became even more tragic. It seemed to be not far above their heads. Don't worry, these are all battle remnant souls without consciousness. They won't attack us. He Tian seemed to know what Gu Fei was worried about. That better be the case. Otherwise, I will put you into my inner world and let you be my gardener for the rest of your life. Gu Fei said coldly. This He Tian had awakened a small portion of the memories of his previous life, and knew about the inner world. He also knew that as long as Gu Fei was willing, he could enter the inner world at any time. Even a king-level expert like the Bone Emperor might not be able to kill Gu Fei. The ruffian skeleton He Tian didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei controlled the inner world and was innately invincible. Furthermore, he had the extreme speed 8 steps. Even if He Tian wanted to escape, he wouldn't have a chance. He Tian said to Gu Fei, only by summoning these battle remnant souls can we gather supreme soul power and summon the reincarnation path. You better be telling the truth. Gu Fei said indifferently. Boss, am I so untrustworthy? He Tian stopped what he was doing and said to Gu Fei. The soul flame in his skull violently flickered a few times. If you want others to trust you, then you have to do a few things to earn their trust. Gu Fei said. He really didn't trust this He Tian. So, He Tian was very depressed. He then lowered his head and began to carve on the ground again. The ancient formation was being perfected. The 9 large flags were fixed in the middle of the formation. They seemed to be the eye of the formation. They emitted 9 balls of black light that resembled black suns. They surged with an eerie and terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. The scalp-numbing mournful howls were getting closer and closer. It was as if the howls were right beside Gu Fei's ears. This kind of scene made Gu Fei's heart unable to calm down. Boom. Suddenly, a blood-red bolt of lightning streaked across the dark sky, shooting out from the dark clouds and mist. The entire valley rumbled. After that, streaks of blood-red light flashed from time to time. Within the blood-red light, Gu Fei seemed to see blurry black shadows standing between the heavens and the earth. Did this guy really summon the remnant soul that is floating between heaven and earth? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. This remnant soul did not have a consciousness. Rather than saying it was a remnant soul, it was better to say that it was a kind of resentment or a kind of endless battle intent. This is the holy formation of the dead world that was created by the powerful undead creature that surpassed the realm of Emperor. I hope that this ancient formation can really summon the reincarnation bridge. He Tian said solemnly. The ancient formation was incomparably complex. It was hard to imagine. At least, since Gu Fei had started his cultivation, he had never seen such a complex formation. Even the formation carved on the ancient altar in the Supreme Mystery Sect was not as complex as this holy formation of the dead world. It took a full 3 days and 3 nights for He Tian to completely carve the formation on the ground. The entire open space in the valley was covered with mysterious lines, patterns, and even strange runes. After carving the ancient formation, the soul fire in He Tian's skull dimmed a lot, as if it had fought a battle. The formation slowly began to operate. Gu Fei and He Tian quickly left the valley and came to the side of the river Styx. The mouth of the valley faced the river Styx. The mouth was less than 300 feet away from the river Styx. It was a very ideal place to summon the reincarnation bridge. Gu Fei and He Tian stood outside the mouth of the valley and looked into the valley. They saw dark clouds and rising underworld fog. It was completely dark from the sky to the ground. One could vaguely see ghostly shadows roaming the valley, and mournful ghostly howls could be heard, startling many undead creatures in the vicinity of the valley and causing them to flee far away from that area. In the next few days, Gu Fei and He Tian began to prepare to enter the depths of the dead world. Gu Fei attacked again and again, killing 6 undead kings and harvesting their soul fires. Then he asked He Tian to take him to collect the divine spring of life. In the middle of a dead mountain, there was a netherworld devil cave. The devil cave spewed out underworld fog and death chi, covering the entire world. From time to time, powerful undead creatures appeared in the mountains. Chapter 504. A thin mist lingered in the air, and the spiritual energy was vast. It was as if a pure land had appeared in the dusky mountain. The aura of life rippled, and the sound of a divine spring flowed. Within a radius of several li, there were actually lush flowers and trees. Moreover, those flowers and trees were not ordinary. Growing in a place with such dense life energy, even the most common weeds would become spirits after a long time. Some of the immortal grasses and trees were adorned with colorful spirit fruits, making people salivate. Even from a distance, one could smell the faint fragrance of flowers and fruits. After Gu Fei and the ruffian skeleton He Tian laid down the ancient formation, they left the Netherworld River and entered the Yin Mountain. This mountain was the place with the densest Yin Qi in the outer region. There seemed to be a Yin vein suppressed under the mountain. According to He Tian, The bottomless devil's den in the depths of the mountain was a vent for the earth's yin vein. It continuously spewed out nethermist and death chi day and night. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian had already arrived near the bottomless devil's den. The whole devil's den was a large piece of land. Everything within a radius of several dozen li had collapsed. The entrance of the hole, which was emitting pitch-black yin chi and nethermist, was actually not very big. It was only a few dozen zhang in radius. However, the terrifying aura coming out of the devil's den made people's hearts palpitate. Gu Fei and He Tian had no choice but to be cautious. The devil's den had yet to erupt. It was just that yin energy and underworld fog were emitting from the buds. According to He Tian, if this devil's den erupted, the entire mountain would be completely enveloped by yin energy and underworld fog. It would be a scene as if doomsday had arrived. Adjacent to the devil's den was the divine spring of life. The place where the divine spring of life was located was also a plate. The plate where the divine spring of life was located was much smaller than the devil's den. It was only a few li in radius. Compared to the devil's den, the place where the divine spring of life was located could be considered a pure land or a fairyland. It was really hard for Gu Fei to believe that there was such a magical place in this terrifying and evil world of death. The extremity of death was life, and life and death were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. The boundless profundities and uncanny workmanship between the heavens and the earth were truly breathtaking. The Devil's Cave was the outlet of the earth's yin vein, and it would erupt like a volcano from time to time. It was the place with the heaviest yin chi and death chi in the outer regions of the world of death. The divine spring of life that was adjacent to the Devil's Den was full of life energy. It was full of vitality and spiritual energy. It was a rare spiritual land. This divine spring of life and the Nether Devil Cave were one righteous and one evil, one yin and one yang. The righteous energy of heaven and earth and the evil energy of heaven and earth reinforced and restrained each other. It was like embracing Tai Chi. This kind of landscape was absolutely rare in the world. Whether it was natural or man-made, no one knew. Gu Fei and He Tian were hiding on a mountain peak not far away from the divine spring. They were closely watching the divine spring in front of them. They did not act rashly. There was a bone palace between the spring and the Devil's Denver. It was an ancient palace made of pitch-black demon bones, emitting a demonic black light. What's going on? Didn't you say that this spring is yours? Gu Fei stood behind a boulder and looked outside. He then unhappily asked He Tian. Boss, I never said that this divine spring of life was mine. He Tian said with some embarrassment. Gu Fei couldn't help but get angry. What? Didn't you say that you would give me a divine spring of life? It's not yours, why are you giving it to me? This guy was too hateful. He wanted to use someone else's item to trick him. Gu Fei wished he could shatter this ruffian skeleton with a single punch. Only then would he be able to vent his hatred. Boss, you can't blame me for this. I have my own troubles as well. 3,000 years ago, this saint fountain was mine. But now it's no longer mine. Erebus said helplessly. That's right. Only a ghost would believe you. Gu Fei's expression darkened. This guy was always talking about mountains. Who knew if he was telling the truth or lying? It's true, boss. I'm not lying to you. 3,000 years ago, a guy that was neither a corpse nor a skeleton suddenly appeared on Yin Mountain and fought with me for 10 days and 10 nights. After that divine spring became that monster's. He Tian very seriously said to Gu Fei. Gu Fei looked He Tian up and down until He Tian felt his hair stand on end. He then asked He Tian, do I look like an idiot? He Tian didn't know why Gu Fei said that. He couldn't help but be startled and then said, you don't look like one. Even an idiot wouldn't believe your nonsense. Do you think I would believe you? Gu Fei said again. Looks like you don't believe me. He Tian couldn't help but panic. He couldn't guess what Gu Fei wanted to do. He had a bad premonition. Boss getting angry was no small matter. I'm not that easy to trick. Gu Fei coldly said. After a pause, Gu Fei then said, you go lure that guy out. What? He Tian heard this and immediately jumped up from the ground. He cried, boss, please spare me. Aren't you asking me to die? Old He haven't lived long enough. Old He still wants to go out and pick up girls. Didn't you say that 3,000 years ago you fought with that monster in the Bone Palace for 10 days and 10 nights? Now I'm just asking you to lure that guy out. Why are you so afraid? Gu Fei stared at He Tian and said, Boss, there's a problem with my body. I'm not that monster's opponent right now. He Tian hurriedly said. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said, what's wrong with your body? Don't tell me that you went into chi deviation and couldn't die. Then your cultivation dropped or something. Boss, you're really a god. You can actually predict the future. Could it be that you cultivated the legendary great divination technique? He Tian said with a tone of disbelief. Divination technique, my ass. Gu Fei really had the urge to beat this ruffian skeleton up. He stretched out his hand and the power of the inner world surged out from his hand. In an instant, it imprisoned He Tian. Boss, what are you doing? He Tian was shocked. The soul fire in his skull violently throbbed. He thought that Gu Fei would suddenly attack him. So he was imprisoned in an instant. He Tian wasn't a match for Gu Fei. So he was caught off guard. He didn't even have the opportunity to dodge. Gu Fei directly imprisoned him with the power of the inner world. Boss, don't take me into your inner world. This ruffian seemed to be very afraid of being a gardener. He hastily begged Gu Fei. Gu Fei chuckled and said, "Who said I was going to take you into my inner world?" A strange smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. Boss, you can't be, you guessed right this time? Gu Fei nodded. Boss, don't, go ahead. Gu Fei raised his hand and directly threw the imprisoned ruffian skeleton He Tian towards the evil and terrifying black bone demonic palace in the distance. Boss, you're trying to murder me? He Tian was scared out of his wits. The soul fire in his skull violently throbbed. Chapter 505. In the depths of the mountain, dark clouds and nether mist were rising. The nether devil cave spewed out yin qi and nether mist that shrouded the entire heaven and earth. It was so dark that it almost pressed down on the ground. The divine spring of life, which was next to the nether devil cave, emitted rays of spiritual light that illuminated half the sky. The aura of life spread out, causing the surrounding area to be filled with vitality. Spiritual grasses and immortal trees were lush and verdant, and there were bright and juicy spiritual fruits hanging on the trees. In between the nether devil cave and the divine spring of life, several pitch-black bone mountains stood side by side. A palace made entirely of pitch-black demonic bones stood in the center of these black bone mountains. Demonic chi lingered around, causing the black bone demonic palace to look eerie and terrifying. In the black bone demonic palace, there was a powerful and terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was as if a ferocious demon was sleeping in the bone palace. Perhaps because of the existence of this aura, the depths of the Yin mountain were very peaceful. There was no trace of any undead creature. This place was definitely a treasure land in the world of death. However, no other undead creatures dared to enter this region. One could imagine that the terrifying existence in the black bone demonic palace was definitely incomparably powerful, enough to intimidate all the undead creatures. The silence in the mountain was very oppressive. However, on a mountain peak outside the nether devil cave and the divine spring of life, a thing suddenly flew out and broke the silence in the depths of the mountain. What? Boss, you're trying to murder me? A mournful cry that sounded like the wails of ghosts and gods completely broke the silence of the mountain. That thing had a skeleton that was half black and half white. Its skull flickered with resplendent black and white light, emitting a terrifying soul fluctuation. This thing was none other than the ruffian skull Erebus that Gu Fei had suddenly used the power of the heavens and the earth to imprison him and smash him into the black bone demon palace. Brat, this is the price for tricking me. Gu Fei stood on the mountain peak and looked at He Tian, who was flying towards the black bone demonic palace with a complacent smile on his face. He Tian shouted. Waves of powerful soul power rippled out from his skull. His entire body lit up. He wanted to break free from Gu Fei's imprisonment. However, it all seemed to be in vain. Boom. An earth-shattering sound rang out as the ruffian skeleton He Tian smashed into the black bone devil palace like a meteor. In an instant, the devil palace was smashed into smithereens, sending broken bones flying everywhere. Not only did it shatter the black bone demonic hall, but it also caused a short bone mountain nearby to collapse from the shockwave. Roar! A shrill and ear-piercing roar rushed out from beneath the shattered black bone devil palace, causing the entire world to shake violently. Black Bone Mountain suddenly collapsed, and a wave of devil chi soared into the sky, causing the entire sky to darken. A terrifying figure was faintly discernible within the devil chi. It emitted a frightening energy wave, and a sinister and frightening aura engulfed the entire world. It was as though a supreme devil lord had descended with a monstrous demonic might. Countless pitch-black devil bones floated in midair, and the aura of death spread throughout the entire space. Gu Fei felt his scalp go numb. This monster entrenched in the depths of the Yin mountain was truly frightening. It seemed to be no weaker than the Bone Emperor, one of the three big shots of the outer domain. Swoosh! Amidst the pitch-black devil bones that filled the sky, a black and white figure rushed out like a bolt of lightning. The ruffian skeleton He Tian was fleeing for his life because he knew how powerful this monster was. He Tian, it's actually you, you bastard. The devil chi shrouded the heavens and earth. Two blood-colored beams pierced through the layers of devil chi and swept towards He Tian. That demon seemed to be extremely furious. Following that, boundless devil chi condensed into an earth-shattering devil hand that grabbed at He Tian, who was fleeing for his life below. A frightening energy wave spread out beneath the devil hand, and a powerful force sealed the void. The void that was enveloped by the devil hand was collapsing, and a destructive aura filled the world. Hehe, Nine Nether Corpse King, long time no see. At this moment, He Tian still couldn't change his ruffian ways. You bastard, die for me. An angry roar came from within the surging devil chi. Boom. The devil chi condensed into a huge black hand and smashed into the ground. Ah, boss, save me. He Tian shouted and displayed an astonishing speed that even surprised Gu Fei. He actually rushed out of the pitch-black hand, and a powerful wave of air directly sent him flying. The entire earth was shaking and the soil on the ground undulated like waves. A huge palm print was deeply imprinted into the ground. The terrifying figure in the devil chi seemed to be apprehensive and didn't dare to use its full strength. Otherwise, the entire earth would be smashed into pieces. However, the Nether Devil Cave and the Divine Spring of Life appeared at the same time, so the demon had to be careful. If the Nether Devil Cave erupted, the consequences would be unimaginable. The ruffian skeleton He Tian stumbled and rolled as he tried to escape to the mountain peak where Gu Fei was. This shocked Gu Fei so much that he almost broke into a run. The demon entrenched near the Nether Devil Cave and the Divine Spring of Life was extremely powerful. It was like a ferocious demon had been born, and it had the power to destroy the world. He Tian, quickly lead the demon to another place. Gu Fei hurriedly transmitted his voice to He Tian. Boss, save me. He Tian had already regarded Gu Fei as a life-saving grass. How could he listen to Gu Fei's words? He still rushed towards Gu Fei. The mountain peak was not far from the Nether Devil Cave and the Divine Spring of Life. In a flash, He Tian had already rushed over. He Tian, no one can save you today. The devil chi came in a majestic manner, and the terrifying devil might shook the whole world. A gloomy and terrifying voice echoed in the world. This is a real voice. After hearing this voice, Gu Fei's heart turned cold. If the other party wasn't an undead creature, could it be an almighty that had reversed life and death? Swish. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and directly rushed out from the mountain peak. He sensed great danger. This demon was too terrifying and he didn't want to stay here for even a moment longer. Boss, don't go. Hide in your inner world and you might have a chance to survive. He Tian saw Gu Fei escape and immediately chased after Gu Fei. At this moment, Gu Fei was scared out of his wits. How could he have the time to pay attention to the ruffian He Tian? However, He Tian was still following him, and the demon was relentlessly chasing after He Tian. The devil cloud surged over violently and blood-colored demonic lights continuously shot out from it, sweeping towards He Tian. He Tian screamed in fear again and again. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps, and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. He rushed forward like a 5-colored divine rainbow, and in just a flash he had already rushed more than 10 li away. He Tian, on the other hand, was like a tail that could not be shaken off, following closely behind Gu Fei. He Tian's ability to escape was quite unique. The power of yin and yang surged out of his skull and circulated around his bones. With every step he took, there seemed to be a vague Taoist rhyme beneath his feet. His speed was not slower than Gu Fei's. This guy had hidden his strength very well. If he wasn't escaping, he wouldn't have used this ability. His agility didn't seem to be inferior to Gu Fei's 8 desolation steps. Gu Fei was secretly startled. This He Tian seemed to have a lot of secrets, but now wasn't the time to think about it. He loudly shouted, He Tian, you bastard, don't follow me. Boss, hurry up and open your inner world. He Tian shouted anxiously. The blood-colored demonic light tore through the void, constantly sweeping past him. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed and everything was destroyed. Ah. He Tian, I didn't expect you to have such a day. Where's your prestige from back then? A burst of laughter came from the black cloud of devil chi. When a tiger falls to the plains, he will be bullied by a dog. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come here to provoke this guy. At this time, He Tian already regretted bringing Gu Fei to the Yin Mountain. The Yin Mountain demon rode the demonic cloud and chased after him. The demon's target was He Tian, and it seemed that it wouldn't stop until it killed him. On the other hand, Gu Fei almost didn't suffer any attacks. However, Gu Fei was still shocked, because this demon would immediately attack him after taking care of He Tian. Nine Nether Corpse King, don't go too far. He Tian also seemed to be angry. As he dodged the blood-colored demonic light that swept down, he said coldly. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian's speed had reached the limit. They were like a five-colored divine rainbow and a black and white rainbow traversing through the pitch-black heaven and earth. Although the demon was incomparably powerful, it couldn't catch up to Gu Fei and He Tian in a short time. An evil spirit with disheveled hair appeared from the devil Qi. It stepped on the demonic cloud, and its tall figure emitted a nauseating rotten smell. Its empty blood-colored eyes made one's heart palpitate. Its body was very strange. Half of its body emitted waves of cold aura, and there was yellow corpse fluid flowing out. It was disgusting and terrifying. However, the other half of its body was surging with a strong vitality, and its blood and qi were as vigorous as a flood dragon. Half of the Nine Nether Corpse King's body had actually recovered its vitality. The boundless aura of death had been washed away, and its flesh and blood had been reborn. It was truly shocking to the extreme. He Tian seemed to have sensed the state of the Nine Nether Corpse King and was extremely shocked. He muttered, "This guy really succeeded in reversing life and death? It's too terrifying." The Nine Nether Corpse King's half-alive and half-dead state was truly too strange. It caused He Tian to be both envious and shocked. If this guy really reversed life and death, then only death awaited them. It wasn't hard to imagine that this Nine Nether Corpse King was using the power of the Nether Devil Cave and the divine spring of life to regenerate its flesh and become a supreme expert. Gu Fei kept changing directions, wanting to shake off He Tian behind him. However, he realized that it was almost impossible. How preposterous. Gu Fei gritted his teeth. A resplendent purple divine light shot out from between his brows and struck the space in front of him. After that, a spatial passageway appeared in front of Gu Fei. He had no choice but to open his inner world. Chapter 506. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly charged into his inner world. When the ruffian skeleton He Tian saw that Gu Fei had opened his inner world, he was instantly overjoyed, and he closely followed Gu Fei and charged in. "Ah! Nine Nether Corpse King, come and chase after me. If you have the ability, then chase after me." He Tian shouted loudly, and he actually turned around and raised his middle finger at the terrifying figure that was chasing after him on the demonic cloud. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the heavens and the earth shook, and the Nine Nether Corpse King displayed a terrifying demonic might. Surging demonic energy covered the heavens and the earth as it surged over, and it emitted a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to tremble. Roar. "He Tian, you bastard, I'll definitely kill you this time." The Nine Nether Corpse King's black hair danced wildly, and the bloody light that shot out from its blood-red eyes was several meters long, and it looked extremely ferocious. The Nine Nether Corpse King repeatedly shot out 9 balls of terrifying black light that were like black suns, and they bombarded He Tian in the spatial passageway. Every ball of black light emitted extremely powerful energy fluctuations, shaking the entire world and shattering the void. The spatial passageway was quickly disappearing, and by the time the 9 balls of terrifying black light bombarded him, Gu Fei's inner world had already completely closed, and it had disappeared into the void. Damn it! What kind of divine ability is that? The Nine Nether Corpse King roared furiously as it watched that bastard He Tian enter a strange space. The void at the end of the spatial passageway seemed to be another world, causing the Nine Nether Corpse King to feel uneasy. It had some misgivings and it didn't dare to chase in. Just who is that fellow with He Tian? The Nine Nether Corpse King stood high in the sky on a demonic cloud of corpse energy, and it was like a peerless demon king patrolling the sky. Its eyes emitted an evil blood-red demonic light as it swept in all directions. He Tian and that person had entered a place called Inner World. Could it be that there was really someone in this world who could open up a world with supreme magical power? The Nine Nether Corpse King was secretly shocked. He and He Tian were figures of the same generation, but he seemed to be a creature that was born from this world of death, a creature that grew up in this world, and not an expert that had fallen in this world. Thus, no matter how strong this Nine Hell Corpse King was or how high its cultivation was, it wouldn't be like He Tian who was able to gradually awaken the memories of his previous life, because he didn't have a previous life at all. Wow! The Nine Corpse King roared towards the sky. He could no longer feel the auras of He Tian and that person. It was as if they had really jumped out of this world and entered another world. No matter how strong the Nine Hell Corpse King's divine sense was, It was difficult for it to break through the barrier of the world. Tian had actually escaped just like that, and this caused the Nine Hell Corpse King to go berserk with rage. Boundless corpse energy surged out from his terrifying figure, and it surged out in all directions, forming a terrifying demonic cloud that covered the entire heavens and the earth. All the undead creatures within a radius of a few hundred kilometers were trembling with fear and were extremely terrified, as if a great calamity was about to befall them. Right at this moment, the space a few dozen miles away from the Nine Nether Corpse King suddenly trembled. With a rustle, a silhouette fell out of the space. Wah! Boss, you can't play tricks like this. The fellow that fell out of the space started wailing like a ghost and howling like a wolf, and his voice was filled with panic and terror. This fellow was precisely the ruffian skeleton Tian who had followed closely behind Gu Fei and charged into Gu Fei's inner world. Tian die. In the instant that Tian fell out of the space, the Nine Hell Corpse King had sensed Tian's aura, and it charged towards Tian without any hesitation. Oh my god! Oh my god! Erebus immediately jumped up and ran away. This fellow's ability to escape could be considered to be top-notch. He seemed to be in a panic, but with every step he took, there would be Taoist rhymes flowing under his feet. It was as if he was teleporting and he was extremely fast. Boundless devil chi and corpse mist surged forward like a raging river. Blood-colored devilish light constantly shot out from the devilish cloud, bombarding my Tian who was fleeing in front of him. *CK. Old Nine Hell Corpse, follow me if you have the guts. Tian screamed and yelled in a flurry. He barely dodged the incoming bloody demonic light, and performed a mysterious footwork in the void. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to quench the hatred in my heart. The Nine Hell Corpse King seemed to have a great grudge against Tian. He set up the demonic cloud and chased after him. Both of them were extremely fast. One after the other, they were far away in the blink of an eye. The terrifying demonic cloud was like a tide, and it quickly disappeared into the dark world. The terrifying aura that filled the world also disappeared, and the undead creatures within a few hundred miles gradually walked out from the darkness. Whoosh! The void shook, and a figure directly passed through the undulating void that was like water waves and walked out. That old corpse of the Yin Mountain is really terrifying. I hope that Tian can stall him. Gu Fei looked in the direction where the Nine Hell Corpse King and Tian disappeared, then turned around and flew into the depths of the Yin Mountain. Gu Fei didn't want to waste time. He wanted to move the heavenly spring into his inner world before the old corpse of the Yin Mountain and the Nine Hell Corpse King returned. If there was such a heavenly spring of life in his inner world, Gu Fei's inner world would be full of vitality and great benefits. Tian's cultivation and strength were incalculable compared to the Nine Hell Corpse King. It was hard to imagine why this guy would have such a great grudge with such a powerful old corpse. Gu Fei couldn't be bothered with the grudge between Tian and the Nine Hell Corpse King. His goal was the heavenly spring of life. Now everything else had to be put aside. With this heavenly spring of life, Gu Fei's life was guaranteed. As long as he wasn't killed on the spot and his soul was destroyed, he could use the life essence contained in the heavenly spring of life to come back to life. This old corpse of the Yin Mountain used the life force of the heavenly spring of life to wash away the death aura in his body, allowing half of his body to regain vitality and grow flesh. Gu Fei directly rushed into the depths of the Yin Mountain and landed at the edge of the heavenly spring of life. The vast life aura in front of him caused all the pores on his body to open up, as if traces of spiritual energy were entering his body. It was extremely comfortable. However, just as Gu Fei was about to enter the lively area in front of him, a figure shrouded in black chi walked over from the direction of the collapsed Black Bone Mountain. The figure was completely shrouded in black chi, and it was impossible to see his appearance clearly. However, the terrifying and evil aura that spread out was extremely powerful. This was a terrifying undead creature. Two dark green lights shot out from the black chi, flickering like two willow wisps in the black chi. Swoosh! 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 The figure left a series of afterimages in the void and quickly rushed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei was very surprised. He didn't expect that apart from the Corpse King of the Nine Serenities, there would also be a powerful undead creature nearby. Obviously, this undead creature was definitely not a good one. Get lost! Gu Fei let out a low roar and threw his right fist at the undead creature shrouded in black gas. A glaring light surged out from his fist like a raging fire, blasting towards the figure that was charging at him in an earth-shattering manner. He directly used the fire fist of the Five Elements fist. The fist aura was like fire and it shook the void. An invisible wave of air swept out in all directions with Gu Fei as the center, causing smoke and dust to billow. The figure shrouded in black chi instantly collided with Gu Fei's fist aura. The thick black corpse aura was shattered by the fist aura, revealing a terrifying rotten corpse. Bang! The rotten corpse was directly blasted away, sprinkling a yellow corpse liquid in the air, and a disgusting rancid smell immediately filled the air. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. This was the most disgusting evil corpse he had seen since he entered the Hell Realm. This rotten corpse was even more terrifying and ferocious than the 9 Serenities Corpse King. However, this rotten corpse obviously didn't have the terrifying strength of the 9 Serenities Corpse King, but it was similar to an ordinary undead king. Gu Fei didn't want to be entangled with this rotten corpse. He used the 8 desolate steps, displaying the extreme speed of 8 steps, and directly caught up with it. He pointed out a finger. Chi. A resplendent golden divine light shot out, "Pooh!" and pierced the rotten corpse's head. A liquid of an unknown color splashed out from the back of the rotten corpse that was pierced through. The rotten corpse that was shrouded in black gas fell straight to the ground. What's going on? Gu Fei was a little surprised. He didn't think that he would succeed so easily. This rotten corpse was too weak. And just as Gu Fei killed the rotten corpse, the ground near the Nether Devil lair began to move, as if something was about to rush out from the ground. Bang! An arm shrouded in corpse aura suddenly broke out from the ground. Following that, a few more arms stretched out from the ground. Then a scene that made Gu Fei's heart palpitate appeared. The soil surged, and a corpse with disheveled hair and a rotten corpse smell crawled out from the soil, and stood up shakily. One by one, rotten corpses continuously crawled out from the soil. Very soon, there was a group of figures standing near the Nether Devil lair, and every figure was shrouded in black chi corpse mist. This. Gu Fei couldn't help being shocked to the extreme. He immediately thought that the 9 Serenities Corpse King was actually using the Nether Devil lair's Yin Chi and Death Chi to refine corpses. There were at least thousands of rotten corpses crawling out from the soil, and their figures could be seen throughout the entire land. The vicinity of the Nether Devil lair was immediately filled with ghostly aura. Countless pairs of dark green evil lights flickered like ghost flames. That was the gaze of the rotten corpses, a gaze that caused one's heart to palpitate. Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This was simply an army made up of rotting corpses. Every rotting corpse exuded a powerful death aura. Not a single one of them was weaker than the one he had just killed. Roar. Chapter 507. In the face of so many corpses, even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The aura of death emitted by these thousands of corpses was powerful to the extreme, forming a pitch-black storm of death that surged towards him, causing the entire world to darken. The aura of death was so powerful that even the area where the divine spring of life was located was affected. Some of the flowers and grasses in the periphery rapidly withered. Where the divine spring of life was located, the aura of life rippled, and there were rays of colorful light flickering. In this dusky world, it was like a pearl embedded in the depths of the Yin Mountain. This was the only place that Gu Fei had seen light ever since he entered the Hell Realm. It was a spiritual light condensed from boundless spiritual energy. It was hard to imagine how much life essence this heavenly spring contained. It was enough to open up a pure land in the world of death. Chi. When the dense aura of death from the thousands of terrifying zombies surged into the area of life, it immediately made a strange sound when it was hit by the surging life essence. White smoke immediately rose from the boundary between the area where the divine spring of life was located and the Nether Devil lair. At the same time, a foul stench spread out. Life and death were originally two extreme forces. At this moment, the two forces collided and mutually cancelled each other out. Seeing this, Gu Fei immediately pushed into the area that was full of life. Only now did he know why the Bone Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, and the Corpse Emperor, who controlled thousands of miles of territory, didn't come to fight for this divine spring of life. The 9 Nether Corpse King occupied the Yin Mountain not because of luck, but because he definitely had the strength to do so. Otherwise, the Bone Emperor and the other 2 big shots of the outer region of the world of death would have killed their way into the depths of the Yin Mountain. Every one of these thousands of zombies had the strength of a quasi-corpse king. In the outer region of the world of death, this was definitely a terrifying force. It should be known that even the Corpse Emperor, who dominated an area, didn't have thousands of Corpse King experts under him. After Gu Fei retreated into the area enveloped by the aura of life, the zombies that rushed out from the Nether Devil lair also rushed close. When the first zombie rushed into the area enveloped by the aura of life, its body immediately emitted yellow-white smoke with a chi-chi sound. Roar. 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 Mournful roars resounded continuously as more than a dozen zombies rushed into the area enveloped by the aura of life. However, thick yellow and white smoke was emitted from each of the zombies' bodies. The smoke enveloped the zombies from head to toe as if it was gushing out from their bodies. Gu Fei retreated again and again as more and more rotting corpses rushed in from the outside. However, the first corpse that rushed into the vital zone fell to the ground after rushing in for a few hundred feet. It rolled around and started to struggle. On the ground, where the corpses touched, the flowers and trees quickly withered and even melted. It was as if the ground had been scorched by flames. The life essence chi obliterated the thick death chi on the corpses. Soon, the corpses that had fallen to the ground stopped moving. After the smoke dispersed, there was a pitch-black skeleton lying on the ground. The surroundings were a mess. Roar! The zombies roared. They seemed to know that they were in danger and stopped outside the area enveloped by the aura of life. Even so, there were still a few dozen zombies that rushed into the area enveloped by the aura of life. The aura of death on their bodies had been obliterated by the aura of life, turning them into skeletons. Gu Fei had already retreated to the vicinity of the divine spring of life. The aura of life was extremely dense, almost to the point of liquefaction. Seeing that the zombies did not rush into the area enveloped by the aura of life, Gu Fei immediately felt relieved. There were thousands of zombies. Even if they lined up for Gu Fei to kill, it would still take a long time. The area enveloped by the aura of life was densely packed with zombies. The stench of corpses was simply nauseating. Gu Fei realized that these corpses seemed to have lost their ability to act on their own. They seemed to be acting on instinct. The 9 Nether Corpse King's methods were extremely ruthless. It actually erased the consciousness of these quasi-corpse king corpses and turned them into its tools of battle. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling even more fearful of the 9 Nether Corpse King. The 9 Nether Corpse King was a ruthless character. He hoped that He Tian hadn't been caught by that old corpse. At this time, He Tian could only pray for his own good. Gu Fei walked towards the divine spring. Breathing in the pure life essence, Gu Fei felt that his flesh, blood, bones, and even his soul were extremely comfortable. His entire body was brimming with vitality. To undead creatures, life essence chi could be said to be fatal. This was because the power of undead creatures came from death energy. Once death energy met life energy, it would be consumed. Of course, when life essence chi consumed death energy, life essence chi would also be consumed. However, this divine spring of life, which was born next to the Nether Devil Lair, possessed a vast amount of life essence chi. Even the Een Mountain, which had the densest Een chi and death energy in the outer region of the world of death, was unable to be completely consumed by the death energy. However, the life essence chi that spread out from the divine spring of life could only cover a radius of a few kilometers. The aura of life was completely confined within this radius. The divine spring of life in the Een Mountain was probably the only place in the outer region of the world of death that truly nurtured life. The flowers here were flourishing and the climate was mild. There were Lingji immortal grass, golden fruit, scarlet blood ginseng, dragon snake grass. Gu Fei saw a few familiar spirit herbs. However, most of the spirit herbs were unheard of. However, Gu Fei could also sense a powerful spiritual energy from those spirit herbs. This was simply a natural medicinal field, where countless spirit herbs grew. If Yen-Er saw so many spirit herbs, how would she react? Along the way, when Gu Fei saw the spirit herbs growing everywhere near the divine spring of life, he couldn't help but think of Yen-Er from the Danding School. In the northern region, if it weren't for Yen-Er, he would have died long ago. He didn't know how to use these spirit herbs. If he simply ate them raw, the medicinal efficacy of the spirit herbs would be greatly reduced. If he let someone who knew how to use the Danding technique refine them into pills, the medicinal efficacy of the spirit herbs would be better displayed. He didn't know how that girl was doing now. If her cultivation broke through to the void-controlling realm, she would be able to leave the Danding paradise and walk in the cultivation world. Once that girl Yenna left the Danding paradise, I'm afraid the first thing she would do would be to settle the score with me. The best book. Thinking of this, Gu Fei couldn't help but stop and smile bitterly. Thinking of Yenna, Gu Fei couldn't help but think of his enemies. Dongfang Chen Beidang Ao, these people seem to be alive and well. When I get out of the Hell Realm, I'll settle the score with them. So what if I offend the Dongfang family and the Beidang family? Only by settling the scores could one move forward bravely. Too many concerns and restrictions would often cause one's cultivation to stagnate. Gu Fei's expression became incomparably cold, and his body was faintly emitting a murderous aura. He had already made up his mind. After leaving the Hell Realm, as long as he met those enemies, he would directly kill them. He would no longer have any scruples. Even if Dongfang Chen was from the same sect, or how powerful the Beitang family was, he would do as he pleased and settle the scores as he pleased. Gu Fei looked at the heavenly spring in front of him, and the life essence rushed towards him. His mind was suddenly shaken. How could he absorb this heavenly spring into his inner world? This heavenly spring of life wasn't big, only 3 zhang in radius. The legendary heavenly liquid of life formed a small pool, and in the center of the pool there were bubbles bubbling up. The heavenly liquid of life was a transparent liquid with a hint of green. Every drop contained a huge amount of life essence. Just one drop could bring a person back from the dead. Next to the heavenly spring, there was an unknown short tree. The roots of the tree were like dragons winding across the jade-like rocks, and then into the heavenly spring. There were more than a dozen very magical fruits growing on the tree. They were black and white fruits, only the size of a fist, but there was a black and white aura lingering around them. Gu Fei was very surprised because he sensed an incomparably pure yin and yang aura from the fruit of this short tree. He muttered to himself, Is this the legendary yin-yang fruit? The Taishan sect was a large Taoist sect with a long history. There were many ancient books in the sect, even ancient books. Gu Fei had once seen records of the yin-yang fruit in an ancient book. According to legend, it was a kind of holy fruit that was born at the beginning of the world, when yin and yang were born. It was a kind of holy fruit that was condensed from the essence of yin and yang. This kind of holy fruit could be used by mortals to change their physique and live forever. It was much more precious than the longevity grass, and was a kind of divine fruit between heaven and earth. If a cultivator used it, they could even ascend and become an immortal. Therefore the yin-yang fruit was called the divine immortal fruit. Of course, the immortal god fruit could not turn one into an immortal right away. However, it also proved that the immortal god fruit had an unimaginable effect on a cultivator's cultivation base. Even if it could not allow a cultivator to ascend to the heavens, it was probably close to it. Roar! Gu Fei let out a low roar. His eyes suddenly burst with dazzling light, and a powerful aura surged from his body. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. The heavenly spring of life, the divine immortal fruit, and even this area, I want it all. Gu Fei said in a low voice. Then, his body slowly rose from the ground, and his body began to emit rays of 5-colored light. By the time Gu Fei reached a height of around 300 meters, his figure had already been completely submerged by the 5-colored divine light that was radiating from his body. The terrifying energy of the 5 elements surged between heaven and earth, as if a 5-colored sun had appeared in the sky. The 5-colored sun was fixed in the sky. Then the whole world began to shake. The void around Gu Fei began to break, and the cracks spread in all directions. A black hole seemed to have appeared above the heavenly spring of life. The black hole was gradually expanding, and the light from the 5-colored sun was completely blocked by the black hole. A ray of light came from behind the black hole. The vast 5 elements Yuan Qi seemed to have opened a space-time door, and a strange aura began to spread from behind the black hole. The light behind the black hole gradually became brighter, as if a world was gradually emerging. The black hole was connected to another part of the void. Rumble? Chapter 508. Rumble? As if a part of the world was sinking, Gu Fei's inner world appeared above the divine spring of life. Endless power of the world poured down from the opened inner world, shrouding the whole area. Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged in the sky like a 5-colored sun, manipulating his inner world and shrouding the divine spring of life below. The whole world was shaking. Gu Fei's figure was completely shrouded by the devastating 5-colored divine light. Vast waves of Yuan Qi were surging in the hazy void like stormy waves. Gu Fei's inner world gradually solidified. A part of his inner world was about to appear in this world of death. Bang! With a violent tremor, the void within a radius of a few miles collapsed. Gu Fei's inner world emerged from the collapsed void and eventually shrouded the Pure Land within a radius of a few miles. At this time, Gu Fei was exhausted. His clothes were soaked with sweat. The sole mark between his eyebrows was sparkling with a dazzling purple divine light. He was trying his best to guide the power of the heaven and earth of his inner world. His entire mudpill palace seemed to be about to rush out of his head, making Gu Fei feel like his body was expanding rapidly. The mudpill palace was the mysterious sea of consciousness. It was connected to the inner world. It could be said that it was the bridge between the inner world and the outside world. Manipulating the power of the heaven and earth consumed a lot of spiritual force. After a short while, Gu Fei's head began to feel heavy. His vision began to darken, and he actually began to show signs of exhaustion. Gu Fei didn't want to fail at the last moment. He clenched his teeth and tried his best. This was the first time he had opened his inner world with all his strength. This was already Gu Fei's limit. The inner world covered a radius of a few miles and sank down. Endless power of the heaven and earth flowed down and seeped into the soil. Gu Fei's powerful divine will merged with the world energy. At this moment, Gu Fei and his inner world became one. Wherever the inner world energy went, images would appear in his mind. Gu Fei's body slowly descended to the divine spring of life together with his inner world. The power of heaven and earth filled every inch of the void, gradually isolating him from the outside world. Gu Fei displayed a terrifying divine ability. His inner world was gradually stripping a pure land from the world of death. The power of heaven and earth in his inner world isolated all auras from the outside world and gradually cut off the connection between the divine spring of life and this world of death. Only in this way could the divine spring of life, as well as the several miles around it, be absorbed into his inner world. He was going to dig out a large piece of the ground along with the source of life beneath it. However, it was not easy to completely cut off the connection between a piece of land and the original world. The power of heaven and earth in Gu Fei's inner world had completely enveloped the entire area where the divine spring of life was located. Gu Fei's inner world was like an incomparably huge bag with its mouth wide open, waiting for something to be placed inside. However, this thing was too difficult to move. Gu Fei's inner world energy had already penetrated hundreds of feet into the soil, but he still couldn't sense the source of the divine spring of life, the source of life. It was not difficult to absorb a divine spring of life into his inner world. However, without the source of life essence, the divine spring of life's essence of life would gradually dissipate. There was a source under the divine spring of life, which was the place where the essence of life was born. It was because of the existence of the source that the divine spring of life could continuously release the essence of life. Time elapsed. The essence of life and the power of heaven and earth surged in the area where the divine spring of life was located. Outside the area covered by the essence of life in Gu Fei's inner world, thousands of rotting corpses shrouded in black smoke were howling. The putrid smell even spread into the area enveloped by the life essence qi. Gu Fei seemed to have smelled that disgusting odor as well. Roar! 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 Like ghosts howling, those thousands of rotting corpses waved their hands. Their green eyes were like will-o'-the-wisps staring at Gu Fei, who was in the area covered by the essence of life. The scene was extremely terrifying. The rotting corpses' bodies were dripping with dark yellow liquid. White bones could be seen in some parts of their bodies. Death energy fluctuations that made people's hearts palpitate. Logically speaking, these corpses, whose strength was comparable to the Corpse King, should have already developed intelligence. However, these corpses didn't seem to have much intelligence. All they had was their formidable strength. These corpses usually slept under the soil of the Netherworld Demon Cave, absorbing the Netherworld's yin and death energy day and night. After hundreds of thousands of years, even an ordinary corpse would have become a Corpse King. The Netherworld Demon Cave was definitely an excellent place to raise corpses. These thousands of horrifying and disgusting corpses were the corpse soldiers refined by the Corpse King of the Netherworld. The corpse liquid dripping from those corpses made sizzling sounds as it dripped on the ground. Black smoke rose. That corpse liquid seemed to be very corrosive. The corpses outside were afraid of the essence of life, so they didn't dare to come in. This saved Gu Fei a lot of trouble, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. The power of heaven and earth in his inner world kept pouring down, reaching a level visible to the naked eye. Beams of seven-colored divine light constantly rushed out of Gu Fei's inner world and entered the ground. 200 zhang, 300 zhang. He still hadn't found the source of the divine spring of life. How could it be so deep? Gu Fei was secretly anxious. The 9 Nether Corpse King that had been lured away by He Tian could return at any time. With the ruffian skeleton He Tian's strength, he couldn't stop the return of the 9 Nether Corpse King. If the 9 Nether Corpse King gave up on chasing after He Tian and returned to the Yin Mountain, Gu Fei would be in danger. A powerful undead creature like the 9 Nether Corpse King wouldn't be afraid of the corrosion of the essence of life. Under the ground, the essence of life was even denser than on the surface. The essence of life was almost liquefied. At around 500 zhang, drops of liquid essence of life had already condensed in the soil. Those drops of liquid essence of life were like night pearls, flickering with a light green divine light of life. The underground was not dark. On the contrary, it was even brighter than the dusky world on the surface. When Gu Fei sensed all this, he was shocked to the extreme. The essence of life had actually condensed into pearls. One could imagine how exuberant the essence of life was here. Without a doubt, this was a treasure trove of life. The place where the divine spring of life was located would definitely become a pure land full of vitality. It was even better than those heavenly caves. It wasn't hard to imagine that as long as this divine spring of life was moved into his inner world would definitely be different. Gu Fei seemed to have already imagined the scene of his inner world becoming a pure land full of vitality. It was really exciting. The endless essence of life could also be used by him. In the future, no matter what degree of injury he suffered, as long as he lay in the divine spring of life, he would be completely healed. The spring water of the divine spring of life was the liquid of life. One drop could prolong one's life, and one drop could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. It was incomparably precious, comparable to the longevity grass. When the heaven and earth energy penetrated thousands of zhang into the ground, Gu Fei finally felt a trace of the pulse of life. This fluctuation was like the beating of a heart, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. The source of life? Gu Fei suddenly became spirited. His fatigue seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. A thunderous explosion erupted from his body, and a vast amount of yuan qi surged out of his body. A five-colored divine light illuminated the entire world. Rumble. As the heavens and earth shook, the inner world that descended from the sky completely came into contact with the pure land where the divine spring was located. At this moment, the divine spring of life, as well as the several miles around it, had completely disappeared from the void and had disappeared. Roar. Roar. The earth was sinking, the soil was disappearing, and the corpses were roaring. The disappearance of the divine spring of life made these thousands of corpses very nervous. They kept roaring and running, but the divine spring of life never appeared again. It was as if someone had used a great power and magical power to erase the area where the divine spring of life was located. Gu Fei's inner world had completely isolated everything on the ground. However, he didn't really take the divine spring of life and the pure land around it into his inner world. However, everything on the ground had already entered his inner world. There was still a part of the underground that hadn't been completely taken into his inner world. The earth continued to sink. Soon, a giant pit that was hundreds of zhang deep appeared in the mountain, replacing the area where the divine spring of life was. The divine spring of life was being taken into Gu Fei's inner world. The ground and soil that had disappeared had already entered Gu Fei's inner world. Gu Fei's soul consciousness and the inner world energy were still going deeper into the ground. Gradually, some divine jades with a strong life aura began to appear in the deep soil, emitting a soft glow. The water droplets condensed from the original life liquid began to turn from light green to green, and then from green to dark green. The deeper they went, the stronger the life aura became. Unexpectedly, the earth was like a boundless sea of life aura, containing an endless amount of life aura. When Gu Fei's soul consciousness and the heaven and earth energy reached 3,000 zhang underground, Gu Fei suddenly felt that his soul consciousness seemed to have entered an empty place. His soul consciousness was surrounded by an endless dark green liquid. The underground was empty, and the dark green original life liquid filled every inch of the void in this underground space. Bang, 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 a sound like a heartbeat came up from the depths of the original life liquid. Gu Fei felt a strange aura, as if a life was being nurtured in the original life liquid. Gu Fei's divine sense probed into the depths of the life source fluid. Suddenly, a huge meandering silhouette appeared in his mind. Then he saw a dragon, a faint and illusory green divine dragon in slumber. The thunder-like heartbeat came from the sleeping divine dragon. The thick dark green original life liquid around was rippling with the frequency of the heartbeat. Chapter 509. A jade-like divine dragon was sleeping at the source of the divine spring of life, which shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. His mind was shaken, and his divine sense, which he had sent into the source of life, almost collapsed. His divine sense felt like he had seen it with his own eyes. It was even clearer and clearer than looking with the naked eye. It was a jade-like divine dragon. The scales on the divine dragon were like divine jade, and they seemed to be enveloped in a layer of dark green, almost purple brilliance. It gave people an illusory feeling as if it was separated by a layer of gauze. Was it a real dragon with flesh and blood? Gu Fei felt uneasy. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Did someone suppress a theurgy under the Yin mountain? However, this divine dragon seemed a little too small. Although the divine dragon coiled and looked huge, if one took a closer look, this divine dragon was only a few hundred feet long. However, if it was a real divine dragon, the size of its body didn't mean anything because divine beasts like divine dragons had all kinds of theurgy and transformations. Gu Fei didn't feel the sacred and powerful aura of a divine beast. On the mountain and river cauldron, there were the divine souls of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. The aura of divine beasts wasn't unfamiliar to Gu Fei. However, the divine dragon in the depths of the source of life didn't seem to have the suffocating, terrifying aura of divine beasts, which made Gu Fei feel very strange. He sat cross-legged in his inner world and calmed himself down. Then he continued to observe the divine dragon in the depths of the source of life. Soon he made a new discovery. The divine dragon, which was sometimes clear and sometimes blurry, didn't seem to be a real divine dragon with flesh and blood. Could it be a dragon soul? This state seemed to be very similar to the state of the divine beast on the mountain and river cauldron. When Gu Fei's divine sense reached out to the dragon, it was blocked by something before it could even touch the dragon, causing it to be unable to advance any further. This shocked Gu Fei again. Could it be that someone really sealed the divine dragon's soul in the source of life? At the bottom of the divine spring of life, in the depths of the source of life, the essence of life had become unimaginably thick. The dark green divine liquid of life had almost solidified. This was a dark green world, an ocean of life. When Gu Fei's spiritual force entered, it felt like he was trapped in a vast ocean. The pressure from all directions was extremely strong. Gu Fei's divine sense could only reach about 1,000 feet into the depths of the source of life. The closer he got to the dragon's shadow, the stronger the resistance he encountered. If Gu Fei's cultivation had not increased greatly recently and his mental strength had also risen to another level, his spiritual force would not have been able to enter the depths of the source of life under the ground. In that case, it would be difficult for him to discover the secrets of the source of life. After several hours, Gu Fei's divine sense carefully probed the dragon's silhouette in front of him. He grew more and more alarmed because the dragon's silhouette was actually sealed in a crystal ball that was several dozen feet wide. Endless essence of life had formed an aquamarine crystal ball that was several dozen feet wide, and the dragon's silhouette was in the crystal ball. There were only two possibilities for this to be possible without the unique aura of a divine beast. The first possibility was that the dragon's silhouette in the crystal ball wasn't a divine beast. The second possibility was that the dragon's silhouette in the crystal ball was a dragon soul essence nurtured by heaven and earth. This crystal ball was a dragon pearl. This should be the legendary dragon pearl. But how is this possible? Gu Fei was completely shocked. The source of the divine spring of life was actually a dragon pearl condensed from endless essence of life. The reason why Gu Fei came to this conclusion was that only living beings nurtured by heaven and earth didn't have the aura of a divine beast. This was because living beings at this time hadn't developed their own intelligence and consciousness yet. They couldn't transform death into life and rush out of the dragon pearl to become a real true dragon. If it was a dragon soul that had been sealed by someone, Gu Fei would definitely be able to sense the existence of the true dragon qi. However, although the dragon pearl had already nurtured the dragon soul essence, it hadn't become a real true dragon. Therefore, the dragon pearl didn't have the true dragon qi. As far as Gu Fei knew, only the source of the dragon vein could condense a dragon pearl. Moreover, the probability was extremely small. It probably wouldn't appear even once in billions of years. It was no wonder that the divine spring of life could create a pure land of life in the depths of the Yin mountain where the netherworld's Yin Qi and Death Qi were the densest. The endless essence of life condensed into a huge dragon pearl that was hundreds of meters in diameter. The essence of life emitted from the dragon pearl was almost tangible. It instinctively rejected all other energy auras except for the essence of life. Humans were limited, but the world was boundless. Over billions of years, the Earth's crust would inevitably change. The sea could also become a mulberry field. The dragon vein would also move and change its route, causing the world to change. Therefore, the conditions to form a dragon pearl were very strict. The dragon vein could only condense and flow endlessly day and night, gathering the endless essence of the mountains and rivers. Without moving or changing its route, the source of the dragon vein remained in the same place for billions of years. Only then could a dragon soul be formed and a dragon pearl formed. When the dragon soul was strong enough to gain intelligence, it could break out of the pearl and transform into a true dragon. It would soar into the sky and roam above the 9 heavens, never to die. This was a godly beast nurtured by the world. Once it was born, it would have terrifying strength comparable to that of an immortal. Unfortunately, although the creatures nurtured by the world were extremely strong, the conditions for the essence of heaven and earth to finally be born were too harsh. Therefore, the godly beasts nurtured by the world only appeared in legends. There were probably no real godly beasts in the world today. Gu Fei had never expected that there would be a dragon pearl in the Yin mountain that was filled with Yin Qi and Death Qi. Moreover, it was a dragon pearl formed by endless essence of life. Under the Yin mountain there was only one Yin vein. If it was considered a dragon vein, it would be a demon dragon. A fierce dragon would definitely not be able to nurture a divine dragon. The divine dragon pearl in front of him was obviously not ordinary. After a long time, it had condensed endless essence of life to form a dragon soul. It had become a spiritual object of the world. Of course, in the natural world, creation was a divine thing. If one wanted to give birth to a living creature, it would take hundreds of millions of years. The embryonic form of the dragon soul essence had only appeared within this dragon ball. It was still a long way from the time when it truly matured. Even so, it was not easy for the dragon ball to be stored into Gu Fei's inner world with the life essence that had been accumulated for countless years and had condensed into a size of 100 feet. Moreover, Gu Fei faintly felt uneasy. The landscape in the depths of the Yin mountain was really strange. There was probably no other similar place in the world. Since the source of life could form a divine dragon pearl and nurture a dragon soul, wouldn't it be possible for a demon dragon to be nurtured under the nether devil cave that was adjacent to the divine spring of life? Life and death were mutually reinforcing and restraining. If there was life there would be death, and in death there would be life. No one knew if the source of the nether devil cave would nurture a demon dragon pearl, which was the opposite of the divine dragon pearl. If the divine dragon pearl was taken away, the balance of life and death in this area would be broken. What would happen? Gu Fei did not know, and he did not dare to think about it. However, even if the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, so what? This world was only one of the 6 paths of reincarnation refined by the ancient Buddhist master. Even if it was destroyed, it had nothing to do with him. Even if taking away the source of life would cause the yin and yang to lose balance and cause the yin vein to explode, Gu Fei had to continue. Of course, if he did not have an inner world, he would definitely not do such a stupid thing that was equivalent to self-destruction. This was because after taking away the source of life, no matter how powerful one was, if one could not escape 1,000 miles away in time, once the yin vein of earth under the yin mountain exploded, even if Gu Fei had 10 lives, it would not be enough to survive. However, Gu Fei controlled an inner world, so the situation was different. He could hide in his inner world in an instant, or directly use the power of his inner world to take away the source of life. As long as he closed his inner world, even if the outside world collapsed and the world ended, it would be difficult to affect Gu Fei who had entered his inner world. The divine dragon pearl was a spiritual object that was born from the essence of life. It was something that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. Not to mention that the divine dragon pearl that was born from the essence of life contained an endless amount of essence of life. The essence of life contained within it was vast and boundless. It was unbelievable. Moreover, the essence of life could give birth to all living beings. Even if Gu Fei did nothing, as long as he placed this divine dragon pearl on the ground, even if it was in a barren land, even if it was thrown into the 9 serenities hell, an evil land would still become a paradise. Cultivating within it would have the effect of traveling 1,000 miles in a day. Gu Fei's ancient martial path was originally an ancient supreme cultivation method. It was difficult and obscure. Although he had cultivated it day in and day out, he had only just stepped onto the path of an expert. He had only managed to condense the 5 elements martial body. He was still very far away from the great accomplishment realm, and he needed a huge amount of spiritual chi to continue cultivating. Now that he had seen this divine dragon pearl that was formed from the endless essence of life, there was no reason for him to let it go. After making up his mind, Gu Fei sat cross-legged in his inner world. He used all his strength to control his inner world and devoured the underground. The ground quickly sank thousands of feet, forming a bottomless pit. Just like that, a huge pit with a radius of several miles was formed. At the edge of the pit, thousands of rotting corpses were roaring, and the aura of death was vast and mighty. From time to time, the rotting corpses of experts would rush into the pit with boundless yin qi and corpse fog. At this time, Gu Fei's inner world had already sunk near the source of life. The inner world was like the opening of a bag, gradually shrinking towards the source of life. He wanted to take away the source of life underground, as well as the divine dragon pearl in the depths of the source of life. Chapter 5:10. In the depths of Yin Mountain, the Yin energy and nether mist surged. After the divine spring of life was isolated by Gu Fei's inner world, this place became the world of death energy. The depths of the mountain were completely plunged into darkness. Death energy surged, and terrifying roars came from the depths of Yin Mountain from time to time, as if there were evil spirits howling. The Yin energy and nether mist shrouded the world. Looking from afar, there was a demonic cloud that covered a radius of 100 miles in the sky above Yin Mountain. Blood-colored lightning swam in the demonic cloud from time to time. The thousands of corpses refined by the 9 Nether Corpse King appeared from time to time in the depths of Een Mountain like a group of demons dancing. The life energy in the depths of Een Mountain was gradually disappearing. The balance between life and death was being broken. The Nether Devil lair was also abnormal. The Een energy and death energy that spewed out from the lair became even more intense. A rumbling sound came from the depths of the ground. It was like muffled thunder. Moreover, after this strange sound appeared, it never stopped. Time passed, and no one knew what was happening in the depths of Een Mountain. However, the strange movements of Een Mountain still alerted the creatures of death around it. Some powerful creatures of death began to appear near Een Mountain. However, no creature of death dared to enter Een Mountain to see what was going on. The 9 Nether Corpse King dominated Een Mountain. This was not a secret. The 3 magnates of the outer regions of the world of death knew about it. Some powerful creatures of death also knew about it. However, even the 3 great leaders weren't willing to offend the 9 Nether Corpse King. Apart from the 9 Nether Corpse King possessing strength comparable to an emperor, it was also because the 9 Nether Corpse King had a group of puppets formed from Quasi-Corpse Kings. Thousands of Quasi-Corpse King puppets were a powerful force that gave the 3 magnates a headache. No one dared to underestimate them. Unknowingly, 3 days passed. The 9 Nether Corpse King did not return to Een Mountain. It seemed that He Tian had really stalled the 9 Nether Corpse King. Otherwise, the 9 Nether Corpse King would not have left its lair for so long. This gave Gu Fei enough time to slowly collect the divine spring of life. The God Spring of Life and the Nether Devil Cave were both things that those powerful undead creatures wanted to obtain. They had once provoked a terrifying undead creature to directly charge into the Een Mountain and fight with the 9 Nether Corpse King for 3 days and 3 nights before it was unwilling to be defeated. The Netherworld Devil Den possessed boundless death chi and Netherworld Een chi. To undead creatures, it was a treasured land, and cultivating there would yield twice the results with half the effort. As for the divine spring of life, it was a death trap for the undead creatures that hadn't reached the Emperor realm. The life energy here would wear out the death chi and scatter their souls. However, the essence life chi wasn't fatal to the Emperor-level creatures. On the contrary, these Emperor-level creatures could use the essence life chi of the divine spring of life to wash away the aura of death on their bodies, reversing the cycle of life and death. The 9 Hell Corpse King was the best proof. It had already successfully regenerated half of its body and stepped onto the path of resurrection. All the undead creatures believed that only by successfully reversing the cycle of life and death could they transform to their strongest state, and the strongest state was to become a living being with flesh and blood. This was because the holy tribe that came from the depths of the death world was a living being with flesh and blood. They were incomparably powerful. Legend had it that they had once killed an emperor in the outer regions of the death world. In these 3 days, more and more undead creatures were attracted over, and the terrifying aura coming from the depths of the Een Mountain became stronger and stronger. All the undead creatures were watching, but the 3 magnates from the outer regions of the death world did not appear. Without an emperor, all the undead creatures were very worried. Could it be that those emperors had really entered the depths of the death world? The absence of the Bone Emperor, the Netherworld Emperor, and the Corpse Emperor made all the undead creatures feel uneasy, and they didn't dare to act rashly. It should be known that the 3 magnates had been eyeing the Nether Devil lair and the divine spring of life in the Een Mountain for a long time. Everyone wanted to take another step forward and break through the Emperor realm. They wanted to become comparable to the legendary expert who unified the outer regions and led countless creatures of death into the depths of the world of death. On the 5th day, some powerful undead creatures could not wait any longer and entered the Een Mountain. Very quickly, the sounds of fighting could be heard from the Een Mountain. Obviously, they had encountered the terrifying zombies in the mountain. The battle was very short. Only a few undead creatures rushed out of the Een Mountain, but they were all severely injured. One of the undead creatures had half of its body shattered, and a large hole had been pierced through the chest of an evil corpse. Dark black liquid flowed out of the wound, and a battle soul had become faint and illusory. It was actually in danger of dispersing at any time. All the undead creatures outside the mountain turned pale with fright when they saw this scene. There seemed to be great danger in the Een Mountain. No one dared to step into the Een Mountain again, and they all watched from the outside. On the 6th day, the entire Een Mountain was completely shrouded in a pitch-black death chi. It was so dark that one could not even see their fingers in front of them. A large number of undead creatures had gathered outside the mountain. These undead creatures were all watching. Some powerful undead creatures that did not believe in the dark entered the terrifying Een Mountain one after another. They were either trapped in the Yin Mountain and never came out again, or they were severely injured and narrowly escaped. At this moment, the heavens and the earth were covered in darkness. Endless demon clouds and death chi shrouded the mountains. It was a terrifying scene, as though the end of the world was coming. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound came from the depths of the Yin Mountain. The entire heavens and the earth shook violently. Then the earth surged like waves, and a few peaks in the depths of the Yin Mountain instantly collapsed. With the depths of the Yin Mountain as the center, an extremely terrifying power spread out. Countless peaks collapsed. With the Nether Devil lair as the center, the earth collapsed and spread in all directions. Boom! 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 The mountains were collapsing, and endless evil chi and demon chi surged out from the collapsed earth. A demon howl shook the heavens and the earth. All the undead creatures outside the mountains panicked. They felt a terrifying aura surging out from the depths of the mountains. On the spot, many undead creatures turned around and fled. Only some powerful undead creatures were still watching from outside the mountains. Then many figures surging with death chi rushed out from the mountains. The stench of rotting corpses immediately filled the air. Those were the corpses refined by the Netherworld Corpse King. The Yin vein of the earth erupted, and the vast and terrifying power destroyed everything. The thousands of corpses were not spared. Although the thousands of terrifying corpses were only battle tools and did not have much intelligence, when they encountered a destructive attack, they would instinctively escape. However, there were not many corpses that managed to escape. There were only a few dozen of them. Dazzling soul divine light bloomed. Some powerful undead creatures attacked the corpses that rushed out. Then rays of black light pierced through the void and attacked the corpses like divine swords. Powerful undead creatures attacked one after another. In an instant, corpse water splashed everywhere and roars were heard. The dozens of corpses that rushed out from the mountains were instantly killed by the experts outside the mountains. Boom! At this moment, a huge tremor came from the mountains. The entire Yin Mountain seemed to be collapsing. Terrifying cracks spread out from the depths of the mountains, and endless death chi surged out from the cracked ground. The whole world seemed to be collapsing, and it shook violently. More than a dozen mountains collapsed. Roar! A demonic roar resounded throughout the world. Endless death chi rushed up to the sky like a volcanic eruption, and it shrouded the entire area. In the pitch-black death chi, a huge dragon shadow was swimming. That is, the undead creatures outside the mountains were all experts. They had already rushed into the sky and swept their eyes over the surging death chi in front of them. There is an earth Yin vein under the Yin Mountain. Turns out to be true. That is the soul of the Yin vein. Someone said excitedly. Swoosh. 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 Without any hesitation, the undead creatures immediately rushed towards the faintly discernible dragon shadow in the distance. That was the soul of the Yin vein. If they could refine it, they might have a chance to reach the Emperor realm, or even become a supreme expert that surpassed the Emperor realm. At this moment, all the undead creatures went crazy. An evil corpse rushed to the front. Someone recognized that it was a capable general of the Corpse King. Evil corpses were different from corpses. Corpses were battle tools refined by the Nine Serenities Corpse King using the power of the Nether Devil Cave. Although they had great power, they had almost no consciousness. Evil corpses were undead creatures that walked the corpse Tao. Not only did they have great power, but they also had their own consciousness. They could cultivate, and through cultivation they could become even stronger. The evil corpse turned into a gray evasive light and directly rushed into the demonic clouds. It attacked the illusory dragon shadow, wanting to subdue it. Bang! The dragon shadow directly swung its tail and swept the evil corpse out of the death chi cloud. It was sent flying thousands of meters away. The Corpse King's body, which was harder than divine weapons, was bombarded by a great force. Black liquid seeped out and it almost collapsed. The other undead creatures were shocked. That evil corpse was incomparably powerful. It was the #1 expert under the Corpse King. It had the terrifying strength of a king. How could they not be shocked when it was hit by the soul of the Yin vein? The undead creatures that rushed towards the soul of the spirit vein couldn't help but stop for a moment. Brr! That evil corpse roared and its corpse chi surged out. The Corpse King's cracked body quickly healed, and then it rushed forward again. More than 100 undead creatures rushed towards the soul of the Yin vein in the death chi cloud. They became cautious when they saw that the soul of the Yin vein was so powerful. They immediately spread out and surrounded the soul of the Yin vein. Chapter 5:11. The death creatures that dared to stay and watch were all powerful. Some of them were even king-level experts. Even the weakest death creature had the cultivation of a king-level expert. Over 100 king-level experts and quasi-king-level experts attacked at the same time. The terrifying power almost shattered the space. The sky and earth shook violently. The demonic clouds that covered a radius of 100 li in the sky were almost scattered. The Yin Vein Dragon Soul in the demonic clouds roared again and again. Under the joint attack of over 100 king-level undead creatures, even the Yin Vein Dragon Soul couldn't bear it. The Yin Vein Dragon Soul suffered a great impact and sensed danger. It let out a roar and spewed out destructive demonic light that swept in all directions. It forcibly broke through the encirclement of the undead creatures and rushed out. It then fled into the depths of the world of death. The evil demon dragon soul born from the Yin Vein of the earth was different from the divine dragon soul born from the source of life. It was still slowly growing in the Dragon Ball. This evil demon dragon soul already had spirituality and was not an inanimate object. It could sense danger and immediately fled. Go after it. Over 100 powerful death creatures immediately chased after it. The Yin Vein soul was too tempting to them. They were willing to risk their lives for the Yin Vein dragon soul. Terrifying deathly energy spread out, and baleful chi rushed into the sky. The hundreds of undead creatures gave off energy ripples, forming a massive storm. The deathly chi covered the heavens and earth as it flooded towards the depths of the world of death, giving off the aura of a massive army. Soon, the Yin Vein dragon soul and over 100 powerful death creatures disappeared from the world. The earth was still collapsing. Under the Yin mountain, endless death aura gushed out. The Yin Vein of the earth exploded and affected the surrounding area for hundreds of li. If this happened on the Tinglong continent, it would be a disaster. Fortunately, it happened in the Hell Path. The Hell Path was a world of death. Even if this world was destroyed, the billions of creatures on the Tinglong continent wouldn't be affected. Gu Fei's guess was right. The Nether Demon Cave and the Heavenly Spring of Life were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. They grew together in the depths of the Yin Mountain. If the source of the Heavenly Spring of Life could give birth to a Dragon Ball, then the source of the Nether Demon Cave could also give birth to a terrifying demon. Moreover, the Yin Vein under the Yin Mountain contained too much death energy, and the Yin Vein dragon soul that was nurtured was also incomparably powerful. Once it was born, it would be able to compete with the King Realm undead creatures. The balance between life and death had been completely broken by Gu Fei, which meant that he had already successfully collected the divine spring of life and the source of life. Because of this, he also caused the Yin Vein of the earth under the Yin Mountain to explode. The entire Yin Mountain was collapsing and spreading outwards. The vast and terrifying ripples spread out, affecting the entire outer region of the world of death. All the undead creatures looked in the direction of Yin Mountain in fear. Some of the undead creatures that had been cultivating in seclusion also walked out. The outer regions of the world of death were in chaos. The regions ruled by the three tycoons were also in chaos. All the undead creatures were terrified and felt that a great catastrophe was about to befall them. Roar! A furious roar came from a valley next to the underworld river. Death chi surged out from the valley, and 9 balls of light that looked like black suns froze in the sky above the valley. They emitted terrifying energy ripples and sealed off this part of the world. Bam! 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 Violent crashing sounds came from the valley. As the sounds rang out, the entire valley started to shake. From time to time, huge rocks in the surroundings of the valley would fall and roll into the valley. There seemed to be a wild beast in the valley that was trying to break out of the seal. Roar! Hey Tian, you damned bastard! You despicable ruffian! What have you done? A furious roar came from the valley. At this moment, on a mountain peak outside the valley, a skeleton that was half black and half white was looking in the direction of Yin Mountain. Oh my god! Boss really took that divine spring? The yin-yang soul fire in He Tian's skull was pulsing violently. It was obvious that it was very excited. He Tian, I'm going to kill you and that fellow who was with you. Furious roars came from the valley one after another. He Tian, who was on the mountain peak, could clearly see a terrifying figure shrouded in death chi and life chi dashing left and right in the dark valley. Ah! 9 nether-old corpse, your lair is finished. How delightful. He Tian was incomparably happy. He was truly happy. This 9 nether corpse king had chased him to the ends of the earth. He had finally lured this old corpse into the ancient secret formation with great difficulty, allowing He Tian to vent his anger. It turned out that He Tian had been chased by the 9 nether corpse king all the way from Yin Mountain to the Bone Emperor's territory, and then from the Bone Emperor's territory to the Nether Emperor's territory. Following that, He Tian had brought the 9 nether corpse king to the Corpse Emperor's lair. Along the way, countless unlucky fellows had died in the hands of the enraged 9 nether corpse king. This He Tian was truly someone who wished for the world to be in chaos. He had originally wanted to lure the 9 Nether Corpse King to the lair of the 3 great leaders and let them deal with this old corpse. However, none of the 3 great leaders were in their lair. As a result, the subordinates of the 3 great leaders suffered a calamity. The 9 Nether Corpse King was also a ruthless character. He was merciless, and those who dared to resist were directly killed by him. This 9 Nether Corpse King was quite impressive. Its strength was comparable to a monarch realm expert. In the outer regions of the Death Continent, this old corpse was probably the #1 expert below the monarch realm. In the end, He Tian had no other choice but to take the risk and lure the old corpse into the valley by the river Styx. He used the power of the heavens and earth condensed by the ancient secret formation to trap it. The ancient secret formation that He Tian had set up in the valley had already been operating for 3 days and 3 nights when the 9 Nether Corpse King had charged in, gathering endless death energy. After the 9 Nether Corpse King was trapped by the ancient formation, it was actually unable to break out of it. This caused him to go mad with rage, and he ceaselessly bombarded the ancient formation with the intention of forcefully breaking it open. However, the power of the heavens and earth condensed by the ancient formation had already taken form, and it had become one with the heavens and earth. It possessed unfathomable might, and no matter how hard the 9 Nether Corpse King tried, it was unable to escape. Damn it! Who exactly is that fellow? Could he be a sacred race expert from the other side of the river Styx? The 9 Nether Corpse King roared furiously. He had already sensed that his lair was finished. The thousands of corpse puppets were finished as well because the 9 Nether Corpse King had planted a vicious curse on them. No matter where the 9 Nether Corpse King was, he would be able to sense the existence of those corpse puppets. But now he actually noticed that he couldn't even sense a single corpse puppet. This could only mean one thing, and that was that the corpse puppets he had painstakingly refined had been completely annihilated. Haha, that's my new big brother. How is it? Do you know how powerful I am? He Tian was very pleased with himself. He had even forgotten that Gu Fei had kicked him out of his inner world. Bastard, aren't you supposed to be a loner? The 9 Nether Corpse King, who was trapped in the formation, suddenly calmed down. This ancient formation was impregnable and could not be broken with brute force. What? I don't want to be alone anymore, that won't do. He Tian said in an extremely displeased manner. Do you think I want to be like this? If I had the strength I had in the past, how could I have fallen to such a state? He Tian thought. Oh, so there seems to be a problem with your cultivation. You need to find a backer to protect your life. The 9 Nether Corpse King seemed to be deliberately trying to expose He Tian's scars, and deliberately pretended to be enlightened as he spoke. When Erebus heard this, he was immediately enraged. The soul fire in his skull flickered with black and white colors, and it pulsed continuously. Very good, I originally didn't want to kill you so quickly, but since you want to die early, then I'll fulfill your wish. With that, He Tian sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. Haha. How funny, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. You, a skeleton that isn't even a king, want to kill me? The 9 Nether Corpse King laughed out loud, his words filled with disdain. He was mocking He Tian for overestimating himself. If He Tian had a face made of flesh and blood, his face would probably have turned green by now. The 9 Nether Corpse King's words were too ear-piercing. One had to know that back then, He Tian was also an expert of the generation in the outer region of the world of death. Due to some reason, his cultivation and strength had plummeted. Right now, he wasn't even a king amongst the undead creatures. It could be said that he was in an extremely miserable state. He Tian didn't say anything else. He directly used his actions to prove his words. His yin-yang bone body started to emit yin and yang qi. It wasn't the power of death but the power of yin and yang between heaven and earth. How is this possible? Although the 9 Nether Corpse King was trapped in the ancient secret formation in the valley, he still knew every single move of He Tian, who was standing on the mountain peak beside the valley, like the back of his hand. The 9 Nether Corpse King had successfully purified half of the endless deathly aura on his body with his life essence, giving birth to flesh and blood. His cultivation was incomparably powerful, and he was only a step away from the Emperor realm. His powerful divine sense enveloped the surroundings, and everything around the valley was within the range of the 9 Nether Corpse King's senses. Although the ancient secret formation laid down by the ruffian skeleton He Tian could trap the 9 Nether Corpse King within it, it couldn't isolate his incomparably powerful divine sense. Moreover, this ancient formation wasn't actually used to trap people or kill enemies, but to condense supreme soul energy and summon the Samsara bridge. However, this He Tian did have some tricks up his sleeve. He sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, and his bone body emitted yin and yang qi. The soul flame in his skull even emitted a resplendent divine light. Afterwards, the vast yin and yang qi formed a black and white taiji yin-yang diagram above Tian's head. This taiji yin-yang diagram was exactly the same as the taiji yin-yang diagram that had rushed out from the yin-yang jade pendant that Gu Fei had obtained. You. The Nine Nether Corpse King was incomparably shocked, as if he had seen something unimaginable. Even his voice started to tremble. Impossible, you're an undead creature without flesh and blood. How can there not be a trace of deathly aura on your bone body? How is this possible? Could it be that you've already cleansed all the deathly aura on your bone body and completely purified your soul? At this time, the Nine Nether Corpse King vaguely understood why this ruffian Tian's cultivation had fallen to the point where he wasn't even a king anymore. It seemed that this fellow had completely shed his bone body and even the power of death in the depths of his soul. Tian had abandoned the power of death. How did he do it? The Nine Nether Corpse King could never have imagined how an undead creature could reach this stage. In a sense, Tian, this despicable and shameless ruffian, had already walked far ahead of the Nine Nether Corpse King. This was because the deathly aura on Tian's body had already faded away, and the Nine Nether Corpse King only had half of its body regenerated, while the other half of its body still contained an endless deathly aura. I'm going to sacrifice you alive. It was rare for Tian to put away his ruffian appearance and become incomparably serious. His hands moved, and the yin and yang qi of the world continuously gathered from all directions. The taiji yin-yang diagram above his head began to slowly revolve. Chaos gave birth to yin and yang gave birth to the five elements, and the five elements gave birth to all things in the world. With the world, there would be yin and yang and the five elements. Yin and yang and the five elements were the source of the world. Even in the world of death, it was inseparable from the five elements of yin and yang. Tian was gathering the power of yin and yang. The taiji yin-yang diagram above Tian's head gathered more and more yin and yang energy, and gradually grew larger. In the end, it even enveloped the space of several hundred meters. Within Tian's skull, the soul fire emitted a resplendent divine splendor, like a ball of yin and yang divine fire burning. His bones also seemed to be burning, with yin and yang flames jumping about. Go! Tian shouted in a low voice, and the taiji yin-yang diagram floating above his head flew towards the valley below the mountain peak. After flying above the valley, it stopped in the air. What are you trying to do? Do you think you can kill me just like that? So what if you wash away the death qi? With your strength, you definitely won't be able to kill me. Don't waste your time. The Nine Nether Corpse King was fearless. His words were not wrong. Tian's strength was not even at the king realm, so how could he kill a corpse king at the peak of the king realm? Tian sneered, then stood up from the mountain peak and took a step forward. In the next moment, his figure appeared in the sky above the valley. Tian sat cross-legged on the taiji yin-yang diagram condensed from the vast yin and yang energy. His bones emitted a resplendent yin and yang divine light, as if he had fused with the diagram. The diagram slowly revolved and began to pour down endless yin and yang energy. Boom! The entire formation shook violently under the infusion of the yin and yang energy. The 9 balls of black light that were fixed in the sky above the ancient formation descended towards the Nine Nether Corpse King, who was trapped in the formation. It was as if 9 black suns were suppressing the Nine Nether Corpse King. Rumble, a terrifying power spread out. The 9 balls of black light contained an enormous amount of terrifying power, and under Tian's guidance they emitted endless black light. When the Nine Nether Corpse King was illuminated by the black light, its entire body seemed to be burning. Whether it was the death energy or the life energy in its body, they all seemed to be ignited and actually flowed out bit by bit. The Nine Nether Corpse King's shock was no small matter. Its power seemed to be evaporating, or more accurately, it was being forcefully extracted from its body, and then fused into the formation. Tian's words were not false. He actually wanted to use the power of this ancient formation to sacrifice the Nine Nether Corpse King. Chapter 5:12. The Nine Nether Corpse King, who was trapped in the ancient secret formation, was truly panicking. Although Tian had used the formation to trap him, he had never thought that Tian would really have the power to kill him. The taiji yin and yang diagram hovered above the formation, releasing a vast amount of yin and yang energy, causing the formation below to undergo a change. 9 balls of black light descended from the sky, and then settled around the Nine Nether Corpse King, emitting endless black light that shone towards the Nine Nether Corpse King. It was as if there were 9 black suns surrounding the Nine Nether Corpse King from all directions. With a burst of scorching heat, even the void was distorted by the strange power emitted by the 9 balls of black light. The 9 Nether Corpse King roared again and again, but he quickly discovered that the surrounding space seemed to have solidified, gradually becoming as hard as divine metal. It was already difficult for him to move, as he was completely imprisoned in the formation by a great power. The formation beneath his feet seemed to have come to life, emitting rays of light that firmly bound him to the ground. This ancient formation was very extraordinary. It condensed the power of the world and laid down an inescapable net. Not only could it summon the remnant souls that wandered in the world, it could also seal everything, completely imprisoning a terrifying Corpse King. Roar! The 9 Nether Corpse King was roaring angrily. He felt as if all the energy in his body was boiling and surging. The half of his body that contained an endless aura of death rushed out with streams of pitch-black death energy, while the other half of his body that was as vigorous as a flood dragon rushed out with streams of dark green life essence. His power was being forcefully extracted from his body by the mighty power condensed by the formation. The 9 Nether Corpse King's power was quickly being lost, and then being refined into the formation. With the infusion of yin and yang energy and the replenishment of the 9 Nether Corpse King's power, the formation's power was gradually increasing, and the vast energy fluctuations it emitted were extremely powerful. 9 Nether Old Corpse, just accept your fate. Ah. He Tian, who was sitting cross-legged on the Taiji yin and yang diagram, saw the 9 Nether Corpse King in an incomparably sorry state in the ancient formation and felt incomparably delighted. Roar! 9 Nether Heavens! The 9 Nether Corpse King suddenly let out a furious roar. His long hair wildly danced, and he looked as sinister as a malicious spirit. Following his loud roar, 9 black vortexes suddenly surged out from his body. Rumble! An extremely terrifying power surged out from the 9 Corpse King's body, shaking the entire formation. Even the Taiji yin and yang diagram beneath He Tian trembled. The 9 black vortexes seemed to be connected to heaven and earth, connecting to hell. They exuded an endless evil and terrifying aura, and actually swallowed the 9 balls of black light in the formation. Rather than waiting for death and having his strength obliterated, it was better to fight with his life on the line. This way there might still be a chance of survival. Thus, the 9 Nether Corpse King was really going all out. Roar! This old corpse, I knew he wouldn't be sacrificed so easily. He Tian was also shocked when he saw how ferocious the 9 Nether Corpse King was. The soul flame in his skull seemed to be burning, emitting a mighty power of yin and yang, stabilizing the shaking Tai Chi yin and yang diagram. Yin and yang chi surged down from the Tai Chi yin and yang diagram, and continued to pour into the ancient formation below. The entire true earth engraved on the ground lit up, and the 9 flags that were inserted into the 9 formation cores danced violently, emitting terrifying energy fluctuations that caused one's heart to palpitate. The 9 balls of black light above the formation released endless black light, enveloping the entire world in darkness. The 9 eerie and terrifying black vortexes that were trying to devour them were all blocked. However, with the 9 black vortexes revolving around his body, blocking the black light from the 9 balls of black light, the 9 Nether Corpse King had already temporarily cut off the strange power of the formation, preventing the power in his body from being forcefully sucked out. Damn it! He Tian was very unwilling. This old corpse was truly difficult to kill and had unfathomable methods, but so what? It was just a deathbed struggle. He Tian roused the power of yin and yang, causing the Taiji yin and yang diagram to tremble repeatedly. Endless yin and yang energy surged down from the divine diagram, raising the power of the entire ancient formation to its peak. Rumble! The void trembled, and the 9 eerie and terrifying black vortexes that spewed out endless death aura were actually suppressed by the 9 balls of black light to the point of gradually retreating. He Tian and the 9 Nether Corpse King were both fighting with their lives on the line. He Tian's yin-yang bone body seemed to be burning, and the power of yin and yang surged on the bone body. He was using the yin-yang technique with all his might. However, it was probably impossible for him to kill the 9 Nether Corpse King in one go. After all, the 9 Nether Corpse King's strength was there, and even with the help of the ancient secret formation, it would be difficult to kill a Corpse King at the peak of the King realm in a short period of time. Just as the battle between He Tian and the 9 Nether Corpse King fell into a stalemate, the Yin mountain that was 1,000 miles away had completely turned into ruins. The explosion of the Yin vein of the earth had expanded the Netherworld Devil Lair by 100 miles, turning it into an incomparably huge devil pit that seemed to be connected to the 9 Nether Hell. Endless death aura was still spewing out from the huge devil pit, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. The nearby mountains had completely disappeared from the horizon. The ground split open into bottomless cracks that were like bottomless abysses, sinister and terrifying. These abyss-like cracks were also leaking pitch-black nether fog and death aura. The ground was still shaking and soil was constantly collapsing from the cracks. The Yin mountain had disappeared, and so had the divine spring of life. The Yin vein of the earth did not completely collapse, but the tremors caused by it could be felt by the entire outer region of the world of death. At the last moment of collecting the source of life, Gu Fei hid in his inner world. The moment he successfully collected the source of life, he closed his inner world and cut off all connections with the outside world. When the Yin vein of the earth erupted, it did not affect Gu Fei. At this moment, he was splitting open the ground and burying the source of life under the ground of his inner world. Very soon, a divine spring of life gushed out of the ground, and a divine spring of life that was filled with life aura appeared in Gu Fei's inner world. With this divine spring of life, Gu Fei's inner world immediately became full of vitality. The source of life started to nourish Gu Fei's inner world. The spiritual aura within a 5-mile radius of his inner world had reached an unbelievable level, and it was definitely not inferior to the blessed lands. The turbulence in the outside world lasted for 2 days before it gradually calmed down. When the death aura that was wreaking havoc in the outside world could no longer threaten him, Gu Fei opened his inner world and walked out. When Gu Fei walked out of his inner world, he was immediately shocked by what he saw in front of him. The Yin mountain had actually collapsed, and in its place was a huge pit that was spewing endless death aura. The bottomless pit was like a gaping mouth. It was gloomy and terrifying, as if a ferocious demon would rush out of it at any time. The terrifying aura made people's hearts palpitate. Once the earth spirit veins moved, it would inevitably lead to changes in the mountains and rivers, resulting in great turmoil and disasters. Fortunately, this was the world of death. Even if heaven and earth collapsed, it would not affect the outside world. All of this was his doing. However, Gu Fei did not feel the slightest bit of guilt, because this was a world of the dead. There were no real living beings here, only endless dead souls. Gu Fei stood high in the sky and looked around. He could see the figures of some dead creatures shrouded in death aura walking around. Gu Fei suddenly frowned. He sensed a few powerful consciousness probing towards him. There were powerful dead creatures spying on him nearby. Gu Fei sneered. He did not pay attention to these dead creatures. Instead, he took a step forward and used the 8 steps extreme speed to rush towards the underworld river. When Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the dusky sky and earth, several figures shrouded in the underworld fog and death aura rushed out from the darkness. Who is that person? I don't know. He is a living being with flesh and blood. His life aura is extremely vigorous. Could he be one of the sacred clan that came from the depths of the earth? The legendary sacred clan? It can't be. The few dead creatures shrouded in the underworld fog and death aura communicated with their soul power. They did not chase after Gu Fei. Even if they wanted to, they would not be able to catch up with him. After exchanging a few words, the undead creatures dispersed and disappeared into the darkness. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and strolled in the void as if he was teleporting. Along the way he did not see a single dead creature. The world was strangely quiet. This made Gu Fei feel a little pressured. It was as if something was about to happen. It made him feel a little uneasy. Without the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword in hand, he was even more cautious. Swish! Like a 5-colored meteor streaking across the dark sky and earth, Gu Fei used the 8 steps extreme speed to the extreme. Very soon he was hundreds of miles away. Rumble! There was a faint rumbling sound in front of him. It was the roar of the underworld river. When Gu Fei was about to reach the place where He Tian had set up the array, he felt a black aura in front of him. The wind and clouds changed color and a terrifying energy wave was surging towards him. What's going on? Gu Fei was shocked. He quickly flew towards the valley by the underworld river. When he got close, he was shocked to discover that a divine diagram that he could not be more familiar with was actually floating in the sky above the valley. A skeleton that emitted endless yin and yang divine light was sitting in the middle of the divine diagram. He Tian? Could it be that he really has some kind of relationship with the supreme expert that walked out from the yin-yang jade pendant? Seeing the Taiji yin-yang diagram, Gu Fei immediately thought of the supreme expert that had successfully reversed life and death in the yin-yang jade pendant and was reborn from flesh and blood. Both of them cultivated the yin and yang energy of heaven and earth. Both of them could condense the Taiji yin-yang diagram with endless yin and yang energy. This was definitely not a coincidence. Gu Fei then sensed another powerful aura. The 9 Nether Corpse King is trapped in the array? Gu Fei was shocked again. No wonder the 9 Nether Corpse King did not return to the Yin Mountain. It seemed that it had been lured into the ancient formation by the ruffian He Tian and was sealed. There was an ancient formation below, a divine diagram above, and in the middle, there were 9 balls of black light that were like black suns that were fixed in the air, releasing a jet black light. The 9 balls of black light were gradually moving towards the 9 Nether Corpse King in the middle of the formation. Another 9 pitch-black vortexes that were like bottomless abysses blocked the path of the black light. Chapter 5:13. He Tian sat cross-legged on the yin-yang divine diagram, activating the power of the ancient formation with all his might, wanting to refine the 9 Nether Corpse King that was trapped in the ancient formation to death. 9 balls of black light emitted endless black light, like black suns, plunging the surrounding space into darkness. Every ball of black light was a few hundred meters in size and emitted terrifying energy fluctuations. The 9 black holes that spewed out boundless corpse chi condensed by the 9 Hell Corpse King's 9 Hell Heaven divine ability were gradually pushed back by the 9 balls of black light. The 9 Nether Corpse King roared again and again. Powerful death energy and life energy surged out, and the 9 black holes crazily spewed out death energy in an attempt to block the 9 balls of black light. However, no matter how hard the 9 Nether Corpse King tried to activate the life and death energy in its body, it seemed to be unable to contend against the power of the heavens and earth condensed by the ancient formation. The 9 Nether Corpse King's defeat was already a foregone conclusion, and it was only a matter of time. He Tian, I'm here. Gu Fei landed on the mountain peak outside the valley, and then sent a sound transmission to He Tian. He Tian, who was concentrating on controlling the ancient secret formation, suddenly received Gu Fei's sound transmission, and immediately trembled, almost falling off the divine diagram. Rumble! The formation was shaking and He Tian's mind was distracted, immediately affecting the power of the formation. The 9 balls of black light in the formation were actually blocked by the 9 black holes. Wah wah. Boss, don't be so scary. The soul fire in He Tian's skull was violently pulsing, and he was on the verge of going berserk. At this critical moment, after being frightened by Gu Fei, the 9 Nether Corpse King could linger on for a while longer. When did you, He Tian, become so timid? Gu Fei couldn't help but be amused when he saw that He Tian was truly frightened. Boss, I old He only have a set of bones, I don't have the guts. He Tian snappily said. He calmed himself down and continued to operate the ancient secret formation. Endless power of yin and yang gathered from all directions, and then merged into the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. Then, it descended from the divine diagram, turning into countless energy rays that entered every part of the formation. The entire formation was undulating like water. 9 large flags were inserted into the 9 formation eyes, fluttering without any wind. Death chi rushed out from the flags, and there seemed to be evil spirits and ghosts vaguely appearing on the flags, screaming. The formation gathered an endless amount of death chi and yin chi, and the remnant souls that were drifting in this world were constantly being summoned and thrown into the formation. The formation's power was still increasing. As for the yin-yang divine diagram above the formation that enveloped the entire void, it radiated the power of yin and yang without a trace of evil chi. Under He Tian's control, the 2 powers had actually reached a miraculous state of balance. The power of good and evil complemented each other, pushing the power of the ancient formation to an unbelievable level. I really didn't expect that even someone as powerful as the 9 Nether Corpse King would be trapped in your formation, Gu Fei said. If this He Tian used this ancient formation to deal with him? Thinking of this, Gu Fei felt a chill down his spine. Without the mountain and river cauldron and the violet gold divine sword in his hands, if he was trapped in this mysterious formation, the result would probably not be any better than the 9 Nether Corpse King. Of course, if it was him, at the very least he would be able to escape into the inner world and his life would not be in danger. Roar! He Tian, you bastard, despicable and shameless old scoundrel, if you have the guts, let me out and fight you one-on-one. The 9 Nether Corpse King was enraged. He was unwilling to be refined to death by a formation like this. This kind of death was too aggrieving. *CK. Are you an idiot, you old corpse? Fight you one-on-one? Do you think I'm an idiot too? He Tian said disdainfully. Now that the situation was so good, how could he do such a stupid thing? Moreover, he was not one of those righteous people who cared about face. He was a ruffian. In order to win, he could do anything and would definitely not care about the gazes of others. A shameless person is invincible under the heavens. If a skeleton is shameless, wouldn't it be invincible in the 3 realms? Gu Fei really admired this He Tian. This guy was a little to his liking. He could do whatever he wanted, without a single shackle, without any scruples, free and unfettered, advancing bravely. This was the state of mind that Gu Fei had always maintained. The entire valley was shaking. The great formation continued to gather endless death aura and Yin mist, summoning many remnant souls. A wave of soul energy that was so powerful that it caused one's heart to palpitate was being formed. He Tian? The Nine Nether Corpse King continued to roar, but He Tian no longer paid any attention to him, and was completely focused on controlling the formation. The countless Yin and Yang energy rays that fell from the hair of the Wu Tsong divine diagram were like countless tentacles, allowing He Tian to sense every minute change that was happening in the formation. Do you need help? Gu Fei said to He Tian via sound transmission. He could sense that his soul power was condensing, and might be able to reach the level of summoning the Samsara bridge very soon. No need. He Tian rejected very directly. Right now he had the upper hand. If he still couldn't kill the Nine Nether Corpse King like this, he would lose too much face. Then you can slowly grind. Gu Fei said via sound transmission. He was not in a hurry and directly sat down on the mountain peak, but his mind was immersed in his inner world. After the divine spring of life was moved into his inner world, Gu Fei's inner world was filled with dense spiritual energy, and it was filled with vitality. The valley where the divine spring was located was simply a spiritual land. Not only did Gu Fei move the divine spring into his inner world, but he also moved all the spiritual essence of heaven and earth in the vicinity of the divine spring into his inner world. The small valley in his inner world could be said to be a real spiritual valley, filled with countless spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Among them, the most precious was the immortal divine fruit tree that grew next to the divine spring. It was a spiritual root, and there were many immortal divine fruits that were surrounded by yin and yang qi hanging on it. Could it be that He Tian really has some kind of relationship with that supreme expert that walked out of the yin-yang jade pendant? Otherwise, how could he know how to cultivate yin and yang qi? He Tian's background was too mysterious, and he seemed to have many secrets. A purple divine light flashed between Gu Fei's eyebrows, and a purple flame emerged. It looked like a closed vertical eye, sparkling with rays of light. Then Gu Fei opened his inner world, and a fist-sized fruit fell from the void in front of him. He hurriedly stretched out his hand to catch it. The yin and yang qi curled around Gu Fei's hand, and the black and white essence qi faintly appeared in the shape of Tai Chi yin and yang. This yin and yang qi did not come from He Tian's yin-yang diagram, but from a fruit. A faintly discernible but strange fragrance immediately spread out from Gu Fei's hand. Divine yin-yang fruit? You really moved the divine spring of life into your inner world? He Tian's soul fluctuation came from above the valley. He sat on the yin-yang diagram with his legs crossed. His eyes were shining brightly, staring at the fruit in Gu Fei's hand. He Tian was so excited that he almost made a mistake again. He said hurriedly, "Boss, give me this divine yin-yang fruit." He really wanted this kind of fruit that had condensed yin and yang qi. "Why should I give it to you?" Gu Fei said with a smile. Then he bit off a piece of the immortal god fruit and started eating it. Gu Fei's words made He Tian speechless. Ouch. What a waste. When He Tian saw Gu Fei eat the immortal god fruit just like that, he almost jumped off the god diagram. You, hee. What you? You'd better get rid of that old corpse first. Gu Fei said with a smile. Soon, he finished eating the immortal god fruit and a warm feeling rose from his abdomen. The fruit turned into a bejeweled nectar as soon as it entered his mouth and flowed into his abdomen. Gu Fei felt hot all over his body. He knew that this was the effect of the fruit. Endless yin and yang essence began to melt in his body. He hurriedly operated his mysterious art to guide the yin and yang essence into his Dantian Sea of Qi. The multicolored light in his Dantian Sea of Qi began to operate. Like a bottomless pit, it sucked in the yin and yang essence. Not everyone can enjoy the divine yin-yang fruit. Be careful that you don't explode. He Tian laughed when he saw the yin and yang essence surging around Gu Fei's body. At this moment, the 9 black holes that were spewing out death qi had been suppressed by the 9 black lights. The power of the formation was constantly gathering towards the 9 black lights. Needless to say, the King of Corpses was extremely powerful. It was able to hold on despite being trapped in the formation. He Tian no longer paid attention to Gu Fei. He focused on guiding the yin and yang essence and operated the formation with all his might. He did not dare to be careless. This was an opportunity to kill the King of Corpses. He did not want to miss it. Meanwhile, Gu Fei sat on the mountain with his legs crossed. A vast yin and yang essence surged out of his body. Black and white lights danced on his body like divine fire. Careless, careless. Gu Fei groaned inwardly. The yin and yang essence qi from the immortal god fruit was simply too great. It caused all the meridians in his body to feel swollen and painful. Even his body seemed to swell up. Moreover, the yin and yang essence continued to flow out of his body. There was no sign of it stopping. And divine yin-yang fruit the size of a fist contained such a huge amount of yin and yang essence. Gu Fei did not expect this. Even with his 5 elements martial body he could not bear it. Gu Fei's dantian was like a vast ocean that could contain endless yin and yang essence. However, at this moment, it was difficult for him to refine such a vast amount of yin and yang essence. The yin and yang essence that had not been refined yet rushed to his limbs and bones, nourishing his flesh and bones. His skin shone with black and white lights, rippling with divine light. Black and white energy overflowed from his body, and the vigorous breath of life filled the air. Gu Fei's bones were exploding. The yin and yang essence filled every inch of his body. There was only one place for it to be released, and that was his dantian. The 5 elemental origin light in his dantian continuously refined the yin and yang essence. Gradually, Gu Fei's jet black dantian was illuminated by a 5-colored glow. Chapter 5:14. After taking an immortal divine fruit, Gu Fei had to use his Xianxia to refine the vast yin-yang essence qi that had been generated in his body. He did not want to enter the state of cultivation at this time because it was absolutely dangerous to cultivate by the underworld river. Who knew when a powerful death creature would jump out? To prevent himself from being disturbed by the outside world, Gu Fei directly entered the inner world. He sat cross-legged on a hill in the inner world. As he breathed, the vast yin-yang essence qi in his body also spread out according to the frequency of his breathing. The origin essence qi of the 5 elements in his dantian was quickly devouring and refining the yin-yang essence qi that had gathered from all directions. After the yin-yang essence qi was refined, it turned into pure 5 elements essence qi and then spread to every part of his dantian. Soon, Gu Fei's body was completely enveloped by a black and white light. He could no longer see the figure inside. The yin-yang essence qi was vast and mighty. In the black and white light, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. Not only was his dantian refining the yin-yang essence qi, but his muscles, bones, blood, and flesh were also absorbing the extremely pure and enormous yin-yang essence qi. As the yin-yang essence qi was gradually refined by Gu Fei, the new 5 elements essence qi was absorbed by his body and changed Gu Fei's physique. On the path of martial arts, one did not cultivate the primordial spirit or the nascent soul. One only focused on cultivating the body, using the body to nourish the spirit and the origin of life. It was not inferior to those cultivation methods. Gu Fei felt a great power. His life essence was boiling and rolling like waves. The 5 elemental energies were surging in his dantian. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were shining with a divine brilliance. His bones were even more dazzling. At this time, Gu Fei's body did not seem to be made of flesh and blood at all. It was more like a god cast from divine iron. The yin-yang essence qi washed Gu Fei's flesh and internal organs over and over again. It was constantly refined by his flesh and internal organs, making his flesh, internal organs, and bones incredibly tough. Time passed slowly. Gu Fei could no longer care about anything else. The only thing he needed to do now was to use the power of the immortal divine fruit to improve his strength and cultivation as much as possible. The yin-yang essence qi was refining the yin-yang essence qi in his dantian. Black and white energy was flowing. Every inch of his flesh and blood was being baptized and nourished. His physique was constantly improving and transforming. This made Gu Fei's body stronger and stronger. The yin and yang essence qi gradually disappeared into Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei discovered that his dantian, which was as vast as an ocean, was almost filled to the brim with the 5 elemental yuan qi derived from the yin and yang essence qi. In the end, his body could no longer absorb any more yin and yang essence qi. The yin and yang essence qi that was scattered throughout his body began to gather in his dantian. The moment all the yin-yang essence qi was refined, Gu Fei felt his body shake. His dantian was completely filled with the 5 elements essence qi. He felt like his dantian was expanding. Then his dantian began to vibrate. The 5 elemental yuan qi inside his dantian began to surge out. Streams of extremely powerful 5 elemental yuan qi, like a surging river, flowed through his meridians and rushed into every part of his body. Gu Fei's bones creaked under the impact of the 5 elements essence qi. His flesh and blood trembled and his internal organs trembled. His body was in excruciating pain. Am I going to transform? He clenched his teeth and endured this hellish torment. In an instant, he understood that the 5 elements essence chi in his body had reached its limit. His body needed to transform in order to absorb more power. The treasury of energy in his body was about to be opened again. Breaking the shackles of the body and releasing the power of the physical body, this was the transformation of being reborn. Even if one cultivated to the 9th heavenly layer of the royal void realm, it could only be regarded as an increase and accumulation of power. The increase in cultivation and power was not a rebirth in essence. It was not until he consumed the immortal divine fruit and refined the endless yin-yang essence chi in it that Gu Fei's body truly began to break out of its cocoon and become a butterfly. Gu Fei could feel that his flesh, blood, organs and bones were all being reconstructed. This was a different kind of regeneration. Just like when he broke through from the transcending mortality realm to the imperial void realm, this was a transformation of the same level. It was a true rebirth. It must be said that the immortal divine fruit was indeed comparable to a divine medicine. Before he consumed the immortal divine fruit, Gu Fei's cultivation was only at the 6th heavenly layer of the imperial void realm. If he wanted to fill up his dantian and let his body reach the level of transformation, he did not know how much 5 elements essence chi he would need to cultivate. However, after the yin-yang essence chi transformed from the immortal divine fruit was completely refined, Gu Fei's ocean-like dantian was actually filled up with 5 elements essence chi. Only Gu Fei, who had an abnormally strong body, would have this opportunity to refine and absorb the huge amount of spirit chi contained in the immortal divine fruit. If it was an ordinary imperial void realm cultivator or even a cultivator at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the imperial void realm, if he consumed the immortal divine fruit like Gu Fei did, his body would probably explode from the vast chi transformed from the immortal divine fruit. Gu Fei no longer needed to accumulate power. His strength and cultivation were suddenly raised to the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the imperial void realm. After an unknown period of time, the mighty energy fluctuations in his inner world began to calm down. After his bones had been reconstructed, they were as white and translucent as 5-colored divine jade. His bones were incredibly hard, comparable to divine weapons and spirit treasures. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were flawless, without a trace of impurities. They were like divine treasures without a single flaw. The skin on the surface of his body was crystal clear and lustrous. There were tiny rays of light flowing on it, shining like a treasure. Gu Fei stood up from the ground, and the bones in his body immediately made a series of explosive sounds. Roar! He roared into the sky, his voice shaking the entire inner world. An invisible air wave immediately spread out from his body. The soil on the ground was rolled up, forming a circle of dust and sand. With Gu Fei as the center, it swept out in all directions. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from Gu Fei's body. The void produced transparent ripples and the entire inner world shook. The terrifying energy fluctuation was vast and mighty in the inner world, and it did not subside for a long time. The heaven and earth echoed with the earth-shattering roar of Gu Fei. Demigod, has my cultivation broken through to the demigod realm? Gu Fei was a little in disbelief. He felt the infinite divine power after the transformation of his body. It was as if he could shatter a piece of heaven and earth with just a lift of his hand, or collapse the earth with just a stomp of his foot. The divine power surged in his body, and his dantian became empty again. This was because all the yuan qi had been melted into his flesh and bones, causing his body to undergo a transformation. However, when Gu Fei looked inside, he found that all 365 acupoints in his body had lit up. Each 5-colored dot was not even the size of a rice, but each dot contained the vast power of the 5 elements. The 365 5-colored dots were distributed all over his body. There was a connection between these dots. Countless 5-colored filaments were faintly discernible between the dots. Those were the meridians that had been energized. As his physical body transformed, his meridians and acupoints were transformed by the vast energy of the 5 elements. They appeared in his flesh and blood, and there was an endless amount of divine power contained in his acupoints that had been transformed by energy. At this moment, Gu Fei did not know why his body had undergone such a transformation. However, when Gu Fei's divine will probed the 5-colored dots in his body, he found that those dots were just insignificant dots in the void. Every acupoint was like the dantian, and it had become incomparably vast. In order to fill these acupoints, one would need hundreds or even thousands of times more yuan qi than before. The acupoints had become the void and they could contain endless yuan qi. After the transformation of Gu Fei's body, another door to a higher level of transformation had opened for him. If he continued to advance in this direction, Gu Fei would usher in the next transformation. The human body was like a treasure. Only by continuously excavating it could one become stronger and control greater power. If the Dantian was compared to the sea, then the 365 energized acupoints were 365 lakes. Moreover, there was only one drop of water in each of these lakes. The amount of water needed to fill the lakes made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. It was no wonder that those who walked the path of martial arts found it difficult to become almighty and break through the void to ascend to the heavenly realm. It was really too difficult to walk the righteous path of strength. Gu Fei thought that after this breakthrough, he did not know when he would be able to break through again. It was easier said than done to fill those bottomless pits in his body. Moreover, those bottomless pits were not 1 or 2 but 365. If the Dantian was added, it would be 366. Thinking of this, the joy brought about by the breakthrough quickly disappeared from Gu Fei's face. If he did not become an immortal, it would all be empty. Gu Fei did not know how long he had stayed in the inner world. After he calmed down, he immediately thought of He Tian and the netherworld old corpse. Gu Fei hurriedly opened the inner world. Bang! The moment when Gu Fei walked out of the inner world, there was a violent tremor, and the whole world trembled. A terrifying energy wave immediately came in front of him, and he heard a sorrowful roar. Gu Fei was shocked. He looked carefully and saw that the valley in front of him had disappeared. The black fog was surging and a yin-yang divine pattern was fixed in the air, emitting a heart-palpitating energy wave. The void shook. Below the divine diagram, 9 balls of black light descended. A black vortex suddenly exploded. Endless death chi swept out in all directions. One of the balls of black light was shaken away. However, the black light quickly flew back. Under the illumination of the black light, endless death aura actually gathered towards the black light, and was quickly swallowed by the black light. It turned out that He Tian had not refined the netherworld corpse king to death. The valley next to the netherworld river had been destroyed, and all the mountains near the valley had collapsed. The surrounding area was filled with rubble. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the pitch-black formation. The whole world was shaken by this terrifying sound wave. Endless black gas and netherworld fog enveloped the whole world. Vaguely, one could see a few terrifying figures that were thousands of feet tall in the black gas and netherworld fog, roaring towards the sky. Chapter 5:15. Gu Fei could sense a terrifying soul power fluctuation from those faintly discernible figures that caused even his soul to tremble. Such a powerful soul power fluctuation was comparable to those supreme experts of the mortal world. Damn. Boss, you're finally out. This old corpse is very difficult to kill. I've refined him for 7 days and 7 nights, but I still haven't completely refined him. He Tian sensed Gu Fei's aura and hurriedly shouted to Gu Fei. So I've been in the inner world for 7 days and 7 nights. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Boom. At that moment, a massive explosion sounded out from within the formation, causing the entire region to tremble. The black light devoured the deathly aura and descended towards the 9 nether corpse king like a black sun. The boundless black light shone towards the 9 nether corpse king. The 9 nether heavenly divine ability had finally broken through a gap. Ah! 9 nether old corpse, you're still not dead this time? He Tian stood up from the divine diagram. His entire body was surrounded by yin and yang essence chi. Divine light shot out from his eyes like 2 divine weapons, piercing downwards. His hands danced violently, shooting out streams of incomparably pure yin and yang essence chi. The entire formation was operating at full strength. The several thousand zhang tall figures in the formation roared towards the sky, as if they were summoning something. The entire heaven and earth shook. Although the auras emitted by those figures were incomparably powerful, comparable to supreme experts of the mortal world, they did not attack the 9 nether corpse king in the formation, nor did they attack He Tian in the sky. That terrifying figure stood in the formation, facing the surging nether river in front of him, and let out a terrifying roar. Formless sound waves spread out and countless transparent ripples appeared in the void. Gu Fei's ears buzzed as if there were countless bells ringing in his ears. It shook his blood to the point that he almost fell from the sky. Terrifying, a roar could shake down a demigod. What kind of concept was that? Fortunately, these remnant souls did not develop intelligence. Otherwise, they would definitely be terrifying existences like the supreme experts of the mortal world. Demigods and even immortals were like ants in front of them. Gu Fei knew that they were soul shadows formed by the countless remnant souls that floated in this world. They did not have their own consciousness and were merely souls without intelligence. Therefore, he did not feel uneasy because of these extremely powerful remnant souls. The 9 nether corpse king, who was illuminated by the black light, roared again and again. The power in his body boiled again and was forcefully extracted from his body by the supreme power of the formation. I can't accept it. The Nine Netherworld Corpse King was in despair. He screamed crazily as a monstrous energy storm surged out from his body, wanting to isolate the evil black light that shone down. Boom. Another huge tremor was heard as the other black hole also collapsed. A mass of black light broke through the layers of death chi and descended. Under the illumination of the black light, the endless death chi dissipated. The other black hole vortexes that were spewing death aura and underworld mist were also collapsing. The nine hell-reaching heaven divine ability was broken, and the Nine Hell Corpse King was no longer able to contend against the formation. Roar. Even if I die, I will drag a despicable and shameless ruffian like you down with me. The Nine Netherworld Corpse King roared crazily. Following that, rays of bloody light and life essence surged out from his body, and an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation exploded out. Not good. Hei Tian sat cross-legged on the divine diagram as the soul fire in his skull throbbed violently. He knew that this old corpse was going to self-destruct. Endless death energy and life energy surged out from the Nine Netherworld Corpse King, about to burst his body and burst out. Right at this moment, suddenly, shwa! A ray of violet light tore through space like a bolt of violet lightning, tearing through space and shattering the heavens and earth. It shot into the formation with unimaginable speed and directly exploded the Nine Hell Corpse King's head. Seeing this scene, Hei Tian couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He hurriedly looked in the direction of the purple light. High up in the sky, there stood an elegant white-clothed youth like an immortal. Boss, your cultivation. Hei Tian was incomparably shocked. He couldn't believe that Gu Fei's cultivation had already risen to a level that he couldn't see through. Could it be? Hei Tian immediately recalled that Gu Fei had eaten a divine yin-yang fruit, but he was still incomparably shocked. The divine effect of the divine yin-yang fruit was too abnormal. In just a short 7 days, it had actually raised Gu Fei's cultivation to such a terrifying level. The Nine Netherworld Corpse King, whose head had been smashed, grabbed wildly in the void as if it wanted to grab something, but in the end, it fell to the ground with a bang. After Gu Fei's physical transformation, his soul force was incomparably powerful. It was already comparable to those invincible Emperor Realm experts among the undead creatures. With just a glance, he already knew where the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's weakness was. The Nine Netherworld Corpse King's head was its weakness, because all the soul fluctuations came from the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's head. Therefore, when Gu Fei directly smashed the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's head, he also smashed the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's divine soul. Once the divine soul was scattered, not to mention the Nine Netherworld Corpse King, even a true immortal would be finished. Boom. 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 The black vortexes around the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's body collapsed one after another. Terrifying energy wreaked havoc in all directions. 9 balls of pitch-black light shot towards the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's headless corpse. Under the illumination of the black light, the exploding energy was quickly absorbed by the formation. Endless death energy and life energy were refined by the black light from the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's body and fused into the formation, becoming nutrients for the formation. Just like that, the Nine Netherworld Corpse King was easily killed by Gu Fei. It couldn't even self-destruct. Of course, this was under a situation where it was caught off guard. Only then would Gu Fei have the chance to kill it in one strike. That old corpse also died a little unjustly, being killed by Gu Fei just like that. Amazing. Gu Fei himself was also incomparably shocked. He never would have thought that his attack, which was a combination of the power of heaven and earth and soul force, would actually explode the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's head. After the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's headless corpse was killed, it still contained a vast amount of life and death essence energy. 9 balls of black light were fixed in the air, sprinkling down endless black light. On the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's corpse, resplendent divine light of life and pitch-black light of death continuously rushed out and entered the formation. Hei Tian was refining the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's corpse, extracting all the energy contained within the headless corpse. Very quickly, the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's energy was completely refined, and the headless corpse also turned into dust, scattering between heaven and earth. With the replenishment of the Nine Netherworld Corpse King's powerful energy, the soul power of the entire formation reached a level where even Gu Fei, who had already become a demigod, felt his heart palpitate. Boss. I'm going to start summoning the soul reincarnation bridge. Hei Tian transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Then, he actually controlled the divine diagram and rushed down. The surging black mist instantly drowned He Tian. After He Tian controlled the yin-yang divine diagram and rushed into the formation, the terrifying figures standing in the middle of the formation seemed to have come to life. It was as if the Buddha had come to life, emitting even more powerful and terrifying soul energy fluctuations. The yin thunder between heaven and earth was deafening, and there were even layers of blood-colored waves surging within the ancient secret formation. Blood-colored lightning descended from the sky, tearing apart the dark heaven and earth. The scene was indescribably evil and terrifying. The energy fluctuations emitted by the formation were simply too great. The entire region trembled, startling many of the undead creatures that were watching from afar and causing them to flee into the distance. Even Gu Fei, who had already become a demigod, had no choice but to retreat into the distance. Gu Fei stood in the distant sky and looked in the direction of the formation. In a daze, he seemed to have sensed the scene of the primordial great devil being born that day. The world was filled with yin qi, and the rolling black clouds were violently churning. The Buddha was about to crush the earth, and there was even a blood-colored demonic light that flashed out from time to time. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. He Tian, just what kind of person are you? Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This He Tian was able to set up such a powerful formation. Gu Fei could not help but feel a little nervous and uneasy. After more than 10 days, the ancient secret formation that He Tian had set up had accumulated enough yin qi and soul energy, and countless remnant souls wandering in the world of death had also been summoned. The requirement to summon the reincarnation bridge had been met. This world of death was the Naraka Tao that the legendary Buddha had refined for thousands of years. In the distant past, who knew how many evil souls had been gathered here, and there were definitely many remnant souls of fallen experts among them. The remnant souls of such people were powerful enough. Finally, 9 balls of black light, like 9 black suns, rose from the formation and fixed around the terrifying soul shadows that were comparable to the Almighty. The black fog in the sky became denser, and the ghostly howls were deafening. The huge soul shadows standing in the sky roared at the sky, their voices shaking the heaven and earth. Then the 9 balls of black light spun and flew toward the underworld river. The world was instantly plunged into boundless darkness. Each of the 9 balls of black light exuded a vast and terrifying aura. The Buddha traveled through time and space and transmitted some kind of message. The terrible aura permeated the entire world, causing all the dead creatures in the surrounding area to tremble. Here, the Buddha had turned into a real hell. Gu Fei saw layers of ghostly shadows swaying between the heaven and earth. There were soul shadows everywhere, and the terrible ghostly aura made people's hair stand on end and their scalps tingle. Rumble? A roar came from the other side of the underworld river, accompanied by shrill ghostly howls, responding to the terrifying soul shadows in the ancient secret formation. In the depths of the underworld river. Rumble? A huge creature was rushing here quickly. Rumble? It was as if hundreds of thousands of mountains were moving. The entire void above the underworld river trembled. The turbid river water rushed high into the sky, and many skeletons could be vaguely seen in the river water. The shrill ghostly howls became louder and louder, and the entire underworld river was boiling. A black ancient bridge that was as huge as a mountain appeared in the void and descended from the sky, emitting a monstrous evil aura. The boundless underworld river was completely boiling. The dark river water, which was like corpse water, tumbled violently, and countless shadows could be vaguely seen in the river water. Everything was shaking. Reincarnation Bridge? Chapter 5:16. Rumble? It was as if an ancient sacred mountain had descended from the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth. The reincarnation bridge was completely black and shiny. It was terrifying to look at. The other end of the Buddhist bridge was connected to the real hell. It was connected to the legendary gates of hell. It was truly frightening. Bang! The entire earth trembled. The reincarnation bridge finally landed on the Netherworld River. The other end extended into the depths of the Netherworld River. One could not see the end of it. It was too big. The first impression that the reincarnation bridge gave Gu Fei was that it was huge. It was really like a huge mountain. Perhaps even thousands of soldiers and horses could rush onto this legendary ancient bridge. Swoosh! He Tian rushed out of the array. Then, the ancient secret array that summoned the reincarnation bridge gradually collapsed. Endless soul power gathered towards the reincarnation bridge. Those frightening soul shadows also rushed onto the reincarnation bridge. In an instant, they disappeared at the end of the reincarnation bridge that led to the opposite shore. Countless ethereal soul shadows followed closely behind those frightening soul shadows and rushed onto the reincarnation bridge. Legend had it that the reincarnation bridge was a bridge of guidance. It could lead the souls in the world to the other side of the reincarnation bridge. They could enter the cycle of life and death and be reincarnated. Although the countless remnant souls that were summoned by the ancient secret array had no consciousness, they all rushed onto the reincarnation bridge instinctively. Gu Fei did not know if these remnant souls could really be reincarnated or find a home. However, this was not something that he could control. In the end, the 9 balls of black light also landed on the reincarnation bridge. The endless soul power was swallowed and absorbed by the reincarnation bridge. Should I go or not? Gu Fei's mind spun rapidly. He did not know what kind of world was behind the reincarnation bridge. This made him very uneasy. Boss, what are you hesitating for? If you don't go now, it will be too late. He Tian rushed to Gu Fei's side and said. The Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram had already turned into Yin-Yang essence Qi and entered his skull. What? Gu Fei was shocked. This reincarnation bridge is very mysterious. It won't appear in a fixed location. The summoning array can only hold this ancient bridge for an hour. He Tian analyzed and said. He seemed to understand this ancient bridge very well. No way. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. If this ancient bridge disappeared, wouldn't he disappear along with it? If the reincarnation bridge suddenly disappeared halfway, wouldn't he fall into the Netherworld River? Thinking of this, Gu Fei felt even more uneasy. He Tian seemed to know what Gu Fei was worried about. He said, Boss, don't worry. As long as you keep walking forward on the reincarnation bridge, you'll be able to reach the other side. Let's go. Gu Fei had to make this trip. He had to take back the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. They were extreme path treasures. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He used the desolate steps and rushed onto the reincarnation bridge. He Tian followed closely behind him. The soul fire in his skull was pulsing violently. He seemed very excited. No one knew where the reincarnation bridge led to. He Tian seemed to know something, but he was unwilling to say it. He seemed to have some misgivings. Swoosh, swoosh. A 5-colored divine light and a black and white light sped across the wide reincarnation bridge. Under the bridge was the surging water of the Netherworld River. Because the reincarnation bridge was too wide, which was more than 10 miles wide, Gu Fei and He Tian could not see the water of the Netherworld River. However, they could hear the roar of the Netherworld River flowing under the bridge and into the distance. After Gu Fei and He Tian rushed onto the reincarnation bridge, a few undead creatures rushed out from the darkness. These undead creatures stopped in front of the reincarnation bridge. After observing for a while, they also rushed onto the reincarnation bridge. Time passed. In this 1 hour, many powerful undead creatures rushed onto the reincarnation bridge one after another. Then, the reincarnation bridge gradually faded and disappeared into the void. After 1 hour, Gu Fei and He Tian had already rushed hundreds of miles away. However, they still could not see the other side. It was hard to imagine how wide the legendary Netherworld River was. No wonder the legend that the Netherworld River could not be crossed was spread. It was such a wide river filled with the aura of death. Without the reincarnation bridge, even immortals would find it difficult to cross. The reincarnation bridge had a strange power. It blocked the endless aura of death from surging up from the Netherworld River. This allowed Gu Fei and He Tian to avoid the attack of the terrifying aura of death. Gu Fei and He Tian ran quickly on the reincarnation bridge. The reincarnation bridge under their feet did not disappear. They were still rushing toward the other side. Because the reincarnation bridge was not static, no one knew where they would appear in the end. Boom. A dull sound suddenly came from the front. Then, Gu Fei and He Tian felt a wave of energy coming from the front at the same time. What's going on? Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. Something seemed to have happened in front of them. It seemed that they were not the only ones on this ancient bridge. Gu Fei and He Tian continued to rush forward. Bam! Another dull sound came from the front. The wave of energy was even more intense. It seemed that there were experts fighting in front of them. It seemed that there was more than one expert. As the distance between them shortened, Gu Fei felt a few powerful auras. Gu Fei suddenly looked surprised. He felt a few familiar auras coming from the front. The other auras were the unique auras of the experts in the world of death. They were powerful and full of death. Soon, Gu Fei and He Tian saw many figures flashing in front of them. The terrifying wave of energy came from the front, and the entire void was shaking. 3 figures with flesh and blood were fighting with 3 incomparably powerful undead creatures. All kinds of powerful divine abilities were displayed, illuminating the whole world. Gu Fei and He Tian stopped in the distance. Even a demigod like Gu Fei would find it hard to intervene in a battle between experts of this level, let alone He Tian. What's going on? Could it be that the so-called sacred clan in the depths of this world really came out from the depths of this world? He Tian was stunned by the battle in front of him. 3 living beings with flesh and blood and exuberant vitality were actually fighting against 3 extremely powerful undead creatures. The scene was incomparably shocking. A middle-aged man with monstrous aura waved a turtle shell in his hand. He constantly smashed the soul light of an undead creature, forcing the undead creature to retreat. A little monk holding a purple gold alms bowl emitted endless auspicious Buddhist light. He was fighting with a terrifying evil corpse that was shrouded in corpse chi. At the same time, a faint and illusory figure that exuded terrifying soul power undulations clashed repeatedly with an emaciated old monk. The energy undulations that erupted from them even shattered the void, causing spatial cracks to appear. However, the reincarnation bridge beneath their feet did not suffer any damage even when the 6 powerhouses attacked with all their might. The terrifying energy that erupted from the fight between the 6 powerhouses could not even shake the reincarnation bridge in the slightest, nor could they leave any marks on it. This book was first published. Chapter 517. It's them? When Gu Fei saw the 6 super experts fighting on the reincarnation bridge, he was shocked. 3 of them were the old tortoise, the little monk, and the old monk. These 3 guys were super experts who had surpassed the immortal realm. They were fighting against 3 terrifying creatures of death that were no weaker than them. Bone Emperor, Corpse Emperor, and Emperor of the Netherworld? What's going on? At this time, He Tian also saw the appearance of the 3 creatures of death. He was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. The creatures of death fighting with the old tortoise and the little monk were the 3 invincible emperors of the world of death. They were the 3 magnates of the world of death. How did they appear on the reincarnation bridge? Gu Fei was surprised and happy. He never expected to meet the old tortoise on the reincarnation bridge. Impossible. How could they be on the reincarnation bridge? Are they that lucky? They just happened to see the reincarnation bridge appear somewhere and then walked on it? He Tian murmured to himself in disbelief. The reincarnation bridge did not appear in a fixed location. It was hard to imagine when these guys walked on the reincarnation bridge. At this time, the old tortoise also noticed Gu Fei and He Tian. "Ah, brat, come and help me kill this annoying skeleton." The old tortoise laughed. He was also very happy to see Gu Fei. "You old tortoise, it's better for me to help you hold the line." Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the old tortoise. This level of battle was not something he could intervene in. Of course, if the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword were still in his hands, Gu Fei could use the purple gold divine sword to attack with all his strength. Perhaps he could kill one of the emperors. How did you raise your cultivation to this level? The old turtle waved its stone turtle shell and smashed the bone emperor's face a few times, sending him flying. What's up with the guy beside you? In Xianxia? Something's wrong. The old tortoise also noticed the ruffian skeleton He Tian beside Gu Fei. The bone the arch roared as he was sent flying. The soul fire in his skull was as resplendent as the sun, illuminating the entire world. Boom. The void shook violently as the bone the arch displayed a terrifying soul attack. The extremely powerful soul undulations surged toward the old turtle like raging waves. Cracks appeared in the void as boundless ripples undulated like transparent water waves. The old tortoise sneered. This trick again? Have you run out of tricks? A disdainful expression appeared on old tortoise's face. He then quickly retreated, leaving an afterimage on the spot. Bam. The powerful spiritual force was so condensed that it was almost tangible. It directly shattered the void where the old turtle had been standing, creating a hole in the void. A chaotic aura seeped out from the hole. A super expert of this level could shake the heavens and the earth and shatter the void with just a wave of his hand. Gu Fei felt his divine soul trembling, as though it was about to fly out of his body. The surging soul ripples had also impacted him. Although the Bone Thearcha's attack wasn't aimed at Gu Fei, it still dealt a significant blow to Gu Fei, which secretly shocked Gu Fei. So powerful. He Tian, who was standing beside Gu Fei, was also affected by the powerful spiritual force in front of him. The soul fire in his skull was pulsing violently. Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked and hurriedly retreated. If this is all you've got, then perish. The old tortoise laughed heartily. As he spoke, a strange undulation surged out of his body. In an instant, no one could sense the old tortoise's aura. It was as though he had suddenly entered another void. A hazy small world appeared around the old tortoise. Inner world, the old tortoise is going to use his inner world. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei immediately stopped retreating. He wanted to see how the old tortoise would use his inner world to fight. Swoosh. When the Bone the Arch saw the hazy small world appear around the old tortoise, he hurriedly turned into a divine rainbow and retreated far away from the old tortoise. The Bone the Arch immediately retreated as soon as the inner world appeared. It seemed that the Bone the Arch was very afraid of the old tortoise's inner world. Inner world. F***CK, are experts who have cultivated inner worlds worthless? He Tian couldn't accept the fact that the old tortoise had opened his inner world. In the small part of his memory that had been awakened, the cultivators who could cultivate an inner world were all extremely talented and extraordinary superpowerhouses. The fact that Gu Fei could cultivate inner worlds had already made the old ruffian very depressed. This was because no matter how he looked at it, Gu Fei couldn't be compared to those extremely talented cultivators. Gu Fei's cultivation was too weak. He wasn't even an immortal. Why are you leaving? Come, let us brothers enter my place again to talk about life and reason. Ah. The old tortoise opened his inner world and rushed toward the Bone the Arch. The power of heaven and earth surged out and shrouded the Bone the Arch. Swoosh. As the Bone the Arch retreated, his eyes emitted a terrifying spiritual light that pierced through the void and shot toward the old tortoise in the hazy small world. However, the destructive light formed by the spiritual power did not hit the old tortoise's body. After the spiritual divine light penetrated the old tortoise's inner world, it was immediately eroded by the power of the inner world and disappeared into the void. Roar. Don't push me too far. The Bone the Arch was very afraid of the old tortoise's inner world because he had suffered greatly and was almost trapped inside. TSK. So what if I push you too far? The old tortoise said disdainfully. Then a tall figure suddenly appeared behind him. A burly man holding a black rod rushed out from behind him. The void vibrated and let out a deafening sound. The burly man, who was dressed in pitch-black armor, swung his rod directly at the Bone Thearcha's head. The burly man in ancient armor who had rushed out of the old tortoise's inner world was the external incarnation that the old tortoise had refined. This incarnation's original form was an indestructible martial body. This indestructible martial body contained unbelievable power. Its entire body's yuan qi was vast and surging. Once it appeared, an extremely domineering aura filled the air. The Bone the Arch was shocked. Before the black rod had even smashed down, he could already feel a great pressure. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him. The seemingly unremarkable black rod was as heavy as an archaic divine mountain. It displayed a tremendous might, shattering the void. The vast and mighty energy that spread out from the black rod spread out in all directions, sealing off this part of the world. The Bone the Arch had nowhere to hide. He roared angrily and a purple bone blade rushed out of his skull. It enlarged rapidly and blocked the descending black rod. His soul power condensed into an unparalleled blade radiance that soared hundreds of feet and tore the void apart. Boom. The black rod and the purple bone blade collided instantly. It was as if two meteorites had collided. Terrifying energy spread out and the void between the corpse general avatar and the Bone the Arch was instantly shattered by the energy that swept out. The corpse general avatar was sent flying into the sky while the Bone the Arch fell from the sky like a meteorite. With a bang, he smashed heavily onto the bridge. It had to be said that the reincarnation bridge was really hard to an unimaginable extent. The reincarnation bridge seemed to be indestructible. The reincarnation bridge did not even shake after such a powerful collision. Swoosh. The Bone the Arch soared up from the bridge again and stood high in the sky. He did not rush forward to fight the old tortoise and the corpse general avatar to the death. The bone blade in the Bone Thearcha's hand, which was shrouded in purple chi, actually started to crack. It had been smashed by the black rod, which shocked the Bone the Arch. It had to be known that this bone blade was refined from a piece of bone left behind by a supreme existence that had surpassed the Emperor realm. It was much harder than divine metal. However, it had been smashed by an inconspicuous black rod. How could the Bone the Arch not be shocked? At this moment, the little monk holding the purple gold alms bowl also opened his inner world. It was a Buddhist land that was half real and half illusory. It emitted a brilliant Buddhist light and a peaceful aura spread out, sucking in the corpse emperor who was battling it. Then the little monk also rushed into his own inner world and closed it. The two supreme experts immediately disappeared. Another fellow that has refined his inner world. The He Tian was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. He stood on the bridge in a daze as if he could no longer think. It was too shocking. 3 cultivators that had mastered their inner worlds. What kind of concept was this? Could it be that it was really so easy to refine one's inner world? The old tortoise and the little monk had the upper hand in the battle against the Bone Arch and the Corpse Emperor. They had steadily suppressed the unrivaled experts of the Undying World. However, the situation on the other side of the battlefield was not so optimistic. The skinny old monk was trapped in a cloud of Yin-Chi fog by the Emperor of the Netherworld, and it was difficult for him to rush out. The fog surged and surged violently. From time to time, there would be bright golden Buddhist light piercing through the fog and shooting out. The Emperor of the Netherworld wanted to use the supreme power of the Netherworld to refine the old monk. The figure of the Emperor of the Netherworld was faintly discernible in the fog. He shot out rays of bloody light that bombarded the trapped old monk. The Yin thunder rolled and the whole world turned into a ghost domain. Ghost Chi soared into the sky. Although this Emperor of the Netherworld is not as good as the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu, he is also a giant in the Ghost Dao. Gu Fei looked into the distance and saw that the void was filled with ghostly mist and ghostly chi. Ghostly shadows collided with each other as if there were countless ferocious souls howling and howling. The ghostly howls were endless, sending chills down one's spine. Chapter 518. He Tian didn't know Gu Fei's background, and Gu Fei didn't know what secrets He Tian was hiding either. Both of them had reservations and misgivings about the other. Neither of them trusted the other completely. While He Tian was bewildered, something happened on the battlefield in the distance. The Bone Emperor suddenly turned around and rushed toward the depths of the reincarnation bridge while he was confronting the old turtle. The Bone Emperor's entire body was emitting a dazzling spiritual divine light. He turned into a divine rainbow and disappeared in an instant. His speed was extremely fast. No one had expected that one of the three big shots of the outer region of the world of death would turn around and flee. Even the old turtle hadn't expected this. While he was stunned, the Bone Emperor was already far away. Damn it! The old turtle couldn't help but curse in a low voice. Swoosh! The corpse general wielding the black rod rushed forward from behind the old turtle and chased after the Bone Emperor as if it had teleported. The corpse general that the old turtle had refined into a second clone was also extremely powerful. Coupled with the black rod in its hand, it was enough to compete with the Bone Emperor. Moreover, the old turtle controlled an inner world, so the Bone Emperor had no chance of winning. Very soon, the Bone Emperor and the corpse general disappeared at the end of the reincarnation bridge. The old turtle flew in the air and rushed toward Gu Fei. He then opened his inner world and stored Gu Fei and He Tian in it before chasing after the Bone Emperor. Gu Fei didn't resist and allowed the old turtle to store him in his inner world. He Tian, on the other hand, was scared out of his wits. He thought that the old turtle was going to attack them and wanted to resist, but he realized that he couldn't. Boom! Not long after the old turtle left, there was a sudden loud sound in the void. The sky above the reincarnation bridge shook violently. Then the entire void shattered like an exquisite porcelain. A figure surging with a strong corpse aura rushed out of the shattered void. "Where are you going?" A loud roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Amidst the voice, a purple gold alms bowl broke through the chaotic energy storm and rushed out from the shattered void. It bloomed with golden Buddha light and swallowed the corpse. Boundless Buddhist energy filled the air. The alms bowl became as large as a mountain. A swastika symbol could be vaguely seen within the alms bowl. It rotated, forming a terrifying golden vortex. It wanted to suck that terrifying corpse into the alms bowl. The terrifying figure that rushed out of the shattered void was the Corpse Emperor. At this moment, the Corpse Emperor was in an extremely sorry state. The left half of his body had been shattered, and drops of corpse blood were dripping from his injured body. That wasn't ordinary corpse blood, but blood essence. The blood core in the Corpse Emperor's body had already melted and turned into a blood essence that contained a powerful energy. The blood essence contained a powerful force. Roar! Blood corpse slaying God. The Corpse Emperor roared angrily. The blood essence that flowed out from the left half of his body immediately emitted a demonic blood-colored light. A blood-colored figure condensed in the blood-colored light. The figure was blurry, but it set off boundless waves of blood. The entire world seemed to have turned into a sea of blood. It was extremely terrifying. The blood-red figure was not a real Corpse Emperor, but a terrifying blood fiend shadow condensed from the endless power of the Corpse Dao. Any living creature that was touched by the blood fiend shadow would have all their yuan qi and power instantly absorbed by the blood fiend shadow. Even the soul could not escape, and it would be directly destroyed. It could be said to be extremely vicious. Without any hesitation, the Corpse Emperor directly let the blood demon shadow rush towards the purple gold alms bowl. Endless waves of blood surged, and the entire world was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Boom! The endless blood-red light and the Buddhist light emitted by the purple-gold alms bowl collided in an instant, causing the entire world to shake violently. The center of the collision between the two forces directly turned into chaos, and the void was instantly torn apart and destroyed by the terrifying power that erupted from the collision. This was a direct collision between super experts that surpassed the immortal realm. There were no fancy moves. In the blood-colored light, the blood demon shadow suddenly grew thousands of feet. Like a blood-colored giant, it directly punched the purple-gold alms bowl that was as big as a mountain and sent it flying. The golden Buddha's light melted under the blood-colored light. The terrifying blood-colored light formed by burning the corpse emperor's blood essence seemed to be able to corrode all tangible and intangible things. On the purple-gold alms bowl, the place that was hit by the blood demon shadow emitted wisps of white smoke, and a fist mark was formed from the corrosion. A crack appeared in the void, emitting an endless and auspicious aura. A golden and auspicious world opened up, and vast Buddhist power surged out from the golden world, blocking the evil blood-colored light that swept over. Then a figure flashed and a small figure walked out from the golden and auspicious world. He reached out and caught the purple-gold alms bowl that was sent flying. The little monk held the purple-gold alms bowl in his hand and wiped it with his hand. The fist mark that was emitting white smoke immediately disappeared, and the purple-gold alms bowl was restored to its original state. His body was surrounded by auspicious Buddha's light, and his white monk robe fluttered in the wind. There was no sadness or joy on his rosy face, and there was no expression on his face. The little monk sat down cross-legged in the void. A misty Buddhist land circled around his body, blocking out the endless blood-red light that was sweeping in from all directions. He closed his eyes, but a swoosh sound came from between his eyebrows. A phantom rushed out and quickly enlarged. Finally, it turned into a Buddha that was thousands of feet tall and had 1,000 hands on its back. The 1,000-foot-tall Buddha stood on a golden lotus throne, and his whole body emitted a vast and terrifying Buddha's power. The whole world was shaken by this power and it shook endlessly. It was not a true god that had descended, but the aura emitted from the phantom of the Buddha made the corpse king extremely frightened. Roar. Even so, I will refine you to death. The corpse king went crazy in the blood waves, and the endless blood waves constantly surged towards the little monk. The Buddha's light and the blood-colored light collided and offset each other. The corpse king suffered a great loss in the little monk's inner world, and half of his body was destroyed. He was so angry that he wanted to fight the little monk to the death. The little monk had already used his inner world, so no matter how fierce the corpse king was and how much he urged the blood-colored evil power, it was difficult to truly hurt the little monk. The 1,000-foot-tall blood demon shadow was also roaring, and it constantly attacked the little monk. Its blood-colored fists the size of a small mountain kept bombarding the little monk, but they were all blocked by the little monk's inner world power. Boom! The phantom of the Buddha standing in front of the little monk moved, and endless Buddha's power surged out from the 1,000-foot-tall body like a volcano, and the surrounding void suddenly cracked. The 1,000-foot-tall Buddha's countless arms all held Buddhist weapons, and they danced together, shooting out endless divine light and attacking the blood demon shadow. The blood demon shadow stretched out its hand, and endless blood-colored light gathered in its hand. In an instant, a blood-colored divine spear appeared in its hand. The blood demon shadow waved the divine spear, and endless blood waves surged towards the Buddha with 1,000 hands. Boom! It was as if two gods and demons had collided, and a terrifying energy storm burst out, tearing the void apart. Rays of strong light illuminated the dark world. The two terrifying figures fought fiercely. In an instant, energy raged in the sky above the reincarnation bridge. Sometimes blood-colored light soared into the sky, and sometimes golden light shone in the sky. The whole world seemed like it was going to collapse, as if doomsday had arrived. On the other side of the battlefield, the old monk was fighting with the emperor of the netherworld, but he was at a disadvantage. The chilly wind was mighty and the ghosts were howling. The fog of the netherworld filled the air and shrouded the world. The emperor of the netherworld showed his terrifying power, and he sealed the void, trapping the old monk in the netherworld ghost formation. 81 Xianxia ghost flags were fixed in the 4 directions. The emperor of the netherworld had refined the endless soul power on the ghost flags. As the big flags waved, the endless ghost power of the netherworld rushed out from the flags. The old monk sat cross-legged in the formation, and his hand formed a Buddhist seal. He was as still as a mountain, and his whole body emitted endless Buddha's light, blocking all the surging netherworld ghost chi outside his body. Hee. Old man, you'd better give up. Be obedient and let me refine you and you'll suffer less pain. The Emperor of the Netherworld's voice was gloomy and terrifying. It was far and near and it was uncertain. It was impossible to see his figure. The Emperor of the Netherworld seemed to have no physical body, and he kept changing in and out of the Xianxia fog. The gloomy words were like a demonic voice, and they formed a terrible sound wave, attacking the nameless old monk. One had to admit that the Emperor of the Netherworld was really powerful. His Netherworld power was unparalleled, and it was difficult for the nameless old monk to deal with. Buddha and I are together, deliver all living beings from suffering. The nameless old monk suddenly opened his eyes, and a golden swastika was projected from his eyes. He chanted the name of Buddha, and a Dharma wheel of Buddha's light appeared behind his head. Endless swastika rushed out from the light wheel behind the old monk's head, and they shot out in all directions. Every swastika contained unparalleled Buddha's power. Sizzle! The void around them made a tearing sound, and the void that was sealed by the 81 ghost flags was torn apart. Countless golden swastika rushed into the surrounding Xianxia fog. In just a moment, a large area of Xianxia fog was evaporated by the mighty Buddha's power. Countless soul shadows roared and disappeared in the void. The old monk's golden wheel protected his body, and he turned into a golden divine rainbow that soared into the sky. He broke through the layers of Xianxia fog and broke a gap in the ghost formation. He rushed out. When the Emperor of the Netherworld came to his senses, the old monk had already turned into a divine rainbow, rushing to the end of the reincarnation bridge that led to the depths of the world of death. He was about to disappear at the end of the reincarnation bridge. Damn it, what a cunning baldy! The Emperor of the Netherworld cursed. The nameless old monk actually pretended to be weak, and he suddenly attacked with all his strength at the critical moment. He broke the seal of the formation and rushed out. The Emperor of the Netherworld quickly put away the 81 ghost flags, and drove the Xianxia fog to chase in the direction where the old monk disappeared. Chapter 519. The Old Turtle, the Bone Emperor, the Emperor of the Netherworld, the nameless old monk, and the others followed the reincarnation bridge and rushed into the depths of the world of death, quickly disappearing at the end of the reincarnation bridge. The Netherworld River was endless, and the reincarnation bridge was like a giant dragon that spanned across both sides, connecting the outer and inner regions of the world of death. Legend had it that there was only one way for the souls of the dead in hell to reach the other side, and that was to cross the reincarnation bridge. Under the reincarnation bridge, the water of the Netherworld River surged and roared, producing a deafening sound. On the reincarnation bridge, only the corpse emperor and the little monk were still fighting with all their might. Blood-colored light filled the sky, enveloping the entire world. The little monk's Buddha avatar fought in and out of the sea of blood with extreme ferocity. The blood demon avatar, holding a blood-colored divine spear, set off monstrous waves of blood as it attacked the thousand-armed Buddha avatar. Its murderous aura filled the sky, and the blood-colored divine spear pierced through the void. It was terrifying to the extreme. The thousand-armed Buddha avatar's body emitted boundless Buddhist power, and the Buddhist light illuminated the world. Its 1,000 hands danced and countless Buddhist weapons emitted terrifying power, breaking through the layers of blood waves and colliding with the blood-colored divine spear in the blood demon avatar's hand, causing the world to shake. Even though the two super experts who had surpassed the immortal realm attacked with all their might, creating an extremely terrifying energy storm. Even the void was torn apart by the frightening power that swept down. However, the reincarnation bridge remained as still as a mountain. It did not move at all. In the end, the corpse emperor was still no match for the little monk who controlled an inner world. The blood demon avatar that he had condensed with his own corpse emperor's blood essence was shattered by the little monk's Buddha avatar, and he had no choice but to follow the reincarnation bridge and escape into the depths of the world of death. The little monk withdrew the Buddha avatar, enveloped himself with his inner world, and chased after the defeated corpse emperor. Soon, the corpse emperor and the little monk disappeared from the reincarnation bridge. Gu Fei and He Tian were withdrawn into the inner world by the old turtle, and the three-clawed azure dragon and the fire Qilin immediately rushed out from the divine palace in the sky. Gu Fei, it's you? The three-clawed azure dragon Xiaoqing was very happy to see Gu Fei. After all, Xiaoqing and Gu Fei had gone through a lot together. As for the fire Qilin subdued by the old turtle in the virtual sky world, it didn't have a good expression toward Gu Fei. It was very cold and indifferent, far less enthusiastic than Xiaoqing. Why are you here again? Every time I see you, nothing good happens. The fire Qilin cast a glance at Gu Fei and said with a displeased tone. In the virtual sky world, it was Gu Fei and the old turtle who turned the demon clan's territory upside down. In the Northern Territory, when Gu Fei met the old turtle, an earth-shattering event like the birth of a great ancient devil happened. In short, from the Qilin Demon King's point of view, as long as Gu Fei and Old Tortoise were together, nothing good would happen. Just like this trip to the Naraka realm, it was the work of these two. Therefore the Fire Qilin didn't really like Gu Fei. What's wrong? Am I not welcome here? Gu Fei looked at the Fire Qilin with a faint smile. The powerful demigod aura emanated from his body. You. The Fire Qilin was shocked. He felt a terrifying pressure that almost suffocated him. This pressure came from Gu Fei. His body felt like it was hit by a huge mountain, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. When Gu Fei released the demigod aura, everyone's expression changed. He Tian was sent flying and Xiaoqing couldn't help but be moved. Gu Fei, your cultivation level? Xiaoqing said excitedly. He just realized that he couldn't see through Gu Fei's cultivation level. Demigod? You've actually broken through to the demigod realm? The Fire Qilin was shocked. The way he looked at Gu Fei had completely changed. Demon cultivators of the demon clan valued strength more than human cultivators. This was because the cultivation environment of demon cultivators was far crueler than that of human cultivators. Demon cultivators who could grow up did not experience many fights and hardships. Only a powerful demon could win the respect of other demon cultivators. When Gu Fei was weak, the Fire Qilin even looked down on Gu Fei. However, it was different now. Demigod was a synonym for power. The Fire Qilin no longer looked at Gu Fei with disdain and contempt in his eyes. Everyone was shocked by Gu Fei. In the Tinglong continent, demigods were the most powerful if immortals and gods did not appear. It could be said that as long as one's cultivation reached the demigod realm, he could do whatever he wanted in the Tinglong continent. Gu Fei withdrew his powerful demigod aura. He looked at the Fire Qilin and said coldly, "Now you should welcome my arrival." Please. The Fire Qilin didn't say anything more. He retreated to the side and became respectful towards Gu Fei. This was the reality of the cultivation world. As long as you had strength and were stronger than others, others would respect you. Of course, if others were stronger than you, the situation would be reversed. No one would put an ant in their eyes. In front of a powerful cultivator, the weak were just ants. The more powerful the cultivator, the more he didn't care about the lives of others. He would destroy and kill as he pleased. The strong could control the life and death of others. They could even control everything. Under the guidance of Xiaoqing and the Fire Qilin, Gu Fei and He Tian entered the divine palace in the sky. After talking with Xiaoqing for a while, Gu Fei arrived at the guest room prepared by Xiaoqing. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the bed and adjusted his qi. After breaking through to the demigod realm, Gu Fei's realm hadn't completely stabilized. Therefore, he needed to seize the time to control the new strength in his body and familiarize himself with the changes that occurred in his body. He Tian was indeed a person who couldn't sit still. He walked in and out of the divine palace and quickly became familiar with Xiaoqing. This guy was an undead creature. He directly communicated with Xiaoqing through soul fluctuations. In fact, when he saw the floating divine palace in the sky, he had a crooked idea. He wanted to understand the divine palace from Xiaoqing. Before long, this guy sneakily entered Gu Fei's room. "Boss, this divine palace isn't simple." He Tian arrived in front of Gu Fei and used his soul power to send him a message. The soul fire in his skull was rapidly flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. Gu Fei opened his eyes and looked at He Tian with an expressionless face. Then he said, "You don't have to say it. Everyone knows that this divine palace is extraordinary. A divine palace that could float in the sky. Even a blind person could see that this divine palace absolutely had a great origin. Maybe the old turtle snatched it from somewhere." Gu Fei muttered to himself. He knew that this divine palace didn't exist in the old turtle's inner world. He once heard that in the Tinglong continent, some super forces with a long history had built palaces or mountain peaks that could fly. Snatched it? He Tian was shocked. The master of this place was really a daring guy. If it was true, wouldn't he have offended a super force? A divine palace that didn't fall could not be built by just any sect or force. "Boss, I found that some places in this divine palace are still sealed. Treasures are shining inside. There might be many treasures." He Tian said excitedly. It was obvious that this guy was very interested in other people's treasures. "Umph." Gu Fei sneered and said, "You are really unkind. You even dare to covet my friend's things. I advise you to give up on this idea. The master of this place is even more difficult to deal with than you. If you provoke him, the consequences will be very serious." "Got it?" He Tian shrugged his shoulders helplessly. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Gu Fei, he could only turn around and leave Gu Fei's room. How could this guy leave empty-handed after entering a mountain of treasures? Gu Fei didn't expose him. In the old turtle's territory, this He Tian wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Gu Fei closed his eyes and continued to sit cross-legged on the bed. He circulated his Xianxia and adjusted his breathing. Sure enough, in less than an hour, that ruffian skeleton Erebus triggered a certain restriction in the Divine Palace. Screaming miserably, he was sent flying out of the Divine Palace. Then, like a meteor, he fell from the sky. Bang! With a loud bang, he smashed into the forest below the Divine Palace. The dust from the ground rose more than 10 meters high and the ground shook. Swoosh! A green shadow flashed. The three-clawed green dragon Xiaoqing rushed out of the Divine Palace and instantly appeared in the sky above He Tian. At this time, He Tian climbed out of a big hole in a sorry state. "Old Black, are you all right?" Xiaoqing asked with concern. I'm fine. He Tian shook his skeleton, causing dust to fall. "I forgot to tell you. There are some places in the Divine Palace that Master has set up powerful restrictions. Don't wander around or you'll be in danger," Xiaoqing said. "Why did you only tell me now?" He Tian pretended to be very innocent, but he was secretly shocked. The restriction was too powerful. He was sent flying as soon as he touched it. I'm really sorry. Now you should know that there are some places in the Divine Palace that you can't go. Just be careful," Xiaoqing said embarrassedly. "Forget it, I'll be careful," He Tian said unhappily. Then he flew into the sky and returned to the extraordinary Divine Palace with Xiaoqing. After returning to the Divine Palace, Xiaoqing said goodbye to He Tian and returned to his place of seclusion in the Divine Palace. Xiaoqing was shocked that Gu Fei's cultivation had broken through to the demigod realm. At the same time, he deeply felt that he was not enough. Therefore, he worked hard to break through the current bottleneck of his cultivation. After returning to the Divine Palace, Qilin Demon King did not appear again. No one knew where he went to cultivate. Gu Fei's cultivation had actually surpassed him, which made him feel very uneasy and ashamed. In the huge Divine Palace, there were only Xiaoqing and Qilin Demon King. After both of them went to cultivate, there was no one else in the entire Divine Palace. Therefore He Tian's opportunity came. This fellow, after seeing little Qing leave, didn't return to his residence. Instead, he sneakily walked into the depths of the Divine Palace. This fellow had just suffered, but in the blink of an eye, he had forgotten about it. He Tian cautiously came to the depths of the Divine Palace and stopped in front of a closed door. He could be seen touching the door carefully as if he was looking for something. After suffering once, this guy became a lot more careful. It was a simple and unadorned door. The patterns on the door were very old and the color had faded. It was impossible to tell what the door was made of. From the gap of the closed door, there was a faint light of treasures. Behind the door there were definitely many treasures. Even the seal on the door could not block the bright light of the treasures. Chapter 520. Suddenly He Tian touched something on the wall. Bang! Suddenly, a ray of light flashed on the wall beside the door, and a powerful force burst out, bouncing his bony hand away. The light disappeared as soon as it appeared. He Tian saw a rune disappear on the wall. Demon Clan Dao pattern? The soul fire in Erebus' skull pulsed violently. He recognized the origin of the runes that had appeared for a moment on the wall. He Tian stopped searching. He felt helpless and stretched out his right hand. A ball of light condensed on his bony finger. Then it flew forward from his finger and hit the gate in front of him. Bang! The ball of light collided with the ancient gate and exploded. A powerful wave of demonic energy was emitted from the gate and runes appeared on the gate. Damn! When He Tian saw the dense runes, he knew that he had no chance. With his current strength he couldn't break the seal here. What is the background of that powerful figure of the Demon Clan? He Tian murmured to himself. He could actually use the Demon Clan Dao pattern. This was a magical power that only the powerful figures of the Demon Clan could master. The demon race's Dao pattern was formed by the demon race's Almighty through comprehending the heaven and earth. It was a supreme demon pattern that belonged to the demon race. It had unfathomable power and was the embodiment of the Dao. Only the Almighty of the demon race could truly master this kind of demon pattern. He Tian stood in front of the gate for a while. The gate in front of him flickered with demonic light. The demon pattern that emerged gradually disappeared on the gate as if nothing had happened. Sigh. What a pity. He Tian sighed. He was about to turn around and leave. However, at this moment He Tian's movement stiffened. It was as if someone had suddenly cast a body-fixing spell on him. He couldn't move at all. It's not that easy to steal something from me, old turtle. A cold voice suddenly came from behind He Tian. A cold aura also spread out at this time. Please don't misunderstand, I just accidentally triggered the restriction here. The soul fire in He Tian's skull flickered as he tried to defend himself. However, even he felt that his explanation was a little weak. Is that so? A low chuckle came from behind He Tian, echoing in the empty space. He Tian slowly turned around. He didn't know when, but he saw that the demon race almighty who had taken him and Gu Fei into this inner world was standing quietly behind him, looking at him with a faint smile. There was another person standing next to the demon clan almighty. That person was dressed in white, and his black hair was casually tied behind his head with a ribbon. His eyes flashed brightly as he stared at him expressionlessly. Boss. When He Tian saw the white-clothed youth, he was instantly overjoyed. My savior. Brat, this friend of yours seems to have dirty hands and feet, but I like it. Old Turtle said to Gu Fei with a smile. He Tian listened to the first half of the conversation and was extremely nervous. However, when he heard Old Turtle's words, he was greatly surprised. Did this demon clan almighty admire his dirty hands and feet? What was this all about? Both ruffians. One is a big ruffian and the other is a small ruffian. Gu Fei said expressionlessly. Birds of a feather flock together. These two guys were really birds of a feather. A skeleton ruffian? The old turtle sized Erebus up from head to toe, and his eyes gradually lit up. Erebus was frightened by the old turtle's stare, and he didn't know what this powerful being of the demon race was going to do. After staring at He Tian for a while, old turtle turned to Gu Fei and said, Hey, brat, can I discuss something with you? What is it? If you have something to say, just say it. When did you, old turtle, become so bashful? Gu Fei said with a frown. Ever since he met this undying old turtle, this guy had never been so easy to talk to. How about you give this guy to me? Old turtle hesitated for a moment and then said with some embarrassment, This guy is greedy and unkind. He suits my temperament very well. He Tian called Gu Fei boss, so old turtle thought that He Tian was a little brother that Gu Fei had accepted in the world of death. Moreover, He Tian actually cultivated the power of yin and yang, which was different from those skeletons with a surging death chi. Gu Fei looked at old turtle and thought to himself, You know your temperament too? How rare. He looked at He Tian again. He Tian had been completely shocked by old turtle's words. He could not speak for a long time and could only stand there blankly. Does the demon clan want to accept me as a little brother? Did I hear it wrong? If it's true, it's much more cost-effective than acknowledging Gu Fei as a boss. He Tian had already calculated in his heart. This guy was definitely a very competent fence-sitter. He would lean toward whoever was more beneficial to him. A strange expression appeared on Gu Fei's face and then he said, He's not my little brother. If you want, take him. Really? Then I won't stand on ceremony. Old Turtle smiled meaningfully and took a step forward. As he reached out to grab He Tian, he said, You little brat, from now on, you're my little brother. No way. He Tian secretly complained in his heart. His legs turned to jelly and he almost fell to the ground. Be your little brother? No matter how I look at it, I feel like a little sheep that has fallen into the hands of a big bad wolf. At this time, He Tian suddenly realized that it did not seem to be a good thing to be the little brother of the demon clan. Old Turtle's laughter made him panic. Seeing that Old Turtle's palm was about to touch his shoulder, He Tian quickly took a step back and said, I'd better follow old Master Gu. What kind of guy was He Tian? He was sly by nature. At this time, he had already seen that Old Turtle had ill intentions in accepting him as a little brother. How would he dare to agree? Old Turtle stared at He Tian with a glint in his eyes. He said, Don't regret it. Back then, the people who cried and begged to be my little brother could line up more than 10 miles away. I'm really sorry. It's good for me to follow old Master Gu. Besides, I'm not an ungrateful person. I'm indebted to old Master Gu. He Tian said. At the same time he thought to himself, I'm not a human, so it doesn't matter if I'm ungrateful. Of course, Gu Fei and Old Turtle did not know what this guy was thinking, so they did not feel that it was inappropriate. You're indebted to him? Old Turtle looked at Gu Fei with some surprise. Gu Fei was stunned when he heard this. He then remembered the first time he met He Tian. This guy broke into the demon formation set up by Old Turtle and almost lost his life. It was Gu Fei who saved him. Thinking of this, Gu Fei could only nod. I see. Alright then, I can't force you to be an ungrateful person, right? Old Turtle said. Although that was what he said, he thought to himself, you brat, keep pretending. You must have done a lot of backstabbing people. Of course, Old Tortoise was not a good person either. Both of them were experts at backstabbing others. Gu Fei was looking forward to seeing what would happen when they met. Alright, I came in to tell you that we've crossed the Netherworld River and entered the inner area of the Naraka realm, Old Turtle said to Gu Fei excitedly. Let's go and take a look. Gu Fei's eyes lit up when he heard this. The reason why he took the risk to cross the Netherworld River and enter the depths of the Naraka realm was to retrieve the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. Perhaps after crossing the Netherworld River, he would be able to sense the aura of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold divine sword. The Netherworld River was boundless and condensed with an endless aura of death. It was a river of death. Such a vast aura of death could isolate all auras on both sides of the Netherworld River. This was without a doubt. Alright. Old Turtle also wanted to find the world source of the Naraka realm as soon as possible and refine it. Then he would turn this legendary hell into a part of his inner world. It had to be said that Old Turtle's control of his inner world had reached the point of perfection. With just a thought, Gu Fei felt the void in front of him distort. Then he and He Tian appeared on top of a gloomy and terrifying mountain. The aura of death in the depths of the Naraka realm was much stronger than in the outer area. Gu Fei looked around and saw thick, gloomy clouds drifting in the dark sky. Between the mountains, the netherworld fog surged, and from time to time, creepy ghost howls could be heard from the depths of the mountains. Ah, I'm back. The soul fire in He Tian's skull pulsed violently. It was obvious that he was very excited. Haha. Old Tortoise had just come out of his inner world and caught a glimpse of my Tian's soul fluctuation. He laughed out loud and said, I didn't expect you to come from the depths of the Hell Dao. Good, very good. Both Old Turtle and Gu Fei were very unfamiliar with this legendary hell. They already had a certain understanding of the outer area, but now they were about to face an unfamiliar world. No one knew what existed in the depths of the Naraka realm and what dangers there were. Perhaps in this world, only the Buddhist Lord, who had almost refined the 6 paths of reincarnation, knew the Naraka realm like the back of his hand. What do you want? When He Tian saw Old Turtle looking at him with a burning gaze, he could not help but feel a chill and fear in his heart. He involuntarily took a step back. You seem to have a lot of secrets. Gu Fei also looked at He Tian with an indifferent expression and an icy tone. He only now knew that this ruffian skeleton He Tian was actually a guy who came from the depths of the Naraka realm. Old Senior Big Gu, can you not look at me like that? He Tian said embarrassedly. Old Turtle and Gu Fei's gazes were like those of beasts who had been starving for 3 days and 3 nights seeing food. Their eyes lit up and they could not wait to swallow him up. Do you know where the origin of this world is? Old Turtle directly asked what he wanted to know the most. Did he not take the risk to enter the Naraka realm to collect this ownerless world? What? He Tian was taken aback and said hesitantly, why are you looking for the origin of this world? Do you want to refine this world? Chapter 521. He Tian definitely knew about the land of origin of this world. Tell me what you know. Gu Fei also spoke at this time. He could not wait to leave this world of death. He did not care who obtained this world. Erebus knew that he had given himself away in his excitement. Both the old demon and Gu Fei were shrewd fellows, and it would be impossible for him to hide it any longer. If he did not tell them what he knew, he was afraid that the two of them would tear him apart immediately. Don't tell me that you don't know about the land of origin at this time. If it were you, you wouldn't believe such words either. Old Tortoise stared at He Tian and said in a deep voice, Alright. I know where the world origin of this world is, but... He Tian thought for a moment and said something that shocked Old Tortoise and Gu Fei. Even though they had already guessed what He Tian was going to say, they still felt that their hearts were beating faster than usual, and it was getting faster and faster. Tell me, where is the world origin? Old Tortoise rushed forward and grabbed He Tian's shoulders and shook him violently. He was so excited that he could not control himself. He Tian's skeleton was immediately rattled by Old Tortoise and almost fell apart. The soul fire in He Tian's skull was also beating violently. Old Tortoise was a super expert who had surpassed the demon god realm. He Tian's cultivation was not even at the king realm of the undead creatures. How could he withstand Old Tortoise's torment? Old Senior. Please let go of me first. As He Tian spoke, he heard a crack. Both of his shoulder bones had been cracked by Old Tortoise. Oh my god. He Tian was so depressed that he almost fainted. The yin-yang skeletal body was harder than divine iron and was even harder than the divine bones left behind by immortals. However, it was cracked by the old tortoise. One could imagine how strong the old tortoise's grip was. This old demon. He Tian was secretly alarmed. The old turtle's strength was too astonishing. It was no wonder that he could contend with the bone the arch. I'm sorry I accidentally. Old tortoise seemed to be shocked and quickly let go. He was a little out of control and could not control the strength of his hand for a moment. This guy definitely did it on purpose. Why am I so unlucky? Erebus looked at his broken shoulder bones and wanted to cry, but no tears came out. If he had to repair the broken bones, then it would take a lot of effort. All right, hurry up and bring us to the world essence. As Gu Fei spoke, he opened his inner world and plucked an immortal divine fruit from the immortal divine fruit tree beside the divine spring of life. He threw it to He Tian as compensation. A black and white light rushed out of He Tian's skull, wrapped around the immortal divine fruit thrown by Gu Fei, and then put it into the skull. Thank you, boss. The divine yin-yang fruit. One is enough for me to upgrade my cultivation by 1 level. He Tian was overjoyed. He did not expect Gu Fei to be so generous. He did not start refining the immortal divine fruit right away because it would take a lot of time to refine the yin-yang essence qi contained in the immortal divine fruit. It was not something that could be done in a short time. If He Tian wanted to refine the immortal divine fruit, the only way was to find a secret place to do closed-door training. The old tortoise was shocked when he saw Gu Fei take out the immortal god fruit. Then the old tortoise smiled at Gu Fei fawningly and said, Brat, can you give me a fruit like that too? You want the fruit? Gu Fei smiled. To old tortoise, Gu Fei's smile was quite mysterious. Yes. Old tortoise said without hesitation. Only a fool would not want it. If he was not mistaken, that fruit was a legendary thing. Then let's first bark a few times. Gu Fei said proudly. You brat, you can't bully me like this. Old tortoise's face turned from white to black, and then from black to green. It was as if he had opened a dyeing workshop. It was very interesting. Haha. He Tian could not help but laugh. Old tortoise glared at He Tian, and He Tian did not dare to make a sound. The soul fluctuation coming from the skull immediately quieted down. Alright, can't I make a joke? Gu Fei smiled. He then opened his inner world and took out another immortal divine fruit, throwing it to old tortoise. The immortal divine tree growing next to the divine spring of life had many immortal divine fruits, so it was not a big deal to give one to old tortoise. Good stuff. Old tortoise's anger turned to joy. He opened his mouth and swallowed the immortal divine fruit. It tasted average. Do you have more? Old tortoise asked. Gu Fei could not help but roll his eyes. This fellow was really not satisfied. Did he think that the immortal divine fruit was an ordinary wild fruit? That he could grab a handful at will? No more. Gu Fei said grumpily. I clearly saw that in your inner world. Old tortoise wanted to continue. If I say there's none, then there's none. Gu Fei interrupted old tortoise unhappily. I know. Old tortoise knew when to stop. At that moment, a wave of yin and yang qi emerged from his abdomen and spread out. The yin and yang essence contained in the immortal divine fruit began to transform. Old tortoise sat cross-legged on the ground and used his demonic power to refine the yin and yang qi contained in the immortal divine fruit. Gu Fei and He Tian then soared into the sky and checked the surrounding area. Among the mountains, the netherworld fog lingered and yin qi filled the air. From time to time they could see eerie white bones scattered everywhere. Only some weak dead creatures appeared in the yin qi netherworld fog. There were no strong dead creatures nearby. Gu Fei realized that the aura of death in the Purgatory Realm's inner area was much stronger than that of the outer area. Under such an environment, it was very likely that extremely strong dead creatures could be bred. This made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. Since Old Tortoise could enter the Purgatory Realm's inner area, Bone Emperor and the others could enter as well. With such a strong aura of death in the Purgatory Realm's inner area, it would be best if 1 or 2 dead creatures beyond the Emperor Realm suddenly jumped out. The dead creatures in the Purgatory Realm's inner area were definitely stronger than those in the outer area. Gu Fei and He Tian walked around but did not find anything. They returned to the mountain peak where Old Tortoise was and stood guard for him. It had to be said that the immortal divine fruit was the best of the best. One immortal divine fruit allowed Gu Fei to break through to the demigod realm. He wondered what would happen if Old Tortoise consumed an immortal divine fruit. Time passed by. It was hard to tell how many days had passed in the dark world. Gu Fei could only roughly calculate that about a day had passed. Then, a powerful wave of demonic power began to appear on the mountain peak. The yin and yang essence was quickly refined by the old tortoise. In the end, a vast demonic power seeped out of Old Tortoise's body and formed a dazzling demonic light. Old Tortoise seemed to be covered in a purple light shield, and the strong light illuminated the world. Rumble, within the light shield there was a strange sound of turbulent waves. Then there was the sound of thunder and lightning. Streams of demonic power condensed into purple divine light and circled around Old Tortoise like purple lightning. Gu Fei and He Tian were forced to retreat by the mighty energy fluctuation from Old Tortoise. In the end they had to rush up to the sky to feel better. The power emitted from Old Tortoise was getting stronger. He was like a volcanic furnace that could erupt at any time. The entire mountain was shaking from the impact of the energy fluctuation from Old Tortoise. Cracks began to appear on the mountain peak. Amazing. Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. Even though they had rushed up to the sky, they still felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. The strong pressure from Old Tortoise made them feel suffocated. Boom. In an earth-shattering noise, the entire mountain peak under Old Tortoise finally collapsed. Dust rose high into the sky and rubble filled the air. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The scene was extremely terrifying. The surrounding mountains were all shaking at this moment. Countless boulders rushed high into the sky. From afar, it looked as if countless meteorites were going against the sky and streaking across the vast sky. Gu Fei and He Tian had to retreat to the distance again. The energy fluctuations emanating from Old Tortoise's body were too powerful. This was only the beginning. The nearby mountains shook violently, as if a terrifying tsunami had occurred. The earth was shattering and the mountains were collapsing. They were instantly turned into nothingness in the terrifying energy storm. Rumble. Amidst the loud noise, the collapsed earth rose and fell violently like waves. The surrounding mountains were constantly torn apart by a majestic force. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Everything in the surrounding area was destroyed. Hundreds of miles of mountains collapsed rapidly. Countless mountains were crushed one after another. The area within a radius of 500 miles had turned into a desert. Not a single intact stone could be found. In midair, Old Tortoise's entire body emitted endless demonic light, like a purple sun that was fixed in place. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from the purple sun, shaking the entire world. Monstrous energy fluctuations soared into the sky, and countless stars suddenly appeared in the pitch-black sky. It was as if an incomparably huge black sky curtain had been broken by this power. How is this possible? There are stars in this world too. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. It was the first time he had seen the light of stars in the Naraka realm. He Tian said in surprise, "What's so strange about this? This is a world. Of course there will be stars." Oh. When Gu Fei heard this, he immediately came to a realization. The Naraka realm was the heavens and earth refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. The stars were a part of the heavens and earth. Perhaps because the death aura in the world of death was too heavy, the dark clouds and fog formed even covered the sky, preventing starlight from shining down. Now that Old Tortoise's power had broken through the barrier of the dark clouds and fog, the starlight of this world could be projected down from the sky. At this moment, the entire Naraka realm seemed to be trembling. Powerful undead creatures sensed that an unimaginable expert had appeared in the inner area of the Naraka realm. After the Old Tortoise consumed the immortal god fruit, he seemed to have made a breakthrough in his cultivation. The boundless demonic light began to recede. The Old Tortoise stood in the void with a heroic spirit that could swallow the mountains and rivers. It was hard to imagine that the cynical Old Tortoise would have such a side. At this moment, Old Tortoise was no longer a ruffian. It was as if he had completely turned into a dead creature. At this moment, Old Tortoise was definitely the kind of peerless figure that could control the world and was the only one of its generation.